Obunu gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa kosi womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give me you. Obunu kife la chasha so. Obunu kife me chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka munagi, me and you. Okwa munagi, my baby, and me and you. Me and you. Okwa munagi, my baby, Obuzi kife la chasha so. Obuni kife la chasha me, my baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Obuzi kife la chasha so. Obuzi kife mi chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call you, Shakara for me. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. I will be.
Ijebu omalare, ayewo la ojeri. Tell them, let them know, say, one lay back. Then they see us that they emulate. Then one begin, they imitate. Maybe someday they go graduate. Many people don't know about Baba. I see they go. Oh, well, I'm all bad. Ijebu awujale. Ijebu omalare. Kere Ijebu o. Aha. Àwọn tó mọ̀ wá o. Àgbà Ìjẹ̀bú o. Àwọn alábòsí o. Àríyá rẹpẹtẹ. Come on. Ìjẹ̀bú jó dáadáa. Ìjẹ̀bú Jayoba. We done the ball with the represent. Olówó lọmọ ṣe yóò. Ìjẹ̀bú lọmọ kò sóṣì. Àjẹ́wò la ọ̀jẹ̀ rí. Tell them, let them know, say, wọ́n lè bá. Ìjẹ̀bú Awùjalẹ̀. Ìjẹ̀bú ọmọ alárẹ̀. Kéré Ìjẹ̀bú o. Come on. Àwọn tó mọ̀ wá o. Ìjẹ̀bú o. Àwọn alábòsí o. Egbe. Ó pọ̀. Come on. Mo fọ́ kó yínú ẹ̀. Yínú.
Okay now.
To pẹ̀sẹ̀ between my pen. Àti padàbàtà ló wẹ́ ní ìfọ̀gẹ̀ mẹ́wọ́n.
Okay.
Ọkọ̀ yẹn ló fi fíìmù. Ìdílé anya. Màmá mú sí na nwa m etogo kwa. Maka na nwa m jelu mba, o wee bute ike. Ọganihu na-ebute ilo nwanne m. Ọ na-agbawa nke ya dịka akpa ya chọkwa.
Staff Sergeant now. Don't turn it below con. Yorubas are screaming. Outsiders are crying. Igbo brothers are saying. No blame them. Igbos are being discriminated. Even food don't turn to gold in Nigeria. Kidnapping, lucrative business in Nigeria. Imagine saying your grandchildren where they kidnap. By now, your soldiers for don't scatter Nigeria. How common man won't get money for ransom when they kidnap him, his wife and his children? After everything, now they go kill them. See, as Naira, they fall against dollar. Emilokon don't turn to Ebilokon. And you say make we sacrifice for Nigeria. 7 billion to renovate your residence. 15 billion for your traveling allowance. That's not for you and your only vice president. 40 billion for Asurok maintenance. 5 billion for food and refreshment. 100 of millions for dogs and animals. Meanwhile, hunger they kill Nigerians. What did Nigerians do to warrant this treatment? Even Gary, they no fit afford for the family. Tinubu government blame Buhari. Buhari government blame Jonathan. Hunger day, people they die. This one don't pass jaga jaga. Was APC party leader during Mr. Buhari.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkọ́bí ewé ayò, ewé tún èdè, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu. Gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́. Ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́. Wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè. Wọ́n á fi jóye ẹrùkù. Wọ́n wọ̀wọ̀ bá tẹ̀lé. Wọ́n á fi jóye aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀. Wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n ń pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n ń pa Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà. Àkọ́bí wọ́n ń pa Jíṣà padà dẹ. ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú mèrè aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ lọ bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀bọ tí ṣìgìdì bá gbé àgétì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ aṣíwájú ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ àkọ́bí ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀mí ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ òdò lè sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ gómìnà sọ.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. Here I am. So we've happened upon another weekend. So we do it as we always do it. We've happened upon another weekend, but still we go. So still we go. Here we go again. Another day, another dollar. So another day, another session with Woma went to move. Some things just set in the tapestry of life, if that has any meaning. So good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So the usual protocol, click on the like button. If you've not already clicked on like, then please do that now. We always need that. That's a daily diet. It's like being addicted to drugs. So that's the addiction of anybody that does this sort of streaming. It's the likes, it's the engagement. That's what the algorithm looks to. And that's why people always push you. So click on like. If you've not already done that, then please do that now. So click on like. If you're not already subscribed, please click on subscribe. And then if you want to come and join me, there are no reserved seats. I know you are used to hearing the same voices. Maybe you're not used to hearing the same voices, but certainly you do hear somewhat the same voices every single day. But nobody has any reserved seats. It's first come, first serve. Everybody pardon me. Everybody you see and hear on the screen outside of myself, they've not done anything other than to click on this hyperlink right here. So they just simply clicked on the hyperlink and came in for the conversation. That's all it is. There are no special invitations. There are no designated seats for anybody. Nothing is reserved. Apart from myself, who necessarily has to be here to let people in and let people out. So there's no designation. So if you do want to come and join us, especially if you've not been before, we're forever, eternally looking for new voices. So you can be the new voice for the day. So if you want to come and participate, share thoughts on Nigerian politics, Nigerian life, even personal anecdotes, anything at all, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. It will bring you into a studio space. Soon as I finish delivering the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen, then I'll engage you in a conversation. So nothing complex, nothing complicated. It's just as straightforward as I just described. So as straightforward as I just described. So yes, click on like, click on subscribe, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join me on the screen. Share the links in your social media spaces. So you copy the URL and then you put it in the WhatsApp groups, the Facebook groups, and all of those spaces you go on social media. Share the links there. So do that. And then the $sign at the bottom of the screen. Click on that. Super chat, super sticker towards the stream. We have the anticipation of 5 minimum super chats per stream. And that's on all. So that's 5 super chats per platform. So to all the platforms that we're streaming to, we have the anticipation of 5 super chats on every single platform. So you set us on our way to hit that 5 super chat. So do all those things, and then you get yourself a glowing feeling of warmth. Your body will be subsumed by a glowing feeling of warmth. A glowing feeling of warmth. Let's just launch into it. We launch into it. We launch into it and we kick it off with this one. And by the way, the studio is empty. If anybody wants to hop on, so that the conversation can take place. Why we declared 2023 presidential results at 2 a.m. So before we get into the readouts, Before we get into the readouts, the narrative around this headline has always somewhat befuddled me. You know, there was a lot of hue and cry, a lot of people howling at the moon that the results of the presidential election was declared after 2 a.m. Oh, yeah, Mahmoud Yakubu, like a thief in the night. He declared it at 2 a.m. like a thief in the night. So if he had declared it rather at 2 a.m. rather than at 2 p.m., what difference would it have made? Is it the time of the declaration or the content of what was declared? So I've never really understood why a lot of people make a lot of hue and cry about 2 a.m. He could have declared it at 2 p.m., 7 p.m., whatever p.m., nothing would have happened. You would not have stormed the INEC place and burnt it down because it's a heavily secured space. So whichever time of the day he declares it, what is still declaring still remains declared. So I'm not even sure why there was any real need to respond to this. Why we declared 2023 presidential results at 2 a.m. This is INEC finally opening up on that space. A crucial clarification that has intrigued the polity. Also in a crucial clarification. Let's take that from top again. Why we declared 2023 presidential election at 2 a.m. This is INEC speaking to the space. In a crucial clarification that has intrigued the polity, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has finally addressed the concerns surrounding the timing of the result for the 2023 presidential election. After a suspense-filled wait, President Bola Tinubu of the All Progressive Congress APC was announced the victor of the fiercely contested election, amassing a total number of 8 million, whatever number he got. His closest contender included Atiku Abubakar of the PDP, Peter Obi of the Labour Party, and Rabiu Kwakwanso of the New Nigeria People's Party. The declaration came in the early hours of March the 1st, 2023 at about 2 a.m., stirring diverse reactions across the nation. The timing, according to the Chief Press Secretary to INEC Chairman Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, Rotimi Oyekami, was dictated by the complex logistics of collating results from Nigeria's vast geographical spread. The process involved the aggregation of results from polling units to wards, local government, states, and finally to the national level in Abuja. Oyekami also emphasized that neither the Constitution nor the Electoral Act mandates a specific time for declaring election results, which allowed the Commission the flexibility needed to ensure accuracy and thoroughness in the electoral process, he said. In a presidential election, the country is treated as one constituency. Results are declared at polling units, then collated at the ward, local government, and state levels before being presented in Abuja to the Chief Electoral Commissioner. People did not understand this and criticized the 2 a.m. announcement. The chairman had to wait for 36 returning officers, including those from distant locations, to present their results. The Electoral Act requires that results be brought and the returning officers be interviewed. The chairman questions the returning officers and, if unsatisfied, sent them back. Only after accepting all figures from the returning officers and the FCT can results be collated and announced. The delay led to claims that we declared results in the middle of the night. However, Professor Atahiru Jega declared the 2015 results around 4 a.m. The Constitution does not prescribe a specific time for declaring election results. So there it is right there. It's as straightforward as your expectation would have been. So I'm not quite sure. It's just, it's clutching at straws, isn't it? Really, it is clutching at straws. because there was absolutely categorically nothing to hint a loss on. Now the time that the result was declared now becomes an issue. So it is clutching at straws. And if you strip away the noise and you look at the substance of what people actually contended about that presidential election, there was actually very little substance. So they're saying, is Tinubu a Nigerian? That is Chicago results, this, that, and the other. It's a drug dealer that INEC declared the real result at 2 a.m., that there was some, just frivolous stuff, but there was nothing of substance, really, essentially. But really, it is as logical as the explanation there. So it is whenever the INEC chairman is satisfied with the results that he declares it, and he was satisfied as at 2 a.m. on that fateful day. It's nothing more complicated than that. It's just the same. But of course, that will never satisfy. They'll probably, after this announcement now, in their usual watering holes, they'll do another loop round that storyline. Oh, they gave him a bag of dollars. They did the usual nonsense. But there it is. It's just as simple as logic could have it. It's just when the results came in. As simple as logic will have it. Let's go on from that. Let's go on from that to this. Nigeria's new DSS chief reconfirms directive to detain Sowore upon arrival in Nigeria over the hashtag End Bad Governance protest. So they probably have to detain him twice, because I think he's planning to protest again in another 6 weeks. All right. Let's see. But this is coming out of Sowore's portal, by the way. So you have to take that with a pinch of whatever pinch that brings. Nigeria's new DSS chief reconfirms directive to detain Sowore upon arrival in Nigeria over hashtag End Bad Governance protest. It was learned that the directive issued by the newly appointed DSS Director General Adeola Ajayi stemmed from Sowore's role in the recent 10 days hashtag End Bad Governance protest. Nigeria's secret police, the Department of State Services DSS, has instructed airport security and immigration authorities to intercept and detain prominent human rights activist Omoyele Sowore upon his arrival in Nigeria, correspondents learned. It was learned that the directive issued by the newly appointed DSS Director General Adeola Ajayi stemmed from Sowore's role in the recent 10-day hashtag End Bad Governance protest. A trusted source at the Muritala Mohammed International Airport in Lagos revealed to correspondents that Ajayi has included Sowore's name on a security watch list, citing his involvement in the End Bad Governance protest and forthcoming October 1st demonstration as justification. So there it is. The new DSS boss forwarded Sowore's name to airport security for him to be arrested whenever he enters the country. The source said the development has sparked concerns about potential infringement on Sowore's rights to freedom of expression and movement. During an interview on September the 4th, 2024, with Cordelia Okpai of the Voice of the People program, Sowore revealed startling information. The human rights activist and former presidential candidate of the African Action Congress, AAC, confirmed that he received credible intelligence that his name has been submitted to airport security personnel by the newly appointed DSS Director General. So if this is coming out of Sowore, I'm not quite sure how much veracity that, it's a bit like David Uday, isn't he? Who is always trying to lionize bigger than the size of his lioness. If he's saying that, I don't know, man. If it's coming out of Sowore, then you have to take that with the question mark that it is coming out of Sowore. So if he's claiming that the DSS is a bit like I said, David Uday, who's forever telling us that they're after him until eventually they have to declare him wanted just to satisfy him. During an interview on September the 4th, 2024, with Cordelia something or the other, Sowore revealed startling information. The human rights activist and former presidential candidate of the African Action Congress AAC confirmed that he had received credible intelligence that his name has been submitted to airport security personnel by the newly appointed DSS DG. According to Sowore, the directive mandates his immediate arrest upon arrival at the airport. Furthermore, Sowore criticized the new DSS helmsman for prioritizing political vendettas over addressing the pervasive insecurity that has brought Nigeria to its knees. So I'm not quite sure. It cannot be a political vendetta, because what Sowore did with that protest there is borderline subversive. You know, is borderline subversive. In fact, it is a subversive act. You know, and I'm a Sowore fan. Even I care for the guy somewhat, but it's a subversive act to roll people in that manner, to rile them against the state. Is a subversive act. It's not even a demonstration of or even it's not even an exercise of a fundamental right. It's just a subversive act. According to Sowore, the directive mandates his immediate arrest upon arrival at the airport. Furthermore, Sowore criticized the new DSS helmsman for prioritizing political vendetta over addressing the pervasive insecurity that has brought Nigeria to its knees. He stated, We have drawn our next protest, which is in October. They called me several times. They have my name at the airport. I am on their watch list, as I was told by several people. So they will most likely arrest me when I return to Nigeria, but that will not stop me. I will go to Nigeria whenever I want to go to Nigeria. It is my country. I don't have any other country other than Nigeria. So we have to face these guys down. We have seen many oppressors, bullies, and tyrants in our time, but that is not the issue. The issue is that these people have done more damage to the Nigerian civil populace than they have done to anywhere else. So that Sowore then claiming that it's a wanted man. Abi Sowore fan now, Niger man. Abi Sowore fan. So let's go on from that to this. Yes, why we declared. And by the way, let me send the link again. We need at least a literal one person in the studio if we're going to have a session. But I'll send the link again. We'll see how it goes. It's no skin off my nose, but I'll send the link again. Why we declared 2023 presidential election at 2 a.m. INEC, we just read that. So let's go on from that to this. President Tinubu's economic reforms are difficult but necessary. This is Bill Gates now beating the drums for Agbado. So Bill Gates now a corn lover for reasons that he wants to sell genetically modified corn into the Nigerian space. President Tinubu's economic reforms are difficult but necessary. Bill Gates. American billionaire Bill Gates has declared support for the economic reforms and policies embarked upon by the administration of President Bola Tinubu in Nigeria. He described the reforms as difficult but necessary steps needed by the country, adding that President Tinubu's renewed hope agenda is ambitious. Gates noted that Nigerians are struggling, incomes have fallen, and prices have surged, with protests rocking some locations due to the reforms, but expressed hope that solutions are in the pipeline. Correspondents report that he made the submission while speaking on Wednesday at the National Economic Council meeting. What? I didn't know that they let foreign entities into NEC meetings. Was it actually at the NEC meeting or on the fringes of the NEC meeting? I thought it was a... Remember when Seyi Tinubu used to try and sneak into that meeting and the father embarrassed him publicly? So I didn't know they were letting foreign personnel, foreign entities, foreign persons into NEC meetings. Correspondents report that he made the submission while speaking on Wednesday at the National Economic Council meeting held at the council chambers of Aso Rock Presidential Villa in Abuja. The meeting was presided over by Vice President Kashim Shettima. He said, Nigeria's economic leaders have done some difficult but necessary things, like unifying the exchange rate. The next great hurdle is raising revenue. I understand this is a politically sensitive area. Nigerians are struggling, incomes have fallen, prices have surged, and like in many other countries, people are protesting. Tax is never popular. That is true in America too, but they are part of a social compact. People are more likely to pay them when they see the government spending that money to give Nigerians a better life. That is what I want to speak about today, because there are so many Nigerian leaders committed to investing in your people and so many promising solutions in the pipeline. President Tinubu's renewed hope agenda is ambitious, and he has assembled a cabinet ready to meet the challenge. But with limited resources, the key is putting the funds you have to the best use possible. So that's Bill Gates. So it's clearly after something. It's clearly after something from the Nigerian state. Patently, it's after something because he's spending too much time in Nigeria and he's been too gushing in his praise of the Nigerian. Even the most ardent or batified is not as gushing in praise of Tinubu as Bill Gates is. So it's clearly after something, and I think we all know what he's after. He wants to pump those toxic, genetically modified seeds into the Nigerian space. So he wants to pump those toxic, genetically modified seeds into the Nigerian space. Labour Party will win, take over Lagos 2027. This is Chinedu Rhodes-Vivour still dreaming with an Anambra accent. Haven't lost to, and by the way, did he come second or third in that election? I know he lost by hundreds of thousands of votes, but where did he actually come in the hierarchy? Was he above PDP? I can't quite recall. Labour will win, take over Lagos 2027. This is Chinedu Rhodes-Vivour. Having lost to Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu in the 2023 governorship election in Lagos State, Chinedu Rhodes-Vivour has declared that the Labour Party will secure victory in the 2027 election and assume control of the state. Correspondents report that Rhodes-Vivour was the Labour Party governorship candidate in the previous, let's take that from top again. Having lost to Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu in the 2023 governorship election in Lagos State, Chinedu Rhodes-Vivour has declared that Labour Party will secure victory in 2027 election and assume control of the state. Correspondents report that Rhodes-Vivour was the Labour Party governorship candidate in the previous election. Speaking during a press interaction in Umuahia, the capital of Abia State, where he participated in an extensive stakeholder meeting of the Labour Party, Rhodes-Vivour emphasized that the party has strengthened its position to take over Lagos State effectively. He noted that the Labour Party has been diligently strategizing and building upon its success following a commendable performance. And by the way, the commendable performance is to the Peter B space. It was a woeful. Actually, let me just let me check. It was a woeful performance by Rhodes-Vivour. So the commendable Lagos State governorship. I just want to check those governorship election 2023 results. Right, let's see. Right. Let's see. Do we have it? Hold on. Okay. I think we do. Oh no, it's giving me. Oh no, that's not what I want. I want the culmination of it. Yeah. Hold on. I just want to check actually. All right. Okay. All right. So this was the 2023 election. 762,000 Sanwo-Olu to 312,000 Chinedu Rhodes-Vivour. So I don't even think there's anything. How do you, that means he has to do over 100% more, 150% better than he did in the previous, nearly 200% better than he did in previous elections. So I suppose that's the sort of language that he has to use, anyways. But no. Let's take from top again. Labour Party will win. Take over Lagos come 2027. Rhodes-Vivour. Having lost to Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu in the 2023 governorship election in Lagos State, Chinedu Rhodes-Vivour has declared that the Labour Party will secure victory in the 2027 election and assume control of the state. Correspondents report that Rhodes-Vivour was the Labour Party governorship candidate in the previous election. Speaking during press interaction in Umuahia, the capital of Abia State, where he participated in an extensive stakeholders meeting of the Labour Party, Rhodes-Vivour emphasized that the party has strengthened its position to take over Lagos State effectively. He noted that the Labour Party has been diligently strategizing and building upon its success following a commendable performance in the 2023 election, particularly during the presidential. Okay, so I think he put that caveat there. I thought he was saying that he achieved some. In fact, all of the votes that Rhodes-Vivour got were obviously a bit of big votes. Nobody knew who Chinedu Rhodes-Vivour was in Lagos State prior to that election. So I'm not quite sure, but he noted that the Labour Party has been diligently strategizing and building upon its successes following a commendable performance in the 2023 election, particularly during the presidential poll, in which it made significant inroads in the former Nigerian capital. Rhodes-Vivour expressed his contentment with the results of the stakeholders meeting in Umuahia, indicating that the party's prospects have been significantly enhanced. Let me send the link again. We'll see how it goes, but the room is not populated at the moment. So if you want the conversation, populate the room. If you want the conversation, populate the room. Right. Rhodes-Vivour expressed his contentment with the result of the stakeholders meeting in Umuahia, indicating that the party's prospect has been significantly enhanced. So I'm not quite sure what went down in Umuahia, and I've not really been tracking the Obi. We're moving away from Obi and Labour Party somewhat and going into real grown-up politics. But what I think I caught whiff of Peter Obi somewhat setting up an interim leadership for the Labour Party, which Julius Abure is riding against. So I think still that internal squabblings, they'll forever be internally squabbling. And it's a badly organized space, no leadership, no direction, rudderless. Rhodes-Vivour expressed his contentment with the results of the stakeholders meeting in Umuahia, indicating that the party's prospects have been significantly enhanced. He stated that the party is now well organized and poised to win and seize power in 2027. He further remarked that their gathering in Umuahia ensured unity amongst all members as they prepared for new triumphs in 2027. I suppose that's the language that he has to use anyway. It's a rallying call, isn't it? It's an aspirational rather than an intentional, or it's more like a rallying call. All of this is just, he has to blow hard just to G the troops up, aspirational rather than inspirational, I should say, or I don't know. I believe Labour Party will win Lagos State more convincingly in 2027. So more convincingly is to tell us, but just pause for a moment, detach yourself from your emotional attachment to whatever politics you own. Just pause for a moment and take yourself to a space within your mind, a space of sober reflections where the brain actually functions. So take yourself, wherever it is you're listening, take yourself to that space in your mind where the brain actually functions, where emotions does not consume you. You know, when you are going to sit an exam, the spaces that you go to, take yourself to that space. On what planet, by what logic, what is the permutation that somebody called Chinedu Rhodes-Vivour would have defeated Sanwo-Olu in an election in Lagos State? You say Peter Obi won Lagos. Well, forget Peter Obi. Nobody even knew that there was a human being called Chinedu Rhodes-Vivour until he tagged onto the Obi noise that was going on at that time. So under what circumstances would Lagosians have voted for this person that nobody knew existed as a human being to replace a governor that they like and was performing? So under what parameters would this guy claim he was cheating? It's just unbelievable stuff. I believe Labour Party will win Lagos State more. You see, what triggered me is the more convincingly that I said there. I believe Lagos State will win. I believe Labour Party will win Lagos State more convincingly in 2027, since after the 2023 elections, work has not stopped. We have not gone quiet. Every day, we're getting stronger and stronger. So we are not just going to win, but stand up and take power, the politician said. He charged the governing All Progressive Congress APC with maladministration, asserting that its dismal performance has significantly facilitated the Labour Party's potential to dominate both Lagos and the nation in 2027. He further stated that the severe economic difficulties and increasing hunger experienced by the populace served as an undeniable evidence of the incompetence of the ruling party at the national level. APC has been failing Nigeria for a long time. It didn't just start today, although things are harder now, Rhodes-Vivour said. He also lauded the Labour Party leader and 2023 presidential candidate Peter Obi, Governor Alex Otti of Abia State, as well as other stakeholders of the party for the decision to rescue and reposition the party. The critical stakeholders of Labour Party came here to take an important decision to move the party forward. This is a very good step in the right direction. It is worth noting that the Labour Party was deeply involved in a leadership crisis, as the National Working Committee, NWC, led by Comrade Julius Abure, whose term ended in June, had been engaged in disputes with the Nigeria Labour Congress, the party's governing body. However, during a recent meeting, the stakeholders resolved the conflict by appointing a 29-member caretaker committee chaired by former Finance Minister Senator Nenadi Usman, tasked with revitalizing the party and organizing a new convention within 90 days. So there it is right there. So they've, I don't know, but does that then mean that, sorry, let me play you a 10-second song. I think I'm about to sneeze. Let me play you. Oh, hold on. Is it gone? Okay, let me play you.
I wish I go back to the old days when I used to be the kid in the 3rd grade, playing in the street with my homies all day. Cause we live so fast, now we can't relate. We come a long way, money can't wait. And no worry about a thing, happy all days. This is how we live, we cannot complain. And nobody leave, keep the old plans. Hey, when I'm better, Mingari Zuda.
All right. So pardon me. So that a bit of a. So Julius Abure has been sacked, but how deep is that? He's been sacked many times, but has been sacked for real this time around? Nobody even paying attention to that space. So tedious has it gotten now. So tedious has it gotten now. let's go on from there to this. Family buries late Nigerian flag designer after federal government federal government failed promises. So this is the guy that came up with the green, white, green flag. He passed away recently, and I think he was promised a state burial. But then, of course, anyway, let's do the readout. The family of Pa Taiwo Akinkunmi, the late designer of Nigeria's national flag, has laid him to rest after waiting over a year for a promised state funeral that never materialized. Akinkunmi, who passed away on September the 4th, 2023 at the age of 87, was originally supposed to receive a state burial from the federal government, but after months of delay, his family took matters into their own hands. Akinkunmi, one of the sons of the deceased, expressed the family's disappointment, revealing that they had been paying 2,000 naira daily to keep the late patriot's body in a morgue, hoping the government will fulfill its promise. However, after enduring the extended wait, the family decided to move forward with the funeral. The Oyo State government stepped in to fund the burial rites, which commenced on Wednesday and concluded on Friday in Ibadan, the late Akinkunmi's birthplace. So it was actually an Oyo man that came up with that. Green, white, green flag. I'm not surprised, actually. Anything that makes sense comes out of Oyo State, like myself, also from Oyo State. And hopefully I make sense. The Oyo State government stepped in to fund the burial rites, which commenced on Wednesday and concluded on Friday in Ibadan, the late Akinkunmi. If I ever decide to move back to Nigeria, I can only ever really live in Ibadan. I cannot live anywhere else. If and when I decide to move back to Nigeria, I can only really live there. I cannot imagine any other place outside of. The Oyo State government stepped in to fund the burial rites, which commenced on Wednesday and concluded on Friday in Ibadan, the late Akinkunmi's birthplace. Pa Taiwo Akinkunmi, born on the 10th of May 1936, is renowned for designing the Nigerian national flag in 1958. His iconic design, a green and white flag, was chosen in a national competition, and he was awarded £100 for his contribution to the nation's identity. Meanwhile, the Oyo State government has urged the federal government to give Akinkunmi the honor he deserves, reflecting his legacy as the creator of a key national symbol. So I think that guy, I think it should be GCN, or they should give him some GCON or whatever it is. Or is it the wrong? Oh, no wonder. Is that what is going on? Did I send the wrong? Did I send the wrong link? Silly me. Oh, so I did wonder. I wondered if I. Oh goodness me! I think I sent the wrong links all the way through. So that's actually. You know the funny thing. There'll be people waiting. There will be people waiting in yesterday's stream now. Wondering. So that was entirely the wrong. Let me actually go see if there are people. Yes. I did wonder. I thought I'd been abandoned today. Let me see if people are waiting in yesterday's stream. The link I was sending. Thomas, test that link. See if it's the right one. The link I was sending was actually to yesterday's stream, which is a bit silly, Don't you think it's a bit silly? I think it's a bit silly. It's only a simple enough task, just to send some silly. Let's see. I'm just going into yesterday's stream to see if there's anybody actually in there. Let's see. No, is the simple answer to that? No, that's not. Hold on, let me just check something here. Oh, okay. Hold on. I thought I was in for an early night, but yes, all right. So there's somebody there. Well, he would not be able to hear me. Guy, you are in the wrong stream. Just come anyway. All right. So I think you'll come to the realization soon enough. Let's just. Oh no, I'm not in the wrong one. So yes. All right. Let's just. So that's discombobulated me somewhat now. So let me realign the brain. So yes. No. I sent the right link now, Choma, but the link I originally posted was the wrong one. And I think there's somebody in the other studio now, but I cannot reach him. But let him be there. He'll get bored and he'll leave. Yeah, let me. Sorry, discombobulated. Let me go on to this one. This guy should get a GCN or when they are giving people like Yemi Osibanjo and all these meaningless empty heads national honors, then surely somebody that actually designed, we can actually see justification for this guy to have not only a national burial, but even national honors as well. But so there it is. So that's part. I didn't. It lived to a great age, actually, 87. So the guy that designed and they're burying him in the full colors of his own design. So that's the guy that designed the Nigerian flag right there. Yes, are we done with that? Right, his iconic design, a green and white flag, was chosen in a national competition and he was awarded £100 for his contribution to the nation's identity. Meanwhile, the Oyo State government has urged the federal government to give Akikumi the honor he deserves, reflecting his legacy as the creator of a key national symbol. The acting governor of Oyo State, Bayo Lawal, said the celebration of the death of an iconic figure like 87-year-old Pa Taiwo Akekome, who designed the Nigerian flag 64 years ago at the age of 23, should be a national festival. The fact that Pa Akekome belongs to this part of the country does not detract from his recognition as a national hero. The acting governor said the acting governor said this at the funeral service held in honor of the late icon at the Liberty Stadium in Ibadan. According to him, Pa Akekumi represents the classic example of a national icon, and the federal government should not abdicate its duty to give him deserved respect and honor, whether alive or dead. So there it is right there. If they can't pay for his funeral, they should actually give him a national honor. I think I think everybody universally will say he's deserving. All right. So we're back to our Otapia woman. So back to Otapia woman. You did not. So you don't open your mouth anyhow in a society where the police knows their job and work without interference. This is coming from Loretta Onoche, by the way, a former important person within the Buhari administration. You don't open your mouth anyhow in a society where the police knows their job and work without interference. Amaka will now explain to the police her devious plans to poison innocent Nigerians. She went too far. So there she is right there, fully in the custody. I'm in Canada Peking, then no go fit touch me. Well, there you are. You'll be Canada Peking, so you will go and eat Ewa in the Canada Peking versus although somebody is disputing this somewhat, it says although they do have that habit of refuting everything. Remember when the Canadian police told us that they were picking her up, and they told us in a press release on their own website, but these people were still saying, no, Oh, yes. Oh, it was this same guy, actually, lawyer Henry Jones. He was the same one that was saying the Canadian police were not arresting this guy is a joker. Emulate relationship between Nigerian and South African musicians, Thabo Mbeki tells leaders. Former president of South Africa, there was one other international one that I wanted to bring here. Former president of South Africa, Thabo Mbeki, has advised current African presidents to emulate the impressive relationship between Nigeria and South African musicians. Mbeki said the African artists have managed to forge a formidable relationship and strong collaborative strategies, which have seen them popularize both countries' entertainment sector and create wealth for the industry's participants. But the political leaders in Africa are locked in baseless egocentrism and I can say the word, but it's stuck in my head. Territorialism. So there it is, territorialism. Baseless egocentrism and territorialism, which prevents generation of wealth amongst African countries. So yes. So I'm sure that makes sense. I'm sure that makes sense. So this last one now, it speaks to that space of the Chinese somewhat taking over the space that the West historically occupied within the African space. Do you know what the global South is? The global South are countries outside of the Western spaces. So the African countries, especially those third world spaces. So China, essentially the leader of the global South as it stands now. Beijing is besting America. This is coming out of Bloomberg. Beijing is besting America when it comes to influencing Africa. So all right, do we want to read this? Okay, let me send the link again. Actually, the room does need populating. There's 0 persons in the room now. So if you want I always say, if you want the conversation, it is a participatory sport. So let me send the link again, as absolutely categorically not a single soul in the studio at the moment. Oh, so let me send that. Let me send that. Let me send that in. All right, let's just do this one. We do 3 paragraphs of it. Traffic. Hello. This is Colin Murphy in Beijing. Traffic in the capital is usually pretty lousy, but this week it has been brutal as President Xi Jinping rolled out the red carpet for a who is who of African leaders in town for the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation. No country is too small and no leader too insignificant for an audience with Xi. He held dozens of meetings with figures from all over the continent, most of them looking for help developing their economy. So that's the Chinese right there politicking to it. So that's the Chinese right there politicking to it. All right. Let me play you. Let me play you some clips. Let me actually kick it off with this guy has actually appeared on this platform twice. This is Prince Adewale Adebayo, who made an interesting appearance on Arise TV or Z Channel's television just earlier on today, and this is what he has to say. Let's listen.
Professor Patutomi said, if you were in President Tinubu's shoes, he will return subsidy in some ways. And you were saying that you wouldn't remove subsidy. That means you're saying tonight that President Tinubu should reverse the subsidy policy.
No, look, President Tinubu is not going to reverse any subsidy policy because of the following factors. One, he ran on the basis that he was going to remove subsidy. Under his own vision of Nigeria, where Nigeria is going, Nigeria and subsidy, prosperity and subsidy cannot coexist. And he made his case that if you like, you can go on rampage, you can go on demonstration, you can go on riot, you can go on anything. I will remove the subsidy, and there's nothing, I'm not going to change my mind. And people, when I heard that, I said, I'm going to defeat this man in this election. Clearly, people are not going to vote for someone who wants to remove subsidy. And the same thing, the PDP candidate said he will remove subsidy, even to boot, even sell an NPC. And the Labour candidate said he would also remove subsidy on day one. And they gave the same arguments, which we don't have all the time for, that it was costing too much, we're subsidizing pleasure, all of those arguments. Now, when the election results came out, and they didn't lose massively, the three of them got the highest vote, it shows to me that maybe Nigeria were not paying attention, but they were not too angry that somebody was going to remove subsidy. But when they started, when the policy was now official, I kept reminding people that you see this policy move is going to cost you. And I said it about over a year ago that you will see price increase. And when you come into the studio and say we should discuss price of petroleum subsidy, I was thinking to myself, is Shegun calling me to discuss the price increase today or the one that will come in 6 months or in 1 year?
Will it still increase?
Of course, he's traveling.
So this is not the least that we should expect.
No. Please, if anybody is hungry or tired, or conserve your energy.
Really?
Because the price is traveling up. So can't waste all your tears.
The price will travel up, the pain will increase also.
Yeah, because the government can do some other things.
Like what?
To reduce the pain. They can put the horse before the cart, if they can find where the horse is. So what they should do is to now try to tell Nigerians, okay, petrol is not your business. And you can do that. You can say petrol is not your business. Just before I came into to this program, I saw an advertorial on your station where Governor of Ogun State was giving electric bike to commercial motorcyclists. So he's doing that in the typical way Nigerians do their own thing in politics. But it's a good policy. So if you have a systematic one done across the country like that, a national automotive policy that says that majority of our commercial vehicles will go off petrol, you can do that. But what I'm saying in essence is that don't be calling people into the studio every 3 months to cry over fuel subsidy or fuel price, because by adopting that policy that you are removing that peg, just like when you remove the peg from Naira, I stopped checking newspaper as to where Naira will be, because once you remove that peg, you are saying, I throw it to the market forces. Then I will start looking at your productivity and your consumption. And I know that immediately you are having a shortfall in your productivity vis-a-vis your consumption, then the Naira value will keep going down. And if I see inflation rate in America and I see inflation rate in your country, I expect that Naira will go up. So that is clear. So the policy choice is this, that we had people who said, we are going to remove subsidy. We had people who said, don't do it. Those who said they will remove it have had their way. People have voted for them and they have removed it. What can you now do? You can't go back and say, reverse it, because the structure for reversing it is not in their head. So what they are going to do is to be hiding the subsidy. Do you know that the reason why petrol is not 2005 now is because President Tinubu is using the NNPC as sacrificial lamb to burn the NNPC profitability by using it to reduce the rate. They are still not selling it at the price which it is landing. So that is the problem of saying we are now working with market forces, where the market forces means about 6 or 7 people. Now,
so there it is right there. So that's the reality of the gloom ahead. If your outgoings is more than your incomings, then the naira will continue to hemorrhage, the hardship will continue to vest, essentially what our Prince Adewale is saying there. So there it is right there. So it did tell you that they did tell you they are going to remove this. So why are you actually crying? Because all through the campaign phase, everybody said they will remove the subsidy. So why are you crying now? He didn't say he was going to remove the subsidy. Sowore said he was going to ensure that the subsidy remained. So all of these things, so the choices were clear, and you chose the people who told you. There is nothing that is happening now that Tinubu did not actually tell you during the campaign. He told you that there was going to be hardship. He told you if you will protest, but he won't care. He told you that. He told you he was going to remove the petrol subsidy. He told you he was going to do consumer. All of the things he told you that he was going to do during the campaign, he's doing now, both good and bad. So maybe you should have paid attention, and maybe in 2027, you should now start to pay attention. So like Prince Adewale said, you were forewarned. So you were forewarned. This now next clip is the story of Nigeria told in 1 minute. Did you think that was ever possible? But it is possible, and it has been done. This now next clip is the story of Nigeria told in 1 minute. But it is not just the story of Nigeria. It is actually the story of Africa. But this is the story of Nigeria told in 1 minute. Watch this.
Proud to announce to you the first artificial intelligence road that will be completed in less than 1 year. The government is setting aside 10 billion for the completion of this project. Thank you. Thank you.
And that's exactly how it goes. I thought it was only Nigeria, but that's how you can tell from the accent. That's some East African space. Even the 10 billion was 10 times however much it was needed to build that road. But still, they stole it all to the point that they just. And by the way, when you saw that guy painting the tarmac, that's what actually happens in real life. We've seen several clips, especially coming out of the South, where they literally paint this. That's what they do. So, and by the way, that wasn't even a skit. That was a reenactment. That wasn't a skit. That was a reenactment of an actual thing that happened and still happens. So that wasn't a skit. That was a reenactment. So that was a reenactment, and as a result of that, do you want to know what the consequences of that is? This is the consequence. So this is the consequence of that.
I don't even understand the level the thing got into. You got no food. Okay, I got twins. I got triplets. Because of money, blood. Go and bring money for blood. If I could run up, I lost one of my son. I don't even understand. If you're in a good country, can't you give my boy blood and keep it with you in the hospital? I'll come and I'll look for money and come and pay. I was going my way. I said I used to pay 150 naira from my home to the market where I'm doing my hustling. Now they say it's 1,000 naira. I need to stop at Baker here, and I pleaded for 800 naira. My son, I just told I got triplets. I can show you on my phone. If you think I'm joking, let me show you. Let me show you my sons. Let me show you my son. I'm not telling you lies. This is my triplets. Put the camera on it. The middle one just died because of blood. Telling me to go and bring money for blood before I could round up and come back. I lost one of my baby. Sorry about that. I don't understand. A cup of Gary that we used to buy for 50 naira, 2 for 50 naira, now is 250 naira, just a cup of Gary. What the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on?
So the guy is trying to guide it along. He's trying to Americano it along, but that's a really tragic situation. That actually is a consequence of the previous clip, the sort of, ungodly looting that we see all over the African space. You say that he didn't have the economic means to support the children anyway, but then he has a set of triplets, so it may not be a matter of family planning. It's a consequence of a gift from God. But it was trying to hold it together and still stay in character. But that is a consequence of the level of lootings that we see in Africa. But what has led us to that space that we loot so vociferously resources meant for our well-being? So what led to that? This next clip explains what led to all this. Watch this.
Now looking back, I know and I appreciate now that when you grow up in a colonial system, or in whichever system you grow up, people who design that system, design in such a way that they will produce a certain kind of people, because they give them a certain kind of information, they expose them to a certain kind of information, and they keep certain kind of information away from them. So you grow up with a certain attitude. You are shaped. Your mind, your attitude, your values are shaped. Your world is shaped. And you are deliberately discouraged to appreciate anything about you, because you are not supposed to know or to imagine there was anything good in your pre-British experience. So your people in the pre-British era were primitive, they were backward, they didn't know anything, they did not even know anything about God. Now you know about God, you know about Jesus, you're saying the rosary. Remember, I was saying the rosary. All these things are packaged in such a way that you look at the British and you admire them greatly.
So there it is. It's actually to that song by Fela Kuti, Colo mentality. The greatest colonialism that took place was a colonialism of the mind. So that's the thing. Our minds have been colonized, and we don't even know it. You talk in this affected accents, trying to be more British than the English. Just a colonized mind. So colonized mind. And what expresses that more than this? Even let me just play you this. This is on a lighter note, but it goes to even that colonized mind still. You can see that this guy here is not in his comfort space, but he just decided to do it anyway because he heard that this is what people do.
Baby, will you marry me?
Yeah.
Oh, no, not that one. So let me give you this one first.
So baby. Wait. Which now? Really? I didn't see this coming. Wow. I love damn. I didn't see this coming. Like, wait. Surprise.
Say kiss.
Surprise. For you? Guys. Wait, am I like right now? There. I just said yes to my man. Imagine I already again.
What do you like?
Wait. Thank you, Mama. Sharp. Inawayana. Dear. Are you for real? Am I getting married? I need to call my mom. Umar just proposed to me right now. Are you guys kidding? Mijina, 1 and 2.
All right, I'm going to play that again, actually. But let me just say this, and then I'll play it again. So on so many levels, that's just curious. So that is it's totally out of sequence with what we know about that culture. That Dan Ladi will go on his knees to propose to a girl. That's just not the imagination that we have of that space. Dan Ladi from Adamawa and all of those sorts of characters is that he will say, "Okay, take this $100,000, go to Aisha's parents, tell her that I want to marry her, so they can wash her, clean her up, and have her brought to my tent." So have her cleaned and brought to my tent is our imagination of courtship in the north. But there it is right there going on the knee. So it's totally out of sequence one. And then also, if you're still staying within the parameters of this, take that $100,000. Malam Dandongo that you saw there is clearly punching above this weight. So there is a dollar relationship in that little scenario that we just saw. There's a dollar infusion right there. So you saw the girl, pretty erudite, international, well-spoken. So you saw the girl, and then you saw the guy who looked even. If that guy was stood next to Nedunwoko would look handsome. So it does look like something out of Lord of the Rings, you know. So you can see there is no. It's like Adams or Shomole and his wife. So that's the sort of thing. So that's a money bag sort of thing. So everything about this is both wrong and maybe right in the same sequence. But let me play it again. It's only a minute, but to just watch those disparities. Malam Mukhtar from Adamawa going on a bended knee to propose to a girl, totally out of culture. And then this guy that looks like Adams Oshomole's ugly brother, actually landing a girl of that level. So those are the two things I'm asking you to look at.
Ina so baby, ina so baby. Kai, wait. Mijina. Really? I didn't see this coming. Wow. Allahu Akbar. Oh, damn. I didn't see this coming. Like, wait. Surprise.
So there it is. Malam Bantutu finds a wife. So Malam Bantutu finds a wife. So we're still staying within the parameters of couples and proposals. So we're still staying within those parameters of couples and proposals. So we've seen this yin. So the first one we saw there, that was a yin. And for every yin, there's a yang. Just stay with me. I know if the next clip will make sense of it. So the first clip that we saw, Malam Bantutu proposing to Laraba, Malam Bantutu proposing to Laraba, that was the yin. So this next clip that I'm going to play you is the yang, which will counterbalance it, but it's still staying within the parameters of our proposal. So that was the yin, and this now is the yang. Watch this.
Baby, will you marry me?
Yeah. So are you going to stand and propose to me? Wouldn't you kneel down?
You don't want? As you knew.
Yeah.
Me that I'm coming to take care of you, buy electricity bill, buy food, buy water, buy everything.
And so you have to kneel down.
We're not going to do them again. Then pack your things and go.
So now there is infinite sense in what that guy has to say, because you know, when you propose to a girl, in the traditional sort of understanding, you are actually offering yourself to take on responsibility for a full-grown human being, to protect, to feed, you know, to accommodate, you know, to progress, and all of these things. And for taking on that burden, somebody expects you to kneel down and beg. So I think that guy may be right. I'm going to be feeding you, housing you, probably feeding your family. And for me now to offer you this golden opportunity, you're asking me to go on my knees and beg. You better pack your bag and get out. Pack your bag and get out is what the man said. So pack your bag and get out. I think about just 3 more clips to play. So this one here, I think Tinubu has found one golden bullet that solves all Nigerian problems. I'll say it again. Tinubu has found one golden bullet that solves all Nigerian problems. So stay with that thought, because now this next clip will expand on that. But stay with that thought. Tinubu has found one golden bullet that solves all Nigerian problems. Watch this.
You complain about insecurity, right? You complain about unemployment, right? Yes. You complain about the fact that, we are hungry, right? You say we want to protest, right? You say, you don't have medical facilities, right? You say you don't have good schools and good teachers, right? You say minimum wage, right? It's rice. Can't solve all the problems.
So there it is right there. And that is the golden bullet that solves all Nigerian problems. Rice. So that's the golden bullet that solve all Nigerian problems. But now, Lagos State is fast evolving out of the Nigerian phase. And Lagos now is more of because Lagos now is now going fully into the space that it historically somewhat hinted at, but expectationally, people expect it to occupy, so historically hinted at, expectationally, people bracket it in. Now, it looks as though it wants to fully enter where all of the whole world had anticipated it would be. So what am I talking about? I'm talking about London, New York, Paris, Lagos. So that usually, once upon a time, that was a theme that was somewhat building momentum before it petered out in some form. So London, Paris, New York, Lagos. So the resonance of it. So now Lagos wants to bracket back within that space, and this is the journey in that direction. So this now next clip sets it takes another step rather on that journey towards that bracket. Watch this.
Enter the main bowl for the 3rd time, because you can enter the main bowl in 3 levels. The level we just came from at the top, the VIP level for VIPs only, and this is the lower level. For sub-VIPs, because sitting on the lower level, paying more than the premium and paying Oh yeah. Yes, when I came here, I was one cent. It's grace. Today, what are we doing here?
We're going up to the stage.
Oh, okay. We follow you?
Yes.
Okay.
Where your hand to your mouth? No. Let the man. Let the man.
All right, so there it is. Like a phoenix from the ashes, it rose. Like a phoenix from the ashes, it rose. Do you get it? That sounds like something from Lord of the Rings. Like a phoenix from the ashes, it rose. That's the rebirthing of the National Theatre in Igomu, which is now the Wole Soyinka Theatre of Performing Arts XYZ. So that's another piece in the jigsaw. So they're building a dome to rival the O2. They're already mapping out the city in terms of internal rail system. They are going towards rebuilding all of the dilapidated road structures, and of course, security now something being established within Lagos State. So, like a phoenix from the ashes, it rose. So that's another piece of the jigsaw put in place. So that's the rebirthing of Lagos. Is no longer, is neither a Nigerian city, state, or an African city. It's a global space, and the globalization. Did you know that you know, I'm sure a lot of you may or may not know. Earlier this month, I can't remember the exact date. They have something called like a Nothing Hill Carnival here in London. Well, I'm not in London; I'm in Kent, but over there in London, to the south. So they have the Nothing Hill Carnival, which is, if you don't know what the Nothing Hill Carnival is, it is somewhat akin to the Rio Carnival or a Caribbean Carnival. Essentially, women dressed in elaborate, scanty outfits, dancing to calypso music, etc., etc. So within that Notting Hill Carnival, for going on 4 decades now, there's been a section that they call the Nigerian section. So there's always been a Nigerian section where Nigerians especially gather, and as the years pass on, like I said, it's certainly 3 decades, if not more. So as the year gets pass on, it grows more and more. Nigerians gather there, so everybody goes there to see who they can meet, old friends, etc., etc. And so that place builds its momentum. But the Nigerian corner of Notting Hill Carnival this year was sponsored by Lagos State. Did you get that? So this is what is going on. Sanwo-Olu is really moving stealthily to re-bracket that city as a global city. So Sanwo-Olu moves stealthily to re-bracket that city as a global city. So let's start. So I'll play you one more clip, and then we play the Kegite music, and then hopefully people turn up, and then we have a conversation. So I'll play you one more clip. So this now clip. So there's been several clips now that have spoken to the Nigerian African experience. So this one speaks to a particular soup song, just a carve out, a side dish of the Nigerian global experience. So a soup song, just a aperitif, an appetizer, So this one speaks to a little side dish, but a big side dish, really, of the Nigerian experience. So let me just play it, and then it probably make more sense when you see it rather than me trying to explain it. So let me play it, a little soup song.
You build schools that members' children cannot attend, but you raise money from members to build that school. Oppression. What is different between that and slave trade? What's the difference? You raise money, and you tell them we want to build a school so our children can have a school to attend, You raise their money and they all contributed. You built the school and put the school fees where their children cannot attend. What is that not Yahoo? Wait, is that not Yahoo? It's Yahoo. It's not even Yahoo. It's Yahoo.
So there it is right there. I'm not sure too many people disagree with what that character, whoever he was. He's part of the game as well, trying to pretend like he's criticizing from within. So what was it that Naira Marley said? See me see trouble. Am I a Yahoo boy? I wonder how the average Nigerian pastor would respond to that. See me see trouble. So I'm just trying to see if there's any more clips. I think I've exhausted the clips. Yes, see me see trouble. Am I a Yahoo boy? So see me see trouble. Am I a Yahoo boy? Certainly I am not. Certainly, because I wouldn't want to be a Yahoo boy, to be honest with you. Although I like danger and fast pace, but I cannot abide criminality. I feel something that is unearned. It doesn't quite, there's no sense of, like for instance, I'll play you the clip in a moment. If there's anything that I hate more, there are a lot of things that I hate, but there are certain petty things that we hate. They are petty, but we hate them with the same fervor that we hate serious things. One of the petty things that I hate is somebody wanting to take back a move in a game of chess. that just instantly tells me that this is a criminal. So you make your move and then you stick with it. So someone trying to take back a move in a game of chess, it's as petty as that. But I don't even know what the FUCK I'm saying now. So let me just play you the K-Guy song. Hopefully the panel turns up and then the conversation commences. The K-Guys, the K-Guy. Egbe Lemo, have you got your calabash ready?
Water, only water, where they see ma. Water,
only water, where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ibe sodi kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Petro Sọ́nàmẹ̀ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Petro Sọ́dúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìle o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
So there it is right there. Just turning up at the last minute to rescue the session. There is our Prestige right there. Good to see you, man of Prestige. Babati in the house. I think he wants to speak to specifically something in particular. Prince Daddy, of course, the twin brother of BT. Not the twin brother, but people often confuse the two of them together. But good to have you, gentlemen. Good to be in your company. Let me kick it off with you, BT. You wanted to especially speak to a particular matter, BT.
Yes. How are you doing, one man? Good to
I'm
see
good.
You.
Good.
Yeah. The only issue I have with you, you like danger. I don't particularly think you. Okay, never mind. But anyways, let me.
Do you not like a little bit of that's.
I'm a man of peace. I'm a man of peace and just. But my heart breaks because me just coming from work now. I was a consult to a case that had to do with blood loss, but cancer related for a child below 6 years old. So when I was coming back from work and I was hearing you talk about the news story of the child that died because they couldn't get money for blood transfusion. That is heartbreaking because that should never happen in any society. That should never happen. And I wonder why the Medical Board of Nigeria and the government have not done anything about it. I'm not saying that they should pay for all treatment in Nigeria, but to stabilize the child, to at least keep him alive. So below 6, I would say below 6.5, 6.1 to 5 for hemoglobin, and like maybe hematocrit times 3 of that, you will do transfusion, except maybe they were like sickle cell patients in 5.4. But 6.1, let's say that's the average for Nigeria. At least give the child the blood first. Obviously, something else is going on that is causing the blood loss, right? Mostly gastric or maybe cancer-related issues. So, but you need to at least stabilize the child first. Okay? Any society, if you have to raise taxes or source funds as a state government or as a federal government, where you have an emergency fund, where hospitals can file cases where in emergency cases they had to give blood or do emergency surgeries, there has to be a provision for that. Now, post that treatment, if you have anything else going on, then the family can then figure that out. But you need to keep that person alive first. That is the priority. So they should have given the blood first. Then if there's any other issues going on, then you can talk about payment and treatment. But the life of the child is very important at that time.
I mean, who can disagree with you? Not many people can disagree with you. But the only thing is it a private hospital or a government hospital?
It should.
If it's a private hospital, then they might well make the argument that they're not obliged.
But my point to you, one man, is that they should be. In America, if you go to emergency rooms, even if you cannot pay, just to stabilize, not the actual comprehensive treatment now. So I'm not talking about that. Just at least keep you alive.
Who gets invoiced the bill?
That's why I said there's supposed to be some form of emergency fund where if I'm a private hospital and somebody comes in, I can then file claims and say this person came in and I justified by showing proof that this is the reason why we did the treatment, and the government then reimburses you for the payment. That is how a sane society should operate. You can't have kids die because of blood transfusion. Do you know how ridiculous that sounds, woman?
Yes, I'm just trying to imagine that it would probably be something like 50,000 naira that's cost.
Then stabilize the child first. Then there should be some form of fund to do that. You can't have kids just dying because somebody. And he said he went to get the money, right? And before he can come back, they didn't do it. I mean, maybe where was the phone call?
It didn't sound like he was able to get the money. He couldn't even afford the taxi fare back to his
right. That is not a society that I want to live in. That is not normal. That is not humane. That is just these are kids. That's a child.
Yes,
I had something close lately, and it was because that person had cancer. The child had cancer, but they've done about 9 transfusions in the last 4 months.
You see, it's really the coldness, because you're in the medical field. All these are, especially in a third world country like Nigeria, all these private hospitals, if they want to go with, I think it's part of the Hippocratic oath, isn't it, that do the treatment. I don't know, you can tell me otherwise. But if they want to go with some humanitarian something, that hospital will not last for a week.
Yeah, because
I'll be back. Yeah, they will then block and yeah.
And so the question is, so what is the role of government then?
Yes, the government needs to build more hospitals so that people can access it. So the private hospitals then are patronized or
for more advanced issues. Like, so basic primary stuff should be government run. If it becomes more complicated, advanced, government hospitals can take care of this case. They should be able to take care of it. But let's say they find cancer or some gastro issues going on, or nephrology issue or endocrinology issues going on, then you can go to a private practice. But to keep the child alive first should be something an LG council should be able to handle. This is pathetic. I
thought you were triggered because it was a set of triplets.
I mean, yeah. Oh, okay. Maybe that's why, one man. I never even thought about. You know what?
Yes.
Maybe you know why.
Yes.
So maybe that's
I know why.
I'm like, what? Why? So I don't know. One man. I just.
They had bleeds sometimes. Sometimes you, even from a distance. You're in America. I'm here in the UK. But even from the distance that we are, you somewhat have to distance yourself still. Because if you get emotionally involved in Nigerian matters, man, you just
I'm trying to stay away from Nigeria issues now. If you notice, lately I've not been. So if it's not, I will come. But Nigeria, it's just there's no like we are regressing on a daily basis. There's no.
BT question real quickly. Do we have like a blood bank?
They do. They do have blood, but that's not the issue. The issue is that the payment payment was the issue. And even if you had blood bank, oh man, you know, they have America here, they have blood drives here in America where you can walk in there, donate blood. That should help with the cost as well. So where's the drive to that as well to make the cost come down drastically so that people can afford it if there's a need to? So,
well, you know, we abuse everything in Africa or in Nigeria. And I was making an example the other day about, you know, state governors paying for their citizens, but people were kind of against it. But if you have like a blood bank, blood drive, we have ample of blood in the local governments or in states, that individual like that father can go directly and apply for the blood through the hospital to get the blood transfer or get credit for it.
Yeah,
I mean, we have to find a way to mitigate.
You know, but you know, it's not. There's also a cost to it. Just because it's in a blood bank, it has to go to the hospital screening. So they are adding the cost of transfusion. The nurses, so they have their own charges as well at the hospital, not just the blood itself. So that is the other cost attached to that. That's where I think the price went up. But that will help if we can do what you're talking about for the blood. But
shall I play you something that will really finish you off? Let me play you this. This will finish you off.
Leave that chicken!
Do you know what was going on there?
I have no idea.
Well, right. Scavengers, trash scavengers.
Well, they are scavengers, that's right. But what are they scavenging for? What they are scavenging for is there's chicken that was seized by the customs because it had gone bad and it could not be used anymore. So they seized it and then they dumped it there. And then these people, they went and they were picking up the already gone off chicken and they're scrambling over it.
And you know, why do you think you have
it's unbelievable.
So
is that in Nigeria though?
Yes, in Nigeria. Can you not hear? It's somewhere in either the middle belt or the north. But irrespective, it could be anywhere. It could be Ekiti.
I got a woman. I got it wrong. But let me just say, well,
before you run, let me counterweight that with this. So, if you ever wondered what the tension is in Nigeria, keep in mind that clip of people scavenging for rotten chicken, and then counterbalance it with this. This is only about 30 seconds, BT. So sorry, I'll play it again. Look out for the flag. So there it is right there. If they cannot find bread, let them eat cake. So as just
BT before you run away.
Okay, press that. Go ahead.
Now, going to BT before you run away. I told you about Seaman. What was going to happen to him, right? What happened to him?
He's ended up in Galatasaray.
If he had waited any longer, it would only be worth like 20 million at the end of the day. So the sooner it left, the better.
But he'll be back in December, though, when they do the December window.
Yeah, Woma, somebody said on Twitter that from selling gala in Lagos to go into Galatasaray, like he just from gala to gala. So that's what happened. I gotta go, guys.
BT, real quick before you go, I want to chime in on the blood thing you spoke about.
Yeah.
You made a statement that blood drive and stuff like that should bring down the cost of of blood and blood products. I want to counter that by telling you that good healthcare delivery is very expensive. And you alluded to the fact that in America here, they do blood drives. They also do blood drive in Nigeria. They have a national blood transfusion service in Nigeria. And I'm aware they also do blood drive. But do you have idea how much platelet concentrate cost in America? It's about $1,000.
Yeah, okay.
Just a pint.
I have about 3 minutes, because I got to really. But to respond to that, what I'm saying is that government should then step in. I said there's other costs that will be incurred in treatment, but my own focus was talking about just stabilizing the kid first. Then, if you then diagnose the child of other things, then you can talk to the parents about it. But keep the patient alive first is the priority.
I agree with you, but the way you want them to go about it is what I disagree with. Because at what point do you start? Because you know how Nigerians abuse stuff. Why won't you propose the system in America here where you treat anybody without asking any question? But now here they have a system where you cannot run away from your debt. Nigeria need to build that system first before you propose government hospitals, especially private hospitals, having to treat people without asking questions. So the point I'm trying to make is that there are fundamental things we need to put in place in that country first before we can advance all these first world ideas. If you get the point I'm trying to put across.
BT has bailed out. I think it was under the pressure of time, but I'm sure he'll be back later, and then you can pick that up. All
right.
You sound like you're driving, Abdul.
Yeah. I'll call in later.
Yeah, coming back from work.
Yes.
All right.
Hold on. Let me. Can I say something before Abdul leave, please?
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. What you said, the fundamental has to be. We have to put that in place. But it seems like you are making excuse for inefficiency of Nigerian environment. I mean, it's about time. We're a third world country, but it's about that time we're making certain kind of trajectory, at least be in the middle. So, in my own opinion, you're making an excuse for them, okay? No hospital, nothing. I mean, you have all this World Bank, you're talking about blood bank and everything seems to be efficient. I mean, that's the area I have problem with.
It seems you misunderstood my position.
No, I understood your position, but
hold on, I'm not making any excuses for them. I'm saying that what BT is proposing cannot work in Nigeria except certain things are put in place. You cannot just say, oh, government should set aside emergency funds we all know what will happen to that fund. They're gonna embezzle it. Or even the Nigerians are gonna abuse it.
Okay,
but
is that not part of the inefficiency and corruption? I mean,
that's
exactly
that's the point I'm making. That what I meant by certain fundamentals should be put in place is that things like corruptions, things like digitalizing the whole bureaucracy in government to centralize things. Just like in America here, you cannot run away from your debt. Once it's attached to your name, you have to pay that debt. You understand? In Nigeria, you cannot do that.
Okay, if that's what he's saying, hold on. If that's what he's saying, the student loan stop. They was able to implement, the policy whereby you can't get away from the loan. You have to pay for it. Either way, whether you're abroad or come back. So why can't that be implemented?
That analogy doesn't cohere because because student loan, you have to go apply. For the hospital, you are saying anybody should be treated. What if that person doesn't even have NIM or anything? You tell the private hospital to treat that person?
I'm with you. I'm with you on the point you made. The fundamental hasn't been laid. But what I'm saying, why not use that urgency about this student loan and the process, utilize it in various parts of Nigerian area.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
I agree with you. I don't disagree with you on that. Of course, it has in Nigeria. A state of emergency should be declared in Nigeria in so many sectors. The health sector, security. I mean, a lot of sectors need attention. I agree with you 100%.
Thank you.
All right. Even the whole of Nigeria should be. Is it martial law? The country. There's nothing. There's not a single thing that is working at all. I think we lost Abdullah as well. But let's kick it off with you actually. Prestige. But let me play this clip that somebody just sent in at the last moment, and then you pick it up from there.
So, average prices of a litre of petrol across some selected countries. First up, we have UK, 2,973 naira per litre. Next up, we have Cameroon, 2,270 naira per litre. For the loud and ignorant people that always talk about minimum wage and GDP. You also have, let's go down, you have Togo, 1,851 naira per litre. Benin Republic, 1,700. Ghana, our neighbors here, 1,582 naira per litre. You see here, UAE. UAE also is one of the largest oil producing countries in the world. You see their price here, 1,267 naira per litre. You have Nigeria. I know the ignorant ones, they will ignore all these things, right? And then focus on just these two. You see Libya and Iran. These are the Libya, Iran, everybody's always, talking about. Now, before we go into that, the point I've made with this is to show you that petrol is an expensive product, like I've talked about in previous videos, for those who are actually following to learn. Petrol is an expensive product. So whether or not you're producing it in Nigeria or not, it is produced in America. And even this price is subsidized. It is produced in UAE. This price is subsidized. It is produced in Cameroon. Although their quantities are not as high as Nigeria, but you see it. Cameroon produces crude oil. Ghana, they produce too, but not in large quantities. But you see their prices. Even China, you see China, 1,900. They also have crude oil, but you see the price here. So petrol in itself is an expensive product. Now let's go into you people's favorite, Libya and Iran. Look at this. In 2020, the Libyan government allocated 5.6 billion Libyan dinars, which is $1.2 billion, to subsidies. The largest part of expenditure were fuel subsidies, which amounted to 3.4 billion dinars. So $740 million the Libyan government spent on subsidies. So the reason petrol is cheap in Libya is because the Libyan government is subsidizing it. This is Iran. Iran spends tens of billions of dollars a year on energy subsidies. Iran offers the highest amount of energy subsidies in the world. The government's news agency, blah, 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 has highlighted amidst a big financial crunch and budget deficit. So Iran pays the largest subsidies in the world, and they are currently in financial crisis. And I forgot to mention in Libya. Libya is also in financial crisis. Their central bank collapsed recently. Like their financial system is in ruins. But, you want cheap fuel. The whole country can burn as far as you're buying cheap fuel. Let's go on. The result was that compared to the world total of $181 billion in energy subsidies, Iran was the biggest single provider with more than 16% of the world's total. So it goes through the breakdown. Now look at this. A gallon of gasoline is sold to people for a little over 20 cents in Iran. While in Persian Gulf region, that is around Iran, and around Iran, you're talking about even Saudi Arabia and all those other Asian countries, gasoline prices are over $2 a gallon. If you break down that math, it's about 1,500, 1,600 naira per liter. And these are countries that have crude oil in abundance. So again, my point is that petrol is an expensive product. That some countries are getting it cheap. That Nigeria is getting it this cheap is because the government has been subsidizing it. But what is happening now is that the government is saying they do not have money again, so they can no longer subsidize that. That's why we are going through everybody's going through hardship. Now, I am not supporting government. Go and watch all my videos. I don't care about your opinion, but go and watch my other videos. I only say things the way they are, so that if you have a more informed populace, it will be better for us, or it will be easier for us to hold the government accountable. But so many Nigerians are ignorant. They do not read. They do not know anything. They cannot think. And that's why a politician can come and push you people anywhere and you won't even know who is right and wrong because you do not understand anything. And I try my best as possible on this platform to enlighten people so that the more the populace is enlightened, the better decisions we take and the more we can hold politicians, into account. And if you don't have the ability to think, if you don't have the ability to do this, unfollow me, don't watch my videos. When you see this face, just block or swipe. I don't need your views. I'm not here for anybody's views. I'm not here for followers. Do you understand?
All right. So it couldn't be any clearer than that. But it didn't give us the minimum wages there, though, because that's the counter way. And Nigeria has one of the cheapest oils in the world. I think we've already done that endlessly. But I don't think people quite understand. We even had a senior man like Comrade Okuniye that came yesterday telling us that they should be selling petrol for 120 naira a liter or something. I mean, I was aghast, So
he said 167.
Yeah, yes. What's the difference? How is that? On what planet is that possible? Even in Saudi Arabia, they wouldn't dare. I mean,
see, a strong naira would make that possible. See what that guy was saying in that video, and I don't know, it's just a bunch of numbers. Say if we had a strong naira, okay, that would make a whole lot of difference, and that's a big problem I think we're having. Trying to convert, the dollar to this current rate of the naira is ridiculous. I'm not sure if it's a true representation of the economy or what we stand for. It's not a good thing. Now, I mean, a dollar or what? Almost $1,000 for a liter of petrol. Okay, I think it'd be much easier to swallow at 200 or 300. Okay, naira per liter.
All right. Everything actually goes back to what you just said, Prince. A stronger naira is the panacea to everything, but unfortunately, the journey to that stronger naira is a stronger economy, which I think if Tinubu has the magic potion for that, then that would be great, But I've always been against all this minimum wage increment and all of that. My only argument has always been strengthen the naira. If you are able to strengthen the naira, it solves a lot of problems. But Prestige, you want to kick it off for us? You can speak to whatever you're interested in, Prestige, or the talking points.
Okay, yeah. Let me greeting everybody. Whoever's in the platform, I can't say everybody's name right now. But having said that, I'm glad to be on this platform. People on the chat and people on this platform. I greet you, one man. Greet to you first. Yeah, let me start with this. This tape we just watched. I mean, I think Prince Daddy just hit it on the nail. The stronger naira will be the barometer for everything to work. I mean, but this guy what he just portrayed that was kind of half truth. He didn't talk about the purchasing power, but we know stronger naira would have minimized all this problem we have right now in terms of the purchasing power and some of that things. So he was kind of half truth in what he said there. I mean, people are suffering in Nigeria. Okay, because I was watching some video today. It's not just because of people are suffering. I mean, some people can afford it, but not everybody. But what that does to Nigerian space is because of that kind of trickle down to the everything. Whenever the price go up, the person selling Gary is going to increase it. We don't have. I'm not saying we should, adopt a price control per se like that, but there should be some certain kind of, barometer set up. How our price tend to inflate to a higher degree whenever there's any kind of price increase. And this is exactly what's happening right now. I think today, what I'm even the NNPC area gas station, mobile or whatever, the gas is at by 8 something or whatever. Then they're not selling it to people. I was watching at the queue. I mean, the queue is like miles. They say they don't have any gas. So people are complaining. They are hoarding it in order to sell it in the black market, then or sell it to other people. they would then increase it to about 1,000 something, because in many places they are buying gas 1,000 something. The only place you can buy it is NNPC, which is their price is already regulated about 800 and something. But how
Yes,
many people can go there and buy?
I heard the NNPC petrol stations are empty. They are not sending fuel there. Even.
So where is our oil? I mean, where is our oil? I expected our oil, now that Dangote has started, I mean, producing this PMS right now. So I thought he's supposed to help us. Hasn't he started already last week?
Yeah,
but I don't know what he's producing per day.
He said he's ready. He said he's ready to satisfy the Nigerian market immediately. But I think he's waiting for something from the NNPC. So,
but I don't think it's going to make any difference. This man is a businessman. He's going to be selling at the parallel market,
No,
so
no,
he can just come.
I think part of the deal they struck is that the NNPC will be the sole buyer, and then they will sell it on to the market.
Oh my God, that's not a good thing. One man, how are you going to trust NNPC?
And this is the thing now. If it's taking away their fuel subsidy, something they still want.
I mean, they are designed, as a liability company, but it seems like it's a government, corporation. So this is the problem we have in that country. So I don't think it's going to solve any problem. We just need certain kind of things, in order for things to work in that country. I mean, I'm not an expert when it comes to all this gas stuff or something like that, but I just made a comment in reference to what I'm seeing there, like what I was watching in Nigeria today. I mean, there's no petroleum in the country. So, or they're holding it, like some people accuse them, because I was watching a lot of video, I mean, if this thing can be happening in Lagos, what happened to a place like where I'm originally from, Imo, something like that? It's going to be worse in that place. I've not been able to verify until I talked to my dad this weekend. What's going on?
Prestige, good evening, everyone.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, yeah. One man, my sister said what people are rumoring about is everyone is waiting for Dangote is the one causing, Nigerians are the one causing this scarcity we are talking about now, because everyone is waiting for Dangote to stream out, waiting for his own price. So they are holding the fuel in anticipation for Dangote to come on stream.
She's talking about the companies, right? The gas company, like Mobu. Yeah.
Yeah. They said there's a holding something somewhere. They are just waiting for Dangote, and Dangote is not forthcoming for now.
And so the masses are suffering. That's the problem.
There is fuel in that country, my brother. Some people are ordering it, waiting for Dangote to stream out his own price. Maybe they can get more, they can sell more, because we don't know how much Dangote is coming out with his own. And people forget that Dangote will still give the fuel to the NNPC. NNPC is the one that still will determine the price. One man, am I right? Dangote is not selling. Yes, Dangote is not selling to the populace. It's not selling to Nigeria directly. Everything is still going to NNPC. NNPC is the one that will still determine the price. Sorry for cutting in. Yeah,
no, that's okay. My brother. Yeah. So I mean, I don't see this predicament, this hardship the country is going when it comes to the the petroleum issue we have right now. But it's not just when we talk about the petroleum issue, like that guy said, but he did not say how that's going to spill over to other aspect of the economy. We know what happened. We don't have any kind of price control mechanism. Whereby you go to a shop, this is what you're going to buy. People just made up the price every day, depending on what happened. Women that say, they put up their own price because they say transport has gone up, so they're going to increase it. Everybody on their own. I mean, just a free market. Yeah, it's free, but it's a kind of a loose free market. That's what we practice. Not just free market economy. We practice a loose free market economy. So that's the problem, we have in that country. I don't know how far that can go. But anyway, I don't have too much information in that area. So let me go to the next space. What else do you have? Because I've not been listening that much.
Yeah, let me just give you the headlines. The headlines are not, the news cycle is not really it wasn't really offering today, but this is what it offers. Why we declared 2023 presidential results at 2 a.m. So this is INEC. So you remember, just shortly after that election, like a thief in the night, as though if he had declared it at 2 p.m. and still said the same thing, as though that would have made. So what they were simply telling us is that it was just a matter of logistics. The results had to come in and processes had to be gone through. And once those processes had been satisfied, the INEC chairman declared. So the process was satisfied round about that time, and he just made the declaration. So it's nothing more conspiratorial than that. It's just as boring as really just a process. So what are you, did they even need to have responded to that at all? That's the question.
Well, they need, yeah. I mean, you serve the people, you need to be responding to the people. Yeah, about that. I mean, everybody has the opinion of what actually transpired that election. I wasn't there, I can only go by what, what people said, on the ground or something like that, was supposed to, the election, like the promise, at Chatham House was supposed to be transmitted in real time. But that never happened. So now they're blaming it on logistic issue. But most Nigerians is not going to believe it unless the people that support the government, they're not going to believe this excuse they're making, whether it's true or not. I mean, I don't really know how the election happened. I mean, of course, we know the antecedent when it comes to Nigeria election. It always has to do a lot of criminality that involves. So that's what people is going by. But as of today, we know who is the president. So, I'm going with what we have today. It's not going to change anything. I mean, regardless of what happened or what, I mean, I can't just stay here and say that everything is clean. We know what happened, I mean, I don't know what happened, but we know that, we can pretty much speculate there's a lot of fishy things that actually happened in the Nigeria election. This one is not going to be alone. I mean, it has happened before, judging from what we witnessed this last time, things wasn't properly done. I mean, INEC didn't deliver as they promised. So now they're making it, logistic issue. So I'm not there. That's what they come up with. But they have to, they're answerable to the people because this is taxpayer money, and they're serving the people, but they should be answering to the people. That's how I see that.
All right. Hopefully that actually satisfies that. That space has always been meaningless to me, that it declared it at 2 a.m. So what if the only thing that mattered was what he said now, not when he said it. But,
no, you can't just say that one man, the only thing that mattered with what he said. But how about what he promised in real time? You're going to be, the election will be, the result will be, the result
yes,
will be known.
But,
so how about that promise? He never apologized for that.
But Prestige, I don't think he has to. All of these
Why?
things, because they're just meaningless red herrings.
Wait a minute. This is the life of the country. People depend on whomever they vote for, for them to get the right result.
Do you know what matters the most? Is the result. Whether it was announced that
result can't be matter. The result could have been ring. So if it is ring, it's okay.
But that's the only bit that matters, though. So whether it was transmitted or not live, whether it was announced at 2 a.m. or not, it doesn't really matter. Does the result reflect how the vote was cast? Is the result that Babo Jacobo announced? Does it reflect what the will of the people is?
How it reflect what actually what actually people voted for? Is this a right tabulation that or was it manipulated? You cannot really say. Not in Nigerian space, not in this particular island, not Mahmudu.
Yeah, but that's.
I mean, he has no credibility, in my own opinion. It's just my opinion.
No. I don't disagree with you, but what I'm saying is that is where the question is. The question is not whether it was transmitted at 2 a.m. or not, or whether it was transmitted in real time or later. Is it credible or not? That's the thing. And the credibility is not the 2 a.m. or live transmission. It's the actual. When Bayo goes to cast his vote in Oyo Ekiti, when Mahmoud announces it at Abuja, is what he's saying. Does it tally with what Bayo did? So that's it. So anything else, 2 a.m., 3 a.m., the last election that was handled by Atahiru Jega, he announced it at 4 a.m. Nobody even noticed, So all those things don't matter.
Okay. I mean, what you just said when it was, when it was actually, announced or they got the result. Okay, that may be true, but they need to, people need to have credibility in the amount of money they spend that they're actually getting the right result. But right now, people don't have the credibility. Is it not is it not the onus of the government or the INEC to give people some credibility for them to believe in this, that this is actually the right result? I mean, it's on them to do that, not the people. So that's the point I'm talking about. I don't know what happened. We're all speculating. I wasn't there. I didn't vote. So I mean, I wasn't even in the INEC, office to know exactly how whether it was manipulated. But everybody suspected. I mean, a lot of people. I can say about 75% of the country, because Tinubu got about 30 something or whatever. Also, I mean, the loser, they all suspect, but you have to give them something, to quiet them. But up to today, you haven't given them, the evidence to quiet them. It hasn't. So it's up to the government and INEC to prove to people this is actually what happened. That the election was credible, the proper result was tabulated. And this is what we got. This is what it is. Just they have to there has to be certain kind of investigation, because if that's actually happened,
what's been investigated?
Whether the result was properly tabulated. Because look at what happened here. Remember, I don't know if you follow American news. I don't know if you follow American news. When Trump lost, I mean, he went to Fox News, and on Fox News manipulated and started speculating that the campaign that actually, handled the election, that they ring the election or something like that. Of course, they have to sue Fox News and everything. Of course, they pay billions of dollars, and they apologize for their, for their offense. So that's how things work in a saint country, but we are not there.
All right. I'm not.
I mean, that's strictly my opinion. Okay. No, I don't have any fact to back up anything that I'm saying.
No. I of course, yeah. And we're all sharing opinions, but I'm not sure that I agree with anything you said.
No, that's okay. That's why we are here. I mean, that's the only reason why I come here. I don't come here for people to agree with me, just to voice my opinion. So
yeah, no, that's fine. But we're talking about credibility, but a lot of the international observers said there were lapses in that election, but it was the most credible that Nigeria has yet had. And all of the international observers said that election, I can go and bring you the streams, but I think we've done this so many times. But they said that the results was a fair and accurate reflection of the will of the Nigerian people. So what the international observers were saying was that the Tinubu won the election, but then could they have been bribed?
Okay, you want me to believe the West?
Well,
you want me to believe the West when it comes to credibility about Africa?
Not just the West.
Let's assume they want Tinubu now. They want Tinubu because they can use Tinubu. Is that not what they are using right now? Is that not where we are regressing?
All right. There's an
because that's their preferred. Tinubu is their preferred candidate. All these big and somebody. Tinubu is their preferred candidate.
I don't know if Tinubu was their preferred candidate.
No, he is their preferred candidate. I mean, because he's the only one they can use as a guinea pig in order to manipulate us, and that's exactly what they're doing.
So they couldn't use Atiku Abubakar or Peter Obi.
I don't know, but they are not there right now, so we can't talk about them. We have to talk about who is in charge right now.
No, you said
Atiku Abubakar is not running the country. He doesn't have, he's not running the country.
You don't even pause for somebody to have a conversation with you. You said he is their preferred candidate. So,
yes.
So then you bring the other candidates into play. So
I think we don't have to talk about them because they are not, they are not the president. So we have to talk about the president.
Yeah, but you said so. Hold on. You said it's their preferred candidate. So you are talking pre the elections, not after the election. So
okay, let's talk about the pre-election. Okay. I'm just saying there's no need bringing people.
You don't even listen. What's the point in trying to just carry on?
No, I'm going to listen. I'll be quiet. Make a comment.
No, you are saying he's their preferred candidate. So if it's their preferred candidate, then you are talking about before the elections, not that now it's the president. So that's one. And then if it's their preferred candidate, then you are saying they are choosing him over Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, Sowore, Prince Adewale, etc. And you are saying because they feel they can manipulate him. And I'm asking, can they not equally manipulate Atiku Abubakar, who has a long history of criminality all documented in America, or Peter Obi with his Pandora Papers, or Kwakwanso with his... They are all the same now, so I'm not quite sure if it was their preferred candidate.
But they have to choose the most gullible, you know. So in my own opinion, they choose the most gullible, which is Tinubu.
Tinubu is
yeah,
gullible.
They could have manipulated them, but to what extent they can you know, they can manipulate them. Maybe those ones could have a little bit of obstacle compared to Tinubu. So they choose the, you know, they choose the least of all that they can manipulate. So I mean, that's how I see it, and that's exactly what we're having right now. Because you know, I'm with, you know, pretty much, you know, ruling our country. You think the Nigeria people are ruling our country? No, they are not.
All right. Let me take you to another space. Let me. So the guy that actually designed the Nigerian flag, so he died recently. Do you think he's deserving of a state burial?
The person that actually designed it?
Yeah, the Nigerian flag,
the
green, white, green.
What 1960 or whatever? Something.
Maybe it was even earlier than that. I checked for you, but it was quite a while ago. So he died recently.
Yeah, he does, definitely. I mean, we should give him a national honor. Definitely.
In 1958. That was
okay. Definitely. He's one of the best flags. Yeah, green, white, green is you know, it's one of the best flags globally. Yeah, whomever he is, I don't know his name. You can tell me his name if you don't mind.
It's an Oyo man anyway. Taiwo.
Yeah, it doesn't matter where he's from. It can be somebody from. It can be your family member. It don't matter. But he deserves an honor. So you know.
All right. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Well, they promised him a state funeral, but
that's it.
Yeah. Oh no, he's actually been buried now. His family ultimately had to bury him because they promised him a state funeral a year ago, and the family kept on paying for mortuary fees in anticipation of
that government. Should not be one man. Yes. I mean, we are not that broke. So you can't tell me because we don't have money. It's about patriotism. You know, this is where it should come in. I mean, to my own opinion, he deserves a national honor than all this, than most of these politicians that have not done anything. Yeah, he deserves it.
I agree with you in full. If there's anybody deserving of a state funeral, he's contributed more to that country than Buhari or somebody, you know, because
I do. I'll give it to him. I've not contributed, but he does. So I give it to whomever is due for.
Yes, a lot of us rally behind that flag, but but there it is. Let me take you to the space. President Tinubu's economic reforms are difficult but necessary. This is Bill Gates, who seems to be spending an increasingly worrying amount of time within the Nigerian space. What actually surprised me was that he was actually speaking at the NEC meeting, which is the meeting that the government convenes with the governors, I think every month. But what are you making of that, though? Because a lot of people actually go with that storyline. Tinubu's economic reforms are difficult but necessary. Do you agree somewhat in part with that?
Yeah, like I said, some of the policy, you know, that I've read, you know, the ways on the way it has been outlined, which is just pretty much a paper, you know. So I think the problem, you know, the government is having the implementation. You know, they have not been able to, you know, do something, you know, try to get rid of some of the obstacles, which is some of the fundamental obstacle, you know, that is hindering, you know, the government from progressing. So there has to be some fundamental that has to be taking place for all this policy to be actually implemented. But if you look at the policy on paper, it's a great policy. It's a great policy, but having a great policy, if it is not properly implemented, you know, something like that, you know, like we are talking about, you said something about the fuel subsidy. Okay. Everybody, most of the presidential candidate promised that they was going to remove the fuel subsidy, you know, when immediately they come to office. But what's immediate? Nobody ever said the first day. They said they're going to remove it. Go and read what they said. Nobody said I'm going to remove it the first day before I even assume office. That's what Tinubu did. And
that's what immediately means now. What does it mean?
No, immediately
is not 1 year.
You're an English speaking person.
Immediately is not
caveat
1
there.
year later now.
No. I don't say it have to be 1 year, 1 month.
Immediately means instantaneously.
No,
That's what
1 month. You
instantaneously.
understand English when it comes to this kind of
I
policy
understand
implementation.
what immediately means. You understand what immediately is. Immediately is
What immediate?
instantaneously. Instantaneously. That's what it means.
No. You're kind of bungling the word immediately.
Right.
That's not what it definitely mean. I don't know what they could have done, so I'm not going to say come here and say Obi would have done this, Obi, but
no, we know what Obi would have done. We have the clip.
I don't know what Obi would have done. 1 month.
Hold on. We know what Obi would have done because he told us. He said he would have removed. We have the clip. He said he would have removed it immediately.
You don't have to play it. Everybody already know. You played it here several times. You say I'm going to remove it immediately. But what's immediately? Is it before you assume office?
It's instantaneously. That it's an everyday
word. He
word
didn't
now.
use the word instantaneously. Even at all,
that's what immediately means.
That
now.
Instantaneously is very vague. So when you use that word, it could be within the 6 months of my office, or within 3 months. That's they all fall within that perimeter. When you use the word immediately, it doesn't mean the first day. So you know that 1 man, you're just a proponent of the government, but that's fine. That's why we come here. So.
I'm not a. Don't
yes,
don't
you
say
are.
that. No, all right, forget all that.
No, I'm gonna say it. Go ahead.
You can say what. Look. Anyway.
I mean, it's up to you. But I'm just gonna say how you see you narrate your story.
I'm not even part of the story. You know this, and the storyline is the storyline. I take a position, you take a position. So we can disagree. I'm not necessarily a proponent of the government. I'm not wholly
well, maybe some people don't see it, but that's how I, man of prestige, see a narrative.
Well, that's up to you. Maybe it's too sophisticated.
Yeah, maybe just me.
Too sophisticated for you, but
that's okay. That's just how I see it. It's not because of your bulletin point,
guys.
Or how you.
No, that's enough. Let's just stay with
don't
the story.
Don't get offended. Just take it as a man.
No, you do it all the time. So I'm not the storyline. The storyline is what we're talking about. So I am not up for discussion. I'm not on the news. So you've told me severally what you think. So I think I'm fully up to speed with where you are. But let's go to what we're talking about.
Okay.
Take us to Rhodes-Vivour, who tells us that he's going to win Lagos State.
I didn't hear that story. What did he say? Please.
No, it's just they were having a convention, I think, in Woma here, and it was I think really it was just trying to rally the troops, but it says that Labour Party will take over Lagos in 2027, and that just made me have to go and check the figures again. He lost by about 200%, so it was quite a leap for him to take over Lagos State. But they were in Woma here to try
Is it the new inauguration of Labour Party where they start Kaburi or whatever?
Yes, it was at that space. So okay. You can either speak to Rhodes-Vivour or the sacking of Abure.
No. Let's stick with what you're talking about. That's fine.
So what do you make of it then?
1 man, it's politics. I mean, I never really think that he has a chance. Because that man don't have any kind of antecedent politically for you to say he's going to rival Sowore. Let's be very factual. But it's just the way the politics was played at that time that he, because of he has some Igbo name or married to, his mother from Igbo, then he's not a but just the politics. And that's playing in Edo State right now, wherever it has been playing. It's just the politics, it doesn't make any sense in my own opinion. Because in my own opinion, if I'm the president, I believe wherever you reside, regardless, this is how we have to minimize this tribalism nonsense. I believe wherever you're born, you should be a resident. Or if you move to somewhere, you've been living there a year, which is the way. If they want to make it 2 years, it's good. You're supposed to run for that office in that particular state. You're a resident of that. But hey, in Africa, I don't know if there's any African country, maybe South Africa. If that happens, that's the way it's supposed to be. That's gonna minimize all this tribalistic something we have, so a Yoruba man can go to him and run. That is nonsense.
So you'll be happy to have Governor Abdullahi Mukhtar of
yes, that's me. I can only speak for myself. As far as you can perform.
No, hold on, just hold on. That's very nice. That's just politically correct.
No,
Hold on.
ask me for my opinion.
No,
I can't speak for other people in Imo.
Yeah, okay. So maybe Imo State. Okay, you can't speak for other people, but I don't think that anybody can imagine people that are so chest beatingly, I don't want
that
to
may
say
be true,
ethnic,
but that's not the way I look at life. Maybe I live in a more advanced country. I live in a very progressive state.
Right.
where my opposition party, is my councilman. So it doesn't bother me in as far as you deliver. That's all I care. I mean, my mayor, after all, is an LGBT guy, in San Diego, and he's performing. That's all I care. In as far as I don't subscribe to that, idea, of having a mayor, somebody governing me. But yeah, performing. That's all I care. Just don't bring it to me. I'm a progressive. I don't subscribe the Democrat.
What about cultural propriety? What about cultural propriety?
You see, I'm not a cultural man like that, so you are speaking to the wrong person.
No, but Nigerians are.
Yeah, they are. This is the problem. They overuse that cultural to become something tribalistic or whatever. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with being very cultural. Nigeria are very cultural, culturalized people, and it's good. But you have to utilize that culture to something to better your country, not just. You have to find a way, a harmony in that country in order for us to move forward. We've been like this since 1960. When are we gonna grow up and become like, at least, I'm not saying we have to be advanced country, at least advancing. But all what we are doing right now is kind of regressing.
We are advancing.
I don't mean if we're a third world. I mean, people might take offense to that, but that's how I feel.
Yeah,
we seem like we are below a third world country. I mean, forget about the infrastructure and all that kind of thing. It doesn't matter. I'm just talking about the governance.
You have to open the window for somebody to interrogate you. How are we a third world or below a third world country? What do you mean?
What I mean?
Yeah.
Because it's a country where nothing is working. It's very contracted. Nothing is working in that country. Tell me what's working in that country.
But I cannot think of anything that is not working.
A lot of things are not working. I mean,
right.
not healthcare. I mean, tell me.
Nigeria has a strong. Lagos has a strong primary healthcare system. A lot of people have
kind of have big. Okay, tell me other places that have it. Is everything has to be Lagos? How many percentage of Nigeria live in Lagos? Just overall, Lagos is about 29 million or whatever. 30. I don't have the figure. And Nigeria is about 223 or whatever.
They have it in your state as well, but those are the only two places that
up to what standard?
Also, the standard enough to meet the needs of their people at a primary level.
Okay. I'm not gonna query you on that because I don't have the data to back up what you say.
A lot of things actually work in Nigeria. They have a very good.
Even the loot, the so-called loot you have in Lagos, forget about private company. Forget about private company.
All right. It's very easy.
I mean, my dad brother almost lost his life. I mean, I don't want to go into that story right now. Okay, maybe one other day is very painful about what happened. He almost lost his life, because of lack of emergency. I mean, they have to wait for so many hours before they can take him to the hospital. And the hospital was taking,
the banking system is very strong in Nigeria. Almost
better
than, yes.
Okay. Let's not debate about what work in Nigeria.
No, because there's a very not you especially, but it's a very lazy space that people go to there. Nothing works. A lot of things work. Maybe not some to decent enough standard. Many to maybe somewhat substandard, but certainly they are working to some degree.
But shouldn't we be above that right now?
Above
how long we been?
I
mean, hold on. Things used to work better a long time ago. When I was in high school compared to right now. Tell me what is working. Not even the aspect of my life that I really like, sports. Tell me what's working. There's no synergy between the
telecom
NFL.
system.
There's no synergy between the NFL and the NFL. I mean, nothing. That's just a typical example. Look at where we are in that area right now. I'm just giving you an example how things, they used to have principal cup and some, all, grassroots sports and some. I'm just giving you an example because, I'm very knowledgeable in this area. That's why I'm giving you, that's why I'm using the sports analogy to show you how far we have regressed, in terms of those things. So what are you saying about that? You still have, what information do you have to counter what I'm saying? I'm winning. I'm beating you on that.
Oh, well, you can beat me. You beat me on so many things. So there's nothing new there. But no, it's just the idea that it's very easy to say nothing works in Nigeria, but a lot of things actually. Nigeria has a good telecom system.
I will take that word back. Nothing. I will take most things doesn't work.
Well, I probably will even quibble with that. But let me not over-elaborate. But I wanted to play you a clip.
Go ahead. I'm here.
Yes, I'm just waiting for it to load up. What are you looking at in the news as this clip loads up? Is there anything you are looking at?
I think I was looking at Tinubu trip to China. He's supposed to be coming back. Well, the latest news I heard that he's in London right now. He's not coming back to Nigeria.
Yes, London, Dubai, and then Nigeria. I think it's going from.
What is all that about? Can somebody tell me what is this wasteful of Nigerian money flying all over? Is he testing his new jet?
Why not? If you have new shoes, don't you wear it to? Yes, now. Why not?
Yeah, it's my shoe. I work for it. I labor for it. But Tinubu is enjoying the taxpayer money. So you can't overuse it.
Prestige, do you prefer it goes to the beach and lie down like Biden and do nothing? Do you prefer that?
Don't bring that. I'm not gonna. We're not gonna talk about that right now. When it comes to American politics, then you and I can talk about it. I think I would have liked to talk to Babati because he's more of a rational conservative compared to you. Babati is the right guy to talk to.
But he defeated
you bring the worst out of me. So
it defeated you in the last debate now.
One man, don't go there. You know that everything that he said, Prince Daddy didn't have any kind of substance. All he was doing was gibberish stuff, talking about how bad Kamala. He didn't give any kind of substance about what is Kamala Harris' vote right now. What is Kamala Harris' experience. So let me tell you one thing, one man. Some people are just I don't know why you just brought me to this topic, and you know how passionate I am. They are, because what happened right now, Republicans don't have anything to pin on Kamala Harris. They have tried anything. She's not black enough and everything. Now, what Fox News is talking about experience. One man, go Google it. Kamala Harris has about 21 years experience before now, and Trump has a 0. Go find out. He even beat Reagan. Reagan has 8 years experience. What's the other person name that has 11 years of experience? I think Obama has about 4 years experience of public servant. So we're talking about before you become run as a president. But Kamala Harris has 21 years experience already, right from AD to Attorney General that she worked at. To Senate,
Kamala Harris is our version of Peter B here. Our version of Peter B is Kamala Harris. You call your favorite word for Peter B is what? Duns. Yeah, that's ours, Kamala Harris. So let's first continue to
let's continue, one man. What was you gonna say? Let's get back to Nigerian topic. I'm enjoying the Nigerian part.
Okay. Let me play you a clip. This is more of an international one. It's only really because we don't have big topics, but we like to have conversations. So this one here, this is an evergreen sort of topic space. This is the Kenyan president speaking to Anchor Paul, I think her name is, of CNN. They are trying to change our culture, and this is what they're trying to change it to.
In Kenya, to be gay, the LGBT community is illegal. They just want to have equal rights, the same privacy and equality as all other Kenyans do. Is that something that you aspire to for your country?
I want to be very clear. I will not engage in a subject that is it is not of any major importance to the people and the Republic of Kenya. This is not an issue, as you would want to put it, of human rightsism. This is an issue of society, of our own base as a culture, as a people, regardless of which community you come from. This is not acceptable. This is not agreeable. Those are the laws that we have. Those are laws that are 100% supported by 99% of the Kenyan people, regardless of where they come from.
So there it is. Is this a ever going thing that they are trying to impose this LG? Why are they trying to impose that LGBT thing on?
You see, that's the. I mean, people blame it on Obama or something like that. It's not that the LGBT has not, wasn't happening before Obama came in, but Obama just commissioned it to make it legitimate for people, for that particular set of people to have right. Most of the time, they didn't have right. I'm against it, one man. Regardless, I'm a progressive. I'm against it imposing. I think Kamala Harris tried to do that when he went to Ghana. Of course, they shut her down. And they tried to do that in Uganda. So, and I think they sanctioned Uganda right now, something like that, but I'm completely against that. You have no right to impose your ideology to a sovereign nation or your philosophy or what you believe. That is completely wrong. So, I don't like, whatever people are blaming Democrat. No, Democrat did not produce LGBT. They just give them what is legitimate right as a human being. You have a right to, you have a right, you have a right like other people. That is the only thing the Democrat did in American space. They are not the one that created the LGBT. And it's properly right. And I agree to that. You have to give people right. Let God judge them for what, for whatever people consider. If it is a sin, let God judge them on that area. But you can't deny people right to do something because of the kind of behavior they subscribe, which I'm against. But that's on them. But just don't bring it to me. I'm from a very progressive state, and we have quite a lot of them. But you don't bring it to me. So even in my job, I have one under me. So.
Oh God, do you want to rephrase that? You know what? Do you want to rephrase what you just said, anyway?
What is it to rephrase? I have one that work for me.
No, it's the way you said it. It was a bit.
How did I say it? I still have one that work for me. Yeah,
you said you had one under you, which I thought was.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for cautioning me on that. That wasn't the right phrase.
No.
But let me finish. I still have a few more to say. So I saw the picture put there earlier about Tinubu. So what did Tinubu go to China to accomplish? Because I don't, in my own opinion, I don't really see, what he went there to. This is the people that conflicted our plane. So are you going to tell me, how you going to combine that for what he went there to? This is people that seize our property, and put it on eBay. So are you going to tell me for the highest bidder? What kind of business, is between what I consider to be a convicted, debtor, and a notorious shackle? So tell me what, a notorious shackle lender. Tell me what's the benefit? Is it not waste of trip?
Tinubu going to China is a waste of trip.
Yes, it's a waste of trip because we're convicted, debtor already. And
what's the largest economy in the world right now? Who has the largest economy?
Well, you think they're gonna borrow you money when you're still owing them, that money that something emancipated from Ogun State? Are they gonna borrow you money?
China is not going to borrow Nigeria money.
Okay, what's Tinubu went there for? Is it not a waste of trip? As he said, what he went there for, he's already left.
It's a trade trip now. Actually, there's a China Africa summit going on at the moment, which of course Nigeria the epicenter of Africa, so Nigeria has to be there, and it gives him go on.
But he seemed to be the most the most traveling president that I ever known. I mean, like, you know,
no, Buhari
I mean,
was the
nothing
most
has been
traveled.
accomplished.
Nothing has
Is it
been
not part of
accomplished.
waste of trip?
Well, if you say so, maybe that's your understanding. But
Okay, because I've not really seen, you know, what has, you know, which they come. I've not seen any kind of this Western country that has come to invest in that country. But you know, let's see what happened in that area. But one man, how come you didn't play? How come you didn't say something about this Canada lady that was arrested or whatever?
No,
I thought that's part of the topic. That's why I sent you that video.
Yes, I have it. I have it there. So if you want to speak on it,
I mean, I don't mind. I speak. I don't mind. I speaking. You know, my understanding
all right,
that, you
speak
know,
a little on that, and then we're going to Prince
yeah.
Daddy.
My understanding that
and
she
then
has
we'll
been,
move around.
you know, she was arrested, you know, and released. Was it yesterday or something like that? So she made a video. You know, you don't have to play it, but I don't have to tell you. You know, she made a video. I think she was interviewed today by Dr. Chid. I don't know if you know about Dr. Chid. Some guy that live in Canada that has appeared on Dr. Damien. I think he has his own platform. I've never really watched it.
I know him.
So
yes.
he interviewed her to, you know, and asked her what prompted her to do, you know, to whatever that insidious statement, you know, which is bigotry to the highest level, you know, in my own opinion. I totally condemn it. But you know, so Dr. Chid asked her what prompted her to say that. She said she was very emotional because of, you know, the way people had been bullying or whatever. But you know, two wrong can't make it right. So you know, but that's definitely her excuse. You know, then she said, you know, because she belonged to a platform, you know, people are talking, against her own people and something like that. So she just lost her emotion. Then after that, she apologized for being that. But I'm not saying that's going to be an excuse or something like that. You know, then she played a video, you know, of her interaction with some other people. I think she interacted with the guy. Remember the Edo guy? We were talking about. The first name is Kingsley that live in Venezuela. You know what the guy says. So I don't have to repeat exactly what he said. You see, you know, it's as straight outrageous as what Amaka said. So you know, the guy, they have his name and everything. So what I heard right now that the Canadian government has petitioned Australia government to investigate about what's happening in that space. So, but I listened to the video I sent you, but you don't have to play it. So I hope
the
I hope this is a
interview,
lesson to everybody. Go ahead.
The interview with Chidi, that was actually 9 days ago. I'm just checking it now. It was 9.
Oh, is it 9 days ago? No, but
9 days.
That was before she was released.
No, that was 9 days ago.
Oh, so that interview occurred before she was arrested.
Yeah.
Okay, and released. I think she's released right now, according to what happened. But I'm not saying, you know. So, you know, let the Lord take care of himself. So, yeah. But what I understand that, you know, she's suing Abike. So I don't know the reason of.
She's suing
I don't know
Abike.
I don't know what suing her for. In as far as I don't agree with Abike, you know, I thought, you know, it's kind of partial injustice. But I don't know what she's gonna. Maybe that's part of. That's part of some leverage, you know.
What would she be suing Abike for?
Yeah, maybe the lawyer, maybe whatever, if she has a lawyer, maybe the lawyer says do this. You're gonna leverage it to when you come to your court case. But I don't think when suing Abike that Abike is gonna go to jail or pay any kind of restitution, you know. So, but it's part of maybe the lawyer. The lawyer has to advise her, you know, to do that. So that's what I think. But in my own opinion, you know, that's a frivolous suit. But I don't agree with Abike the way the injustice was. Yeah. But anyway, that's a story we have. But hopefully everything, you know, people will be held accountable. That's my only concern. So I'm done in that space.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Let's go to Prince Daddy. So Prince, we're talking about Nigeria presently in just recently left China now, but then China having a world summit with Africans. So and they're giving them the the red carpet treatment as well. And this Bloomberg piece is speculating to somewhat the growing influence of China to replacing essentially the Western traditional spaces, and a lot of the spaces that China is expanding its influence in now, they are gravitating more towards China because one, they are getting infrastructural benefits. China not interfering in their domestic affairs, and they are reflecting back to say that look, we never really got anything out of our relationship with the West all the way through. Mahmoud Yakubu declaring at 2 a.m. saying that it was just the process landed at that spot. Sowore claiming that the DSS have put arrest on site levy against his name. So how true that is or not, that certainly should be the case for what he has done. Bill Gates backing Tinubu up somewhat. Rhodes-Vivour telling us it's going to take Lagos from Sanwo-Olu 2027. So Prince, you're up next.
Yeah, hello, one man. Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfectly. Carry on.
Oh, really? Yeah, I'm in the building here, so
Yeah, we can hear
back
we can hear the echo, but we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, hello everyone. Like, share, and subscribe. I love the show. So which one do I start with? Tinubu in China. That's a good one. How many deals have you signed yet?
Yeah, I signed several MOUs, but a lot of these MOUs they actually mean nothing, But if he's able to get some infrastructural deals to come back with, that would yeah.
With the Chinese, actually, I think it's much easier dealing with the Chinese than these other nations like Russia. I think the Chinese they like to work and they like to get things done. And usually, I've learned when something doesn't work out, it's usually the fault of the African people or the leaders because it's always an attempt for them to game the system and make money. That's how the game goes. And the Chinese too, they know all about corruption, but we can't continue to blame people for the way we are. We have a role to play in it, and we play a big role in our backwardness. So I think, quite frankly, I think it's a great opportunity. The welcoming they're giving Tinubu and the red carpet, I think it's great. I can't remember which summit that the African leaders went to that they packed them in the bus, or was it was it when they went to the what do you call it, the Queen's funeral? I think that's what it was.
Yes, and they put them in like school kids. You remember? Yeah. Oh God, I remember that. Buhari was there, wasn't he, on that bus?
I don't. Was it there? I don't think so. Was it? I don't know. I can't remember where it was there. But anyways, now, do you know the what do you call it? The AU and the African Union building was donated by the Chinese. They
Yes.
spent. Okay, yeah. And you know all about that building, right? It's all bugged. It's all
Oh.
yeah. You know, we Africans we don't respect ourselves, man. We just don't.
What do you make of all these summits? Because we have the China African Summit. We even have an India Africa Summit. We have a Dubai Africa Summit. So it's almost as though these people they are hopping around the world with a begging bowl. It's almost embarrassing. And then they line them all up behind one president of one country so that one can show them off like safari spoils.
Yeah. Really, I'm not a big believer in this summit. We Africans, we always on the menu. I mean, it is what it is. We're always on the menu. We're never really at the table. So we don't get much respect. We don't get much respect. All this summit, as far as I'm concerned, it's of no real value to the people. It's for the politicians to continue to make their money. I mean, there's no incentive to travel around the world because they get some incentive. The other day we were talking about Tinubu not. One second. The other day we were talking about Tinubu not uh, um assigning or having ambassadors in across the world, right? And I think that's kind of a good move because it saves a lot of money. Really, it does save a lot of money because I don't think we can afford it. It'd be nice to cut our coats according to our size. We can't afford it. And to me, rather than trying to blame him for not appointing ambassadors, I think it's a good thing. It's a good way to save money. I mean, there are other ways, absolutely, to save money. But to wrap it up on this China trip, I think China. I said it before, about 10 years ago or so. So the China is good for Africa. Actually, China is good for Africa. Um, the now leaders don't respect themselves, but they are more committed than the Western nations. Um, y- you know, they're more committed. They know we have the resources, and they're more than happy to do the job. There for a very long time. They helped build the railway. Well, in East Africa, even in America, they did. They are part of the construction uh, industry in America. So it's kind of in their DNA. It's kind of in their DNA to do this thing. But China man is not a fool. They would they would capitalize also if they have to. And again, I blame the African leaders for that.
All right. I sense that topic doesn't excite you in any way, but where is your excitement in terms of politics or Nigeria, or what are you looking at?
Uh, um,
Oh, you're still so consumed by Trump and the rest of it.
oh no, not really. I think we have a pretty good idea what is going to happen. I'm not one of those people being gaslighted by the media like Prestige. But you asked me a question earlier at the beginning of the show. Um, what Rhodes-Vivour, what how he performed in Lagos. He did pretty good actually. He came second, right? Did you check the data or the result?
Yes, no, I want to check. You are right. It did do very well. It got over 300,000 votes.
Yeah,
Sowore got nearly 700,000, but he got over 300,000. But those 300,000, I'm suggesting that it's not off his own speed. It was off the Peter B momentum because I never knew, and I pay attention to the political space somewhat. I never knew that guy existed as a human being until he came out as a governor. Did you know about him until he came out as a governorship candidate?
of course not. We knew him.
Yes,
Nobody knew him.
a non-entity,
Yeah, and that is the benefit of a party structure. And of course, yes, everything he had was because of Peter B. 100%. Everything was because of Peter B. I mean, the Labour Party trounced this guy. What do they call him? That the PDP guy in Lagos.
Jandor.
Jandor. Yeah, they trounced the guy. Get like abysmal number. It was embarrassing. It was quite obvious the people that voted for Gbadebo were um this what do you call it, the PDP traditional voters. And those are the people that voted for him, more like for Peter B. So, but him saying that go ahead.
No, go on. I was only going to say what actually. There's a lot that intrigues me in the. And by the way, 2027 is closer to us than we think. We're in just this fallow period, but very soon it'll just kick off. But what intrigues me the most is how Lagos is going to play out in 2027. I don't think they'll allow what happened in 2023 to happen again, but to what degree,
Yeah. Well, they've learned a lot. I mean, Lagos, of course, is Tinubu's base, and they have to do much better. It was quite interesting, though, that they did not rig the results. Well, some people thought they did, because when Kenneth Okonkwo was going around the news media, it said the margin of defeat was much larger than the 100,000 or so differentials. So who knows? Um, but yeah, they're not to play the game next time. But again, if they wanted to rig that result, they could have done it because everybody knew that Lagos is Tinubu's base, so it would not be surprising that if he won it. So
If
come
they if they,
2027.
if they said Tinubu won 70% of the votes in Lagos, I don't think a lot of people will argue too much about it. So if that election was rigged, then then they certainly missed an opportunity in Lagos.
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah. So I
Can
mean,
I say something,
2027.
one
I
man?
mean,
You see, that Lagos space, that's one thing, that kind of gave me solid that maybe it wasn't as ring as people said, because I'm looking at it, I'm trying to be very objective in that space. So if it was ring, why would you give P2B, Tinubu stronghold? You give it to P2B. So if I'm just saying if it was actually rain. So that kind of said maybe there's definitely some place it was rain. We know what happened in River State. On River State, I can bet my money on there. Okay, what happened. A lot of people can pretty much. I don't know about you, but it may not be as bad as people think it was rain. I'm trying to be objective. If I have to use
You know,
that as a benchmark. You know.
Prestige, the two biggest voting blocks in Nigeria are Lagos and Kano. Tinubu has proven something of an anomaly because it's very difficult for anybody to win the presidency if they don't win Lagos and Kano. So if that election was rigged, Tinubu, two-term governor of Lagos State, owns Lagos State virtually.
No. Like I said, one man,
If
you
they,
are right. That's
yes,
what kind of gave me some solid in that regard,
it's
because
just ridiculous, isn't it?
Yoruba people probably like about 60 or 70%. I don't have the figure. So a lot of the Southwesterners, must have voted for B. I know you can say about 90%. I don't know, but you can never say 100% of the Southeasterners voted for Obi in Lagos. No, that cannot be. I mean, we're not that much homogeneous like that. So that's kind of say, okay, why would they play that game? Because it doesn't really make sense in that regard. It's just my opinion, okay? Anybody can quibble
the
about
only
it, but
the only thing that makes sense out of it is if the election was not rigged.
yes. Sorry, Prince Daddy. I'm sorry. Continue, brother.
yeah, that's okay. Woma, do you know what a slice of pep is?
I have no idea. Tell me.
Just a pepperoni pizza.
Oh, all right. Is that what you're having? Is that what you're having at the moment?
Yeah, I just grabbed a slice. But anyways,
You don't strike me as somebody that eats pizza. You strike me as
Prince
somebody
Daddy,
that
that's
eats
not good for
food.
you now. Take it
Yes.
as somebody who is health conscious. But hey, we only live once.
well, see, that's the thing. When I tell someone that I'm having a pizza or McDonald's, you have to keep one thing in mind. How often do I have it? Now, I've not had pizza in a long, well, I don't know, 6 months, maybe longer. I've not had
Oh, okay, Prince
McDonald's, a
Daddy,
Big Mac.
you are with me on that. That's how I eat my stuff. Thank you.
Yeah, I've not had McDonald's like over a year now. I mean, so sometimes, occasionally, when you have them, it tastes pretty good. But of course, it's not something you want to have in your steady diet if you don't want to go at this age. If you don't want to go down the toilet, down the drain. So yeah. But anyways, Bill Gates. We talked about Bill Gates yesterday, right? This guy um, cannot be trusted at all. At least I don't trust him based on what I know. I mean, I don't know. I mean, he is no lover of Africans. I don't know why he cares much about us. Yeah, I don't trust him. Obviously, he has an agenda, and there's no doubt about it. Just like I said previously, he is very concerned about the world population, and I think no, I don't think I think well, he has an agenda to curb, reduce uh, African population. Let's start with that. Is trying to reduce, I guess what you would call the less productive part of the world. people having children and and increasing the poverty rate and not able to sustain or care for them. On paper it looks good, but as they say, who died and made Bill Gates God? Is no God. I mean, we Africans, where are our thinkers? This is where we need the people to come forth and think for us, to help shape our society in the right direction. Um, we can always rely on this Western people. Bill Gates, not just in the Africa, by the way, one man, even the America and the West. When Bill Gates talks, he talks with authority. And when it comes to health, this guy has no. We know, I think Bill Gates is a genius. He's super smart, no doubt about that. But we know this guy is not a medical doctor. He never went to medical school. But now, since Microsoft is pretty much turned his whole life career to healthcare. He has. I think Bill Gates controls.
What his parents were medical doctors, though, were they not?
No, I don't think so. His dad for sure was a banker. I don't know about his mom. I know his dad was a banker.
Bill Gates, Microsoft.
Yeah, Bill Gates, Microsoft. His dad was a big time banker. Yeah, I'm not sure about his mom. But you would think that this guy has he's smart. He has the brain capacity, of course, to read medicine or talk about it eloquently. But again, this guy is not the authority. He has other agenda. So there we go again. We Africans, we black people, we've always been like a guinea pig for the rest of the world. So if you leave Bill Gates to do whatever he wants to do, we are going to be in a big old mess. This guy is, I think now officially, Bill Gates is the number one purchaser of farmlands here in America and I believe around the world. Why? I mean, this guy's smart. I mean, is controlling all the nodes of existence, healthcare, agriculture, what else? And even technology is there. This guy eventually is going to turn himself into a god, really. He would. And again, he has a lot of power and influence around the world. The World Health Organization listens to him when he talks. I mean, one of his most dangerous pronouncements was during COVID, when him and Melinda, his wife, came out boldly and talk about and pronounced how Africans are going to be dying like flies on the street of Africa. Under what assumption or guidance did he come up with such a conclusion?
There's always been a sense about Bill Gates that he has a sinister plan, but nobody's quite clear on what that plan is.
Well, he does. Promoting all this GMO. I mean, the other day, someone was there, I can't remember if it was Benny or whomever, was telling us about the GMO stuff. Well, yeah, we Africans, if we have arid land, we can plant all kinds of stuff. But now we want to rely on GMO seeds or agriculture form of farming. This is terrible. This is absolutely terrible. It shows lack of leadership, lack of direction in any direction. Put it that way. The other day I was watching just a short clip on I think one of the TV stations about this forest in Ogun State. I can't remember the name now. That people go, of course, and cut down the trees, and of course they have to go to the west or the Western nations to help with the reforestation of the land, teaching them how to protect the land and some other stuff. These are things that our schools, our high institutions can do well for us. But of course, we always lack funding, lack the R&D to get things done. We don't do enough research. The last research I think we did was on Kilishi. I heard.
Yes, how to right.
I heard this guy. I couldn't. Well, actually, yeah, I saw the clip of this Nigerian. It was the minister, whatever, talking about the R&D on Kilishi. I mean, this is the level of our deplorable state in that country. I mean, it's shameful. But let me touch quickly also. Your guest yesterday was quite interesting. The comrade, right? His exchange with Ben was quite fascinating. But he had a good point. He had a very good point regarding the Constitution and whatnot. But and I thought about it also. Of course, Ben had a great point also, and he's trying to give different reasons why a Constitution can be formed, and give example of I think Malaysia and some other places. But your guest was making an argument that look, if it's military, if the Constitution was made under the military, it cannot be a binding Constitution. It's a decree. Therefore, we should defenestrate it. It has no worth, which is quite an interesting position to hold. And I'm not sure if that is universal in that pronouncement, in that position. But the question I think we should have asked him was, look, if the military, the 1999 Constitution had been so quote unquote perfect, had everything in it, was a beautiful Constitution that's respected around the world, and everyone in Nigeria liked it because it served every region, every people and ethnic groups. Would comrade have a problem with it? Would he have a problem with it? That'd be a question you should have answered. Now, if it's only condemning the Constitution because it does not satisfy Nigeria as a country, and there are some loopholes and some military touches to it, I can understand that. And just like Ogbeni made known to him clearly that we can always.
I think the comrade may be right, because it is well from my own point of view. Not that I know anything better than anyone, but what his argument was that that Constitution, even though it was written by experts, the fact that the military made amendments to it and then signed it off. The moment they made those amendments, it deviated then from the will of the people, and then it became a decree. So I think it may be right. So is it that they endorse it wholeheartedly or not at all? But they cannot amend it and then say it's the people. No, that wasn't what the people presented, and I think that was his argument. In fact, he's been sending me materials to forward on to Ogbeni.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, I see his point. That's why I hear him, but I don't fully accept that position. Well, now you pass on the Constitution to the civilians. Don't they have the right to amend accordingly and remove the parts that has the link to the military or the parts that don't work for them? And what about if they did that? Does that nullify the entire Constitution? That's another question to be asked. And yeah, that'd be a good question. I don't think we can just jettison the Constitution because it was military based. And by the way, before 1999, did we not have a Constitution then? Prior? Did we?
No, we were under military rule then, so they ruled by decree, didn't they?
Well, before the military came, what Constitution was Shagari under when he was the president?
That would be the 1970 something. Was it 78 or 79 Constitution?
Okay, and when the military came in under Buhari, was that Constitution destroyed? Can it not be revived again? I mean, can we not call it back?
No, because that republic ended. We're in the fourth republic now, so the new republic has to start with a new constitution.
Well, okay. Well, then we can't use the analogy of what do you call it? Darwinism position on evolution. The evolutionists or the people with the Big Bang theory, they think things just appeared from nowhere, but there's always an origin or beginning of things. If that being the case, if you cannot recall the 1973 whatever constitution, because we are in a different republic, then there has to be a beginning to it. So if you have the military in place, then the formation of the constitution has to start with the military. So from that point of view, then I guess Ben is right, because you have to start from somewhere. If you can't recall the old because you're in a new republic, that's the way I say it.
All right. Still on the constitutional space, the guy that actually designed the Nigerian flag, he passed away, but the state have refused to give him a state visit, not a state visit, but a state funeral. So his family somewhat up in arms about that.
Yeah, I heard what you said earlier. I was going to say that's a shame, but not really. In the Nigerian space, is not. But you would think like such a task. There's a government agency that overlooks such a task. I guess it fall under culture or whatever, or national culture and whatever. I'm not sure what ministry will handle it. But I mean, that ministry or the person in charge of that ministry should be the person pushing and making sure the family gets what they needed for the state burial. It's not that difficult. I mean, there has to be follow up. Are they waiting on Tinubu to do the job? This is the problem. This is the bane of Africans' democracy. Our institutions are weak and poor, and when it comes to continuity, we don't tend to have it. We don't have it. What we're talking about here is quite simple. It's really quite simple. And if the government failed, I mean, I would think the wealthy people, or rather the rich people in that country, can step forward and do something decent to honor the family and the man. Even you said the guy came from Oyo State. Okay, what about if Oyo took it upon him, the government took it upon himself and do something on behalf of Nigeria?
They did actually.
Okay.
But what the state actually promised him was a state funeral. Because he gave us a flag, and I think that probably deserving of somewhat an acknowledgement from the federal space. But they held him at the mortuary for 12 months, and then the family said enough.
He said this. Okay, the state given a state burial, or what you say?
No. He passed away, and then the state promised him a state funeral. That is the federal state. So
right.
the family then kept him in a mortuary in anticipation and in waiting. But they kept on waiting for about 12 months, and then they decided to have that funeral anyway. And Oyo State somewhat gave them some sort of stipends towards that, but it wasn't quite the grand affair that it should have been.
So, did Oyo State do anything for him and his family?
Yes, they footed the bill for the funeral.
Oh, okay, that's good. They did something. That's good. Yeah. After all, not bad. I mean, I think if the Oyo State governor or the Western, at least the Western governors that had reached out to Tinubu, I think it would have made it happen. I mean, if Tinubu is so concerned about changing the national anthem, I think it would be prompt enough to want to give this guy a state burial. I would say.
But Prince Daddy, that's not good enough now. Come on now, you and I live here. I mean, somebody that makes such a contribution to the national space. Are you telling me that's good enough? I just think that's pathetic. That's nothing to be proud of. I mean, the federal government. But the problem, like you properly stated, is everything. Why does he have to be president? Everything. I mean, it's just so annoying that like we are living in a kingdom. Everything has to be authorized by the president. People can't take of state. take it to their own Solomon, do something. But anyway, I would just get
Well,
mad about that situation.
well, that's why I'm saying that we have poor institutions, and and our continuity is poor. That's why we have this problem. This should not be a big deal. Obviously, you can expect the president to do everything, but in the same tone, if you have the institutions working and the people in charge, they are the people to take care of it. And of course, if they need to get funding, I'm not sure how much it would cost to do such a thing, but these are simple things that should be readily available, in the Nigerian space. But you know what? Again, it is Nigeria, or what can we say? Woma, so what is the Kolata saying with this super chat? That is the logic is warped by the guest or by Ogbeni or who's me or what?
It says 1979 Constitution was also a military constitution. The logic is warped. Do we now say Decree 34 too should be scrapped and will return to the region? So, well, not you or Gwenny, but I think is arguing with the guest. What Kolata is saying is that the fact that the military made amendments to that constitution is not enough to say that it's a decree, and then because it's saying the 1979, which I think the our guest, Mr. Okuneye, that he referenced it as a better one, but Kulata saying that the constitution was that was also a military constitution. And then it's talking about Decree 34. I think that was the one that unified us from regions into the sort of federal structure we have.
Yeah, I agree. That's my point. So the military has always been had its hands in our constitution one way or the other. So I don't subscribe to the guest logic in that regards. I mean, we can always now again we have civilian rule. Why come they don't make the necessary amendments to the constitution as they desire? And by the way, I'm not sure if he pointed out the part of the constitution that he did not like that the military touched. Did he say that?
No, I can't.
Do you know?
I'm not
okay.
sure.
Yeah, see, this is I think it's trying to be an absolutist. Which I don't think it fits very well in the Nigerian space. No.
I just think the whole thing is just some academic, intellectual, elitist exercise that they are going to. It's just it has no, and they've not even rewritten the constitution to say this is what we come up with as an alternative. They are just asking that the government rewrite it. So it's just never going to land anywhere.
Yeah, but it was fun. It was a really an exciting guest actually. I guess your cover what do you call it? Your caption about him before the show was a little bit deceiving. I thought it was much younger. At least it looked much younger in that picture, the photo.
Yes, that was the picture that I got. Even Choba was pointing it out as well. But yeah, that was the picture that I got. Maybe it had a rough day, but it looked a lot. Certainly a lot different than his picture. Certainly, yeah.
No. I mean, how old is he? He said he's a friend to Buba Galadima and some other older people and prominent people in the space. So I'm guessing it's not a young person like that.
I
right?
think in his early to mid 60s. That's what it looked like.
Yeah. Okay. That's about right. Okay. So
a veteran comrade, so that tells you he's been in the trenches for quite a while.
Yeah, I would have thought that with that photo that it's probably in like 30 or early 40s.
Yes,
but anyway,
you know what I usually do is I just I Google the names and the picture that is most catchy. I just grab it and use it. So he did ask me if he should send me an image. I just told him, no, don't worry, I'll get one from online. So maybe I'll take the blame for that one. But no, certainly it looked totally different from that picture.
Yeah, that's
You,
good.
you
It
could
was
see
a
that
good
it was
guess.
still the same person, but you can tell that that picture was a lot younger than now.
Right. Yeah, you can. Yeah, we can still tell it was the same person, but I thought it was much younger. But yeah, it was a good guess. Ready to engage, and but at the end of the day, though, I didn't know it was an obedient. I didn't know that.
Yes, he
But
actually he campaigned for Bina. He was one of the
oh,
yes.
okay. So I guess it doesn't care for Tinubu then. Well, um, all right. And the question I even asked him, actually, the simple question I asked him, I've been asking that question even to the panelists, that how do you define power in the Nigerian space, and also the Northerners? How come, every other region or peoples are afraid of the Northerners? But he dismissed that nobody's afraid of the Northerners, and I'm not even sure how he defined power in the Nigerian space. But anyway, that's his opinion. That's fine.
All right, brilliant. Please stay there. Let's bring Larry
Yeah.
into the conversation just to see if he is still there. Larry Ojosuno.
Hey, hello, man.
God, that's the heavy sound of sleep right there. Bele.
No, I'm enjoying Prince Daddy.
Yes.
Well,
So really, we were talking about Sowore claiming that the DSS have put him on a watch list. Even if he claims it or not, I think that's probably almost certainly true. Why we declared 2023 presidential election at 2 a.m. for all of the reasons that would have guessed that was when the results was finally satisfied and they just announced it. So there's no grand conspiracy there. President Tinubu's economic reforms are difficult but necessary. This is Bill Gates, the new BBF of the man from Bottilion. Labour Party will win, take over Lagos come 2027. That's Chinedu Rhodes-Vivour that talking in La La Land somewhere. The guy that designed the Nigerian flag, he's passed away. Family buries late Nigerian flag designer after federal government failed promises. So they promised to give him a state burial, but I think Oyo State just sent him on his merry way. So that's that. And then we're talking about China's growing influence in Africa, somewhat replacing the Western space. So those are the parameters of the conversation. But you can come in if there's anything else that interests you, just speak to it.
yeah. Thank you, man, and thank you, fellow panelists, and good evening to our audience. Yeah. So yeah. Let me start with Bill Gates. Nobody is actually disputing the fact that the policies that Tinubu actually has are great policies. But the problem is, in terms of implementation of some of those policies and managing aftermath of some of those policies are kind of like poor. And that's exactly why we're actually in some of the situations that we are in now. And there's lack of trust within the citizenry. And those are key things, right? Because the president is not really making people trust him. And we've always said this. You can't tell people that Nigeria is broke, is in austerity, there has to be some austerity measures, there has to be this, there has to be that, when they are not even seeing it, some of those things in your own lifestyle, right? And that's exactly why people, even when you tell them that you have a very good policy, if you tell them that there are some policies that are more of necessity that has to be done, but they need to also see you to also live by some of those things. And those are things that are really missing in this government, right? And sometimes you look at things, I just look at things, I'm like, okay, fine. Are these guys really feeling what people are feeling? Do they even have people that are really telling them the truth? I can tell you, because what I see almost every day, right, it's not really encouraging, right? Okay. At the point we're talking about escalate, do you know that the vice president also bought a new Escalade. We're talking about Tinubu. Oh, Tinubu, why is Tinubu buying, another Escalade? I saw it yesterday. The vice president's convoy, and I saw another Escalade there, and I'm like, yeah, what exactly are these people really telling Nigerians? You can't tell people, right, that there is a problem, you are trying to solve it, and they are also seeing the way, you are kind of like living your life, right? And it's not really encouraging. It's not even encouraging for people that even want to defend some of the policies they have, right? Okay, today, I don't know if you heard what was actually happening with some decorations. The wife of the president kind of like, paid for some events. Like 250 million naira for some events, and things that are kind of like just flimsy things that do not really represent what people really want to see.
I think we over-label this Escalade.
No. You know why? No.
Debt and whatnot.
No.
Of course,
Because
if you get a new car now, it's the president
no,
of Nigeria. You can
no.
buy a car.
We
You
are
can
not
have
even
a
talking.
jet.
No, I'm not
You
even
can
talking.
have all these
I'm
things.
even talking about the vice president's son. One man, some of all those things. See, we've been talking. Okay, the president. Now we are not even seeing it to the vice president. Another one does today, right? 250 million just for decoration and stuff like that for an event in Villa. See, one man, some of all these things don't really make sense. Let's not deceive ourselves. This is more like you're rubbing things in the face of Nigerians. We know, right? Because these are things that people want to see, and when they hear some of all those things, it makes them hungry the more. One thing is for you to have a government. You are telling people to, okay, fine, please, it's going to be a limited, for a short time. Things are going to be better. And when they see some of all those things, it makes them angry the more. And that's exactly what the problem I have with them. Yes, some things are things that we need to do, but there are instances where people are saying, okay, fine, you yourself, you're also doing one or two things. Okay, fine, we know it's for a limited time. We're still gonna be all right and everything, right? So for me, let's not deceive ourselves until we get to that point where the citizens, right, will get to start trusting the government, and they'll start trusting you by seeing what you do. There's no policy that, even if there are good policies, if Tinubu comes out today, oh, this is what we are doing, the fact that there is no trust, some of those policies will not fly. And that's the major thing. They need to look for a way to win back the trust of Nigerians. We can be here, and say, oh, these are good policies, orientate people. But the bottom line is the people are not even, they are not blind. They can see things themselves. It's difficult now, right? For people in Nigeria, I was watching some things today. I'm like, yeah, it's really, really difficult, right? And that's exactly where, you need a government that is passionate about people. You need a government that is kind of like, show some empathy, show them that you're really working for them. And that's exactly what we are not even seeing. I need to be very candid with you. Sometimes, when we talk about some of those policies, we know they are good policies. But at the end of the day, you talk like this and people keep showing, okay, fine, you said this. Okay, can you see this? Can you see that? And you're like, no, some of those things do not even make sense. You understand what I'm saying? One man, that's just it. We can now, fine. They are in China. They went to China. Yeah, I'm not even against them going to China, right? But I just want them to, I don't want them to go to China and come back like what happened during Amechi's period. That they came back, they said, oh, they signed some things, they didn't read it very well and all those things. I don't even want to hear that. As far as I'm concerned, I don't even believe in all this traveling all around and looking for somebody to come and help, because the help you need is in Nigeria. Nigerians can help. There are a whole lot of people in Nigeria that have a lot of money that can even help the government. But the only thing is just that, do they even trust the government? All this money all the traveling, look at when Tinubu got into government, he was moving everywhere looking for foreign investors and all those things. And we said something then, that some of these foreign investors will not even come. So don't even look down. You have, you know, in Yoruba, we used to say something, onto and walo shokoto walabe shokoto abi. I'm trying to, you know, which means that what you're actually looking for outside, it's even within, you know, within your reach. All you just need to do is just to make those people trust you. And once they trust you, they will bring out money. This one that we're saying, probably, China and all those things and all those things. See, as far as I'm concerned, there is a whole lot of things that we can do within until we are intentional about developing Nigeria, right? Then that's when we can actually have things being done in that country. There are a whole lot of things. That country is so good, and that's why you see that in most cases now people are leaving, and some people are, you know, a lot of Westerners are trying to go into Nigeria because Nigeria is a free space where you can make a whole lot of money. You know, less tax, nobody's taxing, there's less tax, you know, nobody's pushing you. You can even do things without even anybody looking at you. Right. So for me, I understand, you know, some of all those things they are necessary, they are difficult, but you can do some of those things until you start getting the trust of Nigerians. You know, you may have a good mind, you may have good policies. Until they trust you, that's when they make some of your policies work. That's what I see on that. Now let me go to Sowore. I've been seeing some things, you know. It's so obvious, right? Sowore, he knows himself though that if he gets into Nigeria, they will arrest him. And I don't even trust Sowore myself. I saw some things today, and I think it kind of like debunk it, that it's a lie, you know, how Zamfara. I don't know if you saw that with Zamfara. Did you see
I saw something that I put out, that I put fake news right across. I didn't read it in full, but it was saying, what did Zamfara State do to him? He said some
Okay.
aids in
So what happened is, I think there are some money were shared, right? And they kind of like, you know, list the people that they shared those money to. And I think they probably, you know, they gave some of those bandits, some of them 250 million, you know, they kind of like, they said that based on that document, and they gave some bandits and they gave some press people, you know, they gave some money to Sahara reporters, they gave some money to one Jude something, you know, and some other guys. So, but he came out and said, yeah, it's not real, it's fake news, it's this, is that, you know. But I don't know, because I can't even trust Sowore himself, right? I don't even know, because, you know, some of all these guys have a lot of, you know, donations and all sort of things, and even the Sowore himself. So for me, I don't even trust him. But I know if he gets to Nigeria, we all know they will arrest him, right? Because it's done a lot of things lately, right? That is, you know, that the government is not really comfortable with. And for me, I think Sowore is just trying to take advantage of the situation, all right? You know, he wants more of trying to be relevant. Oh, you know, every time we have to protest, we have to do this, we have to do that. And I've said it. Sowore will continue doing that until probably he wants to be intentional with what he wants. Particularly if he really wants to do something, let him support somebody, you know, one or two people into National Assembly, and let them try to disrupt the system within that side. But anything aside that, you know, Sowore will always still contesting, probably because he has one or two support from some donors that said, oh, keep contesting, and, you know, so that we can actually use that as a former presidential candidate, and you know, and stuff like that. So that's for me, for Sowore. You know, he obviously, all right, and I'm sure he won't even want to go to Nigeria. He would rather still be in the US, and, you know, organizing meetings on Twitter, TikTok, and, you know, and try to like look for ways to, you know, let them protest and everything. And I think people are beginning to tell him, like, yeah, you know, not just all about going out to protest. We want to, you know, we want results, because even if they go out tomorrow to protest, I doubt it if it's still going to bring anything. You know, it's going to be more of, you know, what happened with NSAS and bad governments. And there are still a lot of people that are still in custody, you know, that the government is kind of like arraigning. So I think I really don't see anything. But I just think the government itself, right, they should just sit down and punch themselves, and really tell themselves. For me, if you ask me, I don't know the magic they're actually going to do. Because at the point, I'm like, okay, fine, probably Tinubu is not really looking at 2027, right? Because, if this is the way things are, time is actually really going. Let's not deceive ourselves. Time is going. So, and people really need things to actually be done, right? And I expect him to be able to come in and, handle things. And, there are a whole lot of things that are really going astray. The dollar, in as much as CBN is not really able.
That 2027, Larry, I have a sensation that it's going to be a very violent election.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very violent. Very, very violent. Right. It's going to be very, very violent. That's why for me, because
and the aftermath of it also will be. It's just I have even into 2028 it'll be, because when people lose, if Tinubu returns himself, there'll be reactions. But then it's not going for a third term, so he would deal with them more decisively. It's just going to be.
Woman, the thing is this: if you are a little bit popular, right, you can find your way. You can find your way back to power. But if you are beginning to be unpopular, and you want to use the state institutions to get you into power, it becomes difficult. And that's why, to get to a point that, people will become more violent. And I can tell you, the security agencies may not really be able to curtail what is really coming at that point. That's why for me.
And the language of the electioneering is going to be very extreme.
Exactly.
It's going to be brutal all the way through.
So exactly. So for me, that's why for me, I think it needs to, there are a whole lot of things that I can actually do. Let's not deceive ourselves until probably Tinubu does not have anything, his hands are tight. His hands are not tight. He's a president. And there are a whole lot of things that he can actually do. Right. And that's why for me, all this travel, right? I really don't see anything coming out from it. Right. After that, they'll go to US, they'll go to this place, they'll go to this place. I don't really see anything coming out of it. And that's why for me, I just need him to go sit down, solve Nigerian problem within Nigeria. There are a whole lot of things that we can solve in Nigeria, right? Nothing. Tinubu is more of, he's a Western guy, right? He wants to go to everywhere. Probably he feels that probably help will come from outside. And I can tell you, he will continue doing the same thing and no help is going to come from outside. If you look at, when he was traveling everywhere, it was, we've signed MOU with this, we've got these investors. And that. Now ask me, where are the investors? Where are they? Who can you really point to that really come into Nigeria to invest in that level that they've been telling us? So that's why I should just cut some of all this traveling. You should just sit down in Nigeria. They need to solve problems in Nigeria. There are a whole lot of things. People are hungry. Let's not deceive ourselves. People are beginning to be very hungry. And it's getting to a point where people don't even care anymore. They just feel that whatever is going to happen will happen. The last protest, it was easy, they were able to, use the security, with the people were raising flags and everything and make it look somehow. It's get to a point. Because if things continue like this and they are not really seeing results, right, people will not even have any choice than to, if anything will happen, let it happen. And that's exactly where I really don't want Nigeria to get to. That's why I feel that the political class need to sit down. Not all this, we are sharing rice, we are selling rice. It's people that have an NIN that will buy rice, 4,000, no, 40,000. Those are not things that needs to solve that problem. It needs to be intentional.
You saw that headline as well. That it's only people that have an NIN number that will buy it.
When you saw it, Woman, was it not funny to you?
No. To me, it was clever, but I saw it different because I think they are trying to tie the country together. So if they use that food to bring them into being documented, then is that not a clever
Woman?
Yeah.
Probably if they are let's say 2-3 months when Tinubu just came in. At this point, some of all those things, people will be like, which rice? You understand? People at this point, You know, when you do something and you do it again and you do it again, it become unpopular. You know, it's they will give them rice. You understand? And that's not really, it's not even a short-term solution. All those, that's not the solution now. There is a whole lot of things that they need to fix. And even the people that are working for him, I can tell you, some of those people don't even care. And that sometimes you look at some of those people that are working for him and you're like, okay, fine. What is happening? Where is the missing link? Is it that those people are not really looking into helping Tinubu? I can tell you, I think it's just more of everybody just do your own and nobody even, everybody just do your own. That, the president is somewhere, the ministers, everybody just do their own. And even the ones that you think are working, everybody just kind of like tired. They just, okay, whatever the case is, let's just keep moving. Right? And that's why for me, I need a leader that wants to lead from the front. And, he needs to stand and solve some of all those problems. There are a whole lot of things that are going out of hand in Nigeria. And we all know it, right? Until they sit down and solve it, we'll still have the same problem. You can't use, if you have a long-term problem, right? One thing is always, fine, I need a long-term solution. That long-term solution can only work when you have the citizens that trust you to be able to get them to their destination. But in this case, when you don't have that trust, then you need to look for some short-term solution, medium-term solution, then long-term solution will definitely come in, right? That's what I see in all those things. But if they still continue the way they are with the way they are doing things, I'm telling you, I'm not seeing any magic happening. I'm not seeing any magic happening. It's just going to be the same thing. And they are becoming unpopular every day. I can tell you. Even the people, even those days that we were saying, Buhari still have his own fanatical fans that still believe come rain, come shine, come soon, they will definitely still be with Buhari. But Tinubu does not even have that. He doesn't even have that now. Even the base that he has in Southwest, he's lost it. So for me, I think if he needs to look for, coming, sit down, leave all those foreign people, leave America, leave all this, and look at how to solve Nigerian problem in Nigeria. We can solve Nigerian problem in Nigeria. It's not magic.
You keep saying that. I'm not quite sure Nigeria is very wealthy, but the money and the expertise, and I don't think we have the things to solve Nigerian problem. Yeah.
Woman, let me tell you something. The money and the expertise to solve Nigerian problem is in Nigeria. There are lots of money in Nigeria. There are lots of people that can solve Nigerians' problem. The problem is this: when you have a government that believes that is more Western, right? That believes that the solution will come from outside. They are not really looking inward to look for ways to solve the problem. I can tell you, it's still going to be the same. If you can travel all around the world and think solution will come from outside, everything will still lie flat. Do you know the number of countries that Tinubu has gone within this 1 year and this thing, and they keep telling, we've signed an MOU with this, we've done this, it won't come. So why about we sitting down? We know we have a problem. Let's look for how to solve the problem. Right? Now, even look at all the problems we have. Because when people see you wanting to solve the problem, you start getting one or two people kind of like, okay, fine, reasoning along with you and say, okay, fine, how can we really solve the problem? The only thing that you see from the Western guys is probably they give you more loan. And that's what they've been doing. Every time it's all about, we've secured so. Now, I think yesterday, they said they secured another, I think 1-point-something billion, is it in euro or pound or dollars, Bank of Industry. They secured that one again. So that's what we'll keep, we keep hearing, we've secured this loan, we've secured this loan, we've secured this loan. And at the end of the day, you keep securing some of those loans and you are not even seeing what is really happening. You will share that money to people, in as much as people don't really trust your policies, right? You will just see that you ask yourself, where is the money? And that's what is really going to happen. Now, this issue of fuel, I need somebody to be able to solve this problem now. Because
Sorry, Larry, carry on. But let me bill our hand over to Mike. Not to Mike, but to Thomas. You know the talking points. I'll be listening in the background. I've got something early in the morning, so I have to leave a bit earlier. But thank everyone. See you tomorrow. The super tatas are Ayo and Kulata. So thank everyone. See you tomorrow. Carry on now, Larry.
So like I said, I don't know. Probably they are seeing what we are not really seeing. Because look at those four issues now. How are you going to solve the problem? Because you can't even solve the problem because you don't even, until you're able to make at least exchange rate stable. And exchange rate is not in any way stable. And they are also still using the same solution that is not even giving them results. This afternoon, they said, oh, they gave Bureau de Change $400 million, thinking that that's going to be, that's going to really make it stable. Bureau de Change, those guys will collect it they gave it to them at 1,580. Those guys will still collect it to make money. The guys, the big guys are really making money and all sorts of things. And we still,
how are you, my brother? I want to push you back. You said the president has been trying signing deals. I think, don't you think if you sign a deal to get it materialized, it's a process. You can't tell me he just went to those people to sign deal in vain. Those ones that, if Nigerians are not serious, those countries are serious, those business mogul are serious people. So you can't just say, even though he hasn't been materialized now, you can say it has a process. Understand what I mean?
Okay, yeah. Wait. What do you think they've been signing? Do you think they've been signing deals?
What have they been signing?
We've not been signing deals. It's just normal MOU. Okay, fine, I'll come and invest. It's not like you've seen people really coming in. Let's sit down. Let's sign. This is what we want to do. Let's sign it. Everything they've been doing is more of MOU. It's not really something that is really key. I can tell you. Everything we've been doing, all this, it's just based on promise. Okay, don't worry, we'll come and do this, and all those things is exactly what we've been doing. I've not even seen one key one that is like, okay, fine, we are ready for business. Sit down, we'll sit down and let's focus on real business. If you ask them, they know it. We all know it. Oh, we've had some promise. They said they are going to invest also amount of money, and where are those people? So that's why for me, right, you can tell me, what is outside is beautiful, is this, if it's still based on promise, right? I don't even, until I see it, right? Until I see it, then I will kind of like believe that, okay, fine, you are ready to do business with me. You can promise me that you're going to make you're going to give me heaven, you're going to give me this, until I see you take the first step. So do you think that if they had gone to the next level with all the promises that we've been seeing for 1 year, probably we could have seen 1 or 2 people, that are now real, that really want to invest. They went to India. Do you know the number of promises that we got from India? They said, India billionaire and all those things. That's why for me, we are even spending more. Do you know the number of people we took to India? Do you know the number of people we take to all those people? Do you know how much money we spend taking all those people to go and do shake hand and, some promise and everything? And if you calculate how much we've spent with all these visits, it's not just the president going alone now. He has a lot of entourage, all of them, so governors, everybody will go and we'll go there, right? So you come back, Bayo will say, we've signed this with this, we'll sign this with this. At the end of the day, they say, no, it's not like that. It's so see, for me, I'm tired of all those things. Let's not deceive ourselves, right? I'm tired of all those things. We can't keep doing the same thing every time. Small time, if they say it's in Brazil, all of them will carry all the entourage, carry governor, carry minister, carry everybody, will go to Brazil again, go and shake hand. it will be more of okay, promise, and what exactly are we really saying? Nigeria is not Nigeria is a big country, right? It's a big country that we can actually command things. It's not like, I don't know. Probably people just believe that some of all those things that you see, I can tell you, is just good for the camera. Until probably I see people that are really ready for business, that are ready to bring money into Nigeria. Not all these, somebody promised me that, well, don't worry, I'll have we'll come in and bring so billions of dollars and everything. And we'll just believe that, they are coming. They are all businessmen now.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah, you can ask me.
Yeah, so I'm glad you said that, bringing money into Nigeria. Realistically, if you had, let's say, $5 billion US, would you bring it into Nigeria? And if you would, what sectors and how would you get your return on investment? If you can give me those three answers, I'd really love to learn.
So in terms of Nigeria, see, number one thing is this. If any investor believes that government is going to give them the 100% support, there are a lot of industry in Nigeria that you can make your money. Number one, financial infrastructure, telecommunication infrastructure in Nigeria. Any day you make your money, right?
So give me an example.
An example of what? I've just given you one. There are lots
So
of
you said so you said like telecom. So like, are you saying like an MTN, an Airtel?
There are a lot of infrastructure within that space now. There are a lot of at least take for instance, when we had this, when there was issue with this May1 cable, right? That the whole of Nigeria was without
Internet, yeah.
internet.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
And there is still a lot of investment that still needs to go into that place. Do you know the number of people, the number of startups in Nigeria, right? That build that almost everything they do, right, it's foreign, and it's even killing startups in Nigeria. And what they just need is just people to kind of bring a lot of money, invest into that place. I can tell you there are a lot of things. What the thing is this, and Nigeria is a very good space as far as I'm concerned to invest, because you are going into a place that you don't have, you have less, less legislation. You can do some things, right, without even interference. If the government supports you, things that you can't even do in Europe, you can do it in
But
Nigeria.
is that a good thing?
What do you say?
I said, is that a good thing?
No. See, one thing you said as an investor.
Yeah. So for example, right?
Yeah.
Like I brought up the telecommunication space. Yet, if we look at the largest telecom players, they're actually running at a loss.
Yes.
For the last 2 years, they've been running at a loss. So the numbers aren't showing us that investing. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that in terms of clear-cut value investing, right? Like if you just use like a Benjamin Graham style value investing. Okay, I'm going to look into this underdeveloped market, put my Naira in, and I'm going to see growth, and then be able to exit the industry or sell to a bigger player. Do we have that framework or infrastructure in Nigeria?
Those infrastructure are things that you need people to invest in, right? The only thing that investors need, and this is one of the problems with Nigeria, if you ask investors, right, is the fact that you can't even predict policies in Nigeria. And that's why, I've been in conversations where, this comes up, policy flip-flop. There are a whole lot. Can you point to any space in Nigeria that you invest today? I'm not really talking about just small investments, critical sectors in Nigeria that you invest today, and if you have utmost government support, that you won't even make your money.
So I guess because the question, I guess, so you're saying that the investment is not in the business. You're saying that an investor has to invest in the Nigerian infrastructure. That's what you're saying?
Probably they're interested in investing in the Nigerian infrastructure. They'll make their money.
I agree, but here's the problem. I agree with you 1,000,000%. But the problem of investing in Nigerian infrastructure is just like we saw the debacle where the Chinese have seized our jets and seized our assets internationally. Nigerian people, Nigerian governments, Nigerian elites, they don't have a mentality of, how can I say, accountability. And when you want investments, you need accountability. So let's say there's a road that needs to be built, right? Or there's an electrical or even a deep water, cable for Wi-Fi or for internet access, broadband, right? If I have $1 billion and you tell me invest, Nigeria is a great place, I have to be able to ensure that once I make this $1 billion commitment to Nigeria, I'm going to be able to collect my revenue. Let's be frank and let's be real. I'm heavily invested in the Nigerian stock market, right? It doesn't exist for Nigerian companies or for anybody. So let's say you built a road. There's so many roads, right? You go to from literally once you leave Yanokbaja and you start going to Alagbado, start going to Tollgate, that road is just a freaking mess. Let's say you're an investor and you say, hey, you know what? If I build this road, a lot of business is going to come. What that means is the Nigerian government now has to allow me to build this road, which they haven't done, but then I have to put tolls on the road to collect, one, to get my money back, right, as an infrastructure bond, and two, to maintain it, pay for the workers and pay for maintenance when the rainy season comes and we got to, pave the roads and blah, blah, blah. Have we ever seen a Nigerian administration? And this is done normally anywhere in the world. You go to Europe, Asia, Canada, this is what they do. They put tolls to collect tolls for revenue to pay investors who invest in state bonds. Why don't we have that in Nigeria? So I agree with you. When are we going to get a Nigerian government, whether APC, PDP, Igbo, Yoruba, whoever? Because I'm saying it's a Nigerian problem. When are we going to get Nigerians who say, you know what? We want foreigners to invest. Let's be accountable. If you're going to help us build this freaking road, we're going to put tolls. We're going to have an open account with UBA and Zenith. Every car that drives past and pays a toll, it counts. Let's say there's 20,000 cars that drive by this road every day. One car pays 1,000 naira. A truck pays 5,000 naira. And so every day you see the number of cars and then you see it reflected in this balance on the account that the people of that local government can see. Why don't we have Nigerians who think like this, who want this? And I'm sorry to say, I don't mean to take your time. I've spoken to Nigerians. You know what a Nigerian will tell you when you talk to them? Like, oh God, I want not too much work now. I beg you, won't stress me.
What's the coastal road? What's the coastal road about? Isn't that the exact same thing?
Sir, no, wait. I was asking the gentleman. I just
No,
wanted to hear.
I'm answering you. The coastal road is exactly what you described.
Wait, no, but I can't, brother. You know, me and you we don't really chat.
No, it's not about me and you thing. There's no me and you thing here. You described the scenario, and I'm answering the question that's what the coastal road is all about. It's going to be told.
Sir, with all due respect, I get it. Great. Can I speak with the gentleman?
Are you aware of the coastal road?
Sir, with all due respect,
it's a question. We're having a conversation. This is not kiddie affair. Are you aware of the coastal road?
I'm not. I'll be honest. I'm not speaking with you. I'm speaking with the other gentleman.
No, okay. This is not a sole conversation. You interjected,
I didn't say
I'm interjecting too. The coastal road is what you described.
One man. Can you allow the gentleman that I was speaking with respond? Because
where's one man? One man is not here.
Whoever's the co-host, if I did this to him, you guys would push me in the back. This is what y'all do.
It's an interjection. Why are you interjecting?
Listen, come on. Govt does this all the time, and when you guys let him do this, right? I did this, right?
Hold on, please. Hold on. Calm down. It's an interjection and it's a question. If you don't want to answer, say you don't want to answer. It's not forcing you. It's not insulting you.
No, listen. This is the first time I think
Larry has the floor. This guy doesn't have the floor. So
Yeah, he has the
hold
floor,
on.
isn't it?
I'm asking Larry. You see, this is what I'm, sir. We're on these platforms complaining about our Nigerian government, right? Let's say you're in charge of Nigerian government. I'm telling you, this other citizen, me and him have interacted. We don't get along. I'm asking Larry a
who
question.
doesn't get along? Who's your mate that's fighting with you? What are you talking about?
Let me get your name. General Thomas. Thomas, listen. Thomas, please don't do the APC mentality. Tell Kulata to fall back and let me discuss with Larry. Don't
What are you talking about?
Thomas.
This guy's a clown.
Be a Nigerian. Be above this. This is why our government sucks, because we're doing it to ourselves. You know, me and this guy don't get along. So tell Kulata to let me talk with Larry, and Larry can respond.
This is not a family intervention or something. I don't know you from Adam, so there's no we get along or don't get along. This is a public platform.
So, bro, listen. You have every
No, I'm
right
not your bro. I'm not your bro.
Speak to me, man. Stay away from
And
me.
then I'm speaking to you. I said, are you not aware of the coastal highway? What you're describing is the coastal highway. It's a simple yes or no thing. And then you're belly aching.
Listen, talk to the people that you want to talk to. I don't fuck with you.
Okay,
dude.
Larry has the floor. I'm talking to Larry. You don't have the floor.
Yeah, Gazdemore, no swearing. Please, no swearing. Please.
I think
You can talk without swearing. Please.
Please.
I don't take swearing. So let's have a good conversation, not swearing. Yeah, Gazdemore, no swearing, please. Yeah. Have the conversation.
All right, Thomas, listen.
If I'm talking, you hold on, please. If you don't want to have conversation with Kolata, fine. No swearing.
I was having a conversation. Yeah, that's great. I hear you. My point is, Thomas, I was having a conversation and I was talking with Larry. I would like Larry to respond and Kulata not to interject.
I interjected. You interjected, Larry. I interjected. You're not the one that owns the floor.
Me and Larry were having a great build, and this guy just interjected, right? So can I get my response from Larry? And you do your duty as the host. You had no problem blocking me and taking me to the back for
Larry,
politics. Then we complain about Nigeria. You're doing the same thing leaders are doing, man. This is the sickness.
So the thing is this. If you heard what I said, one of the problem of Nigeria is politically flawed. And you put yourself in the shoe of these investors, right? You want to come into a country, you want to do things with that country, you want to ensure that the government supports you. You also want to ensure that you're able to really take out your money, right? And how are you, like what you said, right? Oh, them building roads. And I think that's what Kulasa was kind of like saying with the coastal road, right? It's more of, it's not really supposed to be government thing. It's more of private people bringing money. And that's going to be told, right? But still, if you look at it, why are people not really investing? People are not investing because they do not really trust the government. And in terms of investment, and for me, I'm not really a fan. Like I said earlier, I'm not really a fan of probably somebody's bringing money from Japan or somebody's bringing money from Germany. Nigeria, if you know how much volume of transactions that happen in Nigeria daily, that would tell you that there is money in that country. But people don't really, have that confidence, trust the government to be able to even let go of their money for things that will be beneficial to everybody. Another sector, take for instance, now let's look at rail. If you invest in rail transportation in Nigeria, you will make your money. Look at that. Look at this Lagos rail. Do you know how much those guys have? I don't know anybody that's close.
Larry, why are you going on esoteric stuff? Gas sector, we're getting some floating. I don't know if you read the news.
Yeah.
There's an investor from Norway and another one from South Korea. They're creating something like what you have with petrol, the FPSU. They're creating some floating stuff for gas. So those are secured. We're getting those investments. Before you start talking about, those are less risky stuff.
Yeah. You know, my own is Bulata. My own is this, right? Fine, those guys will come from, will come from everywhere, right? But I still believe that when business guys in Nigeria have trust in government, they will bring money. We have money in Nigeria. I still have that belief, right? We have that money in Nigeria. And even those guys that are even bringing money, I can tell you they will have sat down, analyze and analyze and analyze.
But technically, look at it this way: when you say business people in Nigeria, then you have to look at it from an emotional aspect. Some of that is happening. You have the Ajip acquisition, the onshore acquisition by Ajip that just happened by O&O. You have the mobile one. I don't know what's still delaying that one. With
Sahara.
no, not Sahara. This other guy. This that medical doctor's company. God, I keep forgetting that company. There was some litigation about it, but they're acquiring mobile onshore assets. So everybody's trying to invest in the
oil and gas, right?
Oil and gas. Now, the other areas that are not, because oil and gas still has some basis of sanity in terms of like laws, governance, and some infrastructure. The other ones, let's just call them greenfield investments. Nobody has really gone there. For example, the mining side, that's kind of like left fallow. I really don't like that personally because of the environmental degradation. But there's the mining side. But there are areas that people need to think more about, like healthcare. Because we have people, they may not have money, right? But you could pull that population. If it's something cheap, you charge from them. Cheap healthcare, nothing fancy. There's a lot of opportunity there. And even for the few middle class we still have, we could still get healthcare investors. That is happening, but not to the extent that you want it to happen. Because I was still in Lagos last week. There are some.
Yeah, that is happening, Kulata.
But it's not happening enough.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Have you been able to probe why it's not happening enough?
Larry, can you ask yourself, right, Larry? If you ask yourself, you just said that the people don't trust the government of Nigeria, and that's why they're not bringing out their funds. So once again, if the people of Nigeria are not bringing out their funds, why would we expect foreigners to bring out their funds? Look, Larry, have you seen recently, I think this guy just posted, Bill Gates was in our country, and he's having a meeting with Shetima and Dangote, right? Why is Bill Gates having a meeting with our brain trust? Do you see Bill Gates in meetings with the premier of China or India or Russia in terms of policy decision and policy making? No. So what's going on in our country that, our so-called big men, the ones who are supposed to protect and lead us in the right direction, are often acting like puppets? So that's the real problem. It's like, who's going to want to invest when your leaders are entirely compromised and people are just making excuses for bad government decisions across the board? And then what they do is they point to, cherry-picked white elephant projects that really don't serve the interest of the country. So one or two people.
Larry, Seplat was the company I was trying to remember. That's doing the mobile. Mobile acquisition. And then when we talk about
there are litigation, a lot of litigation in that side now with surplus. There are a lot of litigation.
That I mentioned that. So when we talk about, okay, why don't we have more of the healthcare part? It's all about is the returns. Like someone called Nigeria a pure water sachet economy. The buying power of the people is pretty low. But then when you look at the telecom sector outside of the recent devaluation, they're making a killing. So there's some elements of services, if priced properly, can be done. But when you talk about the local investors are investing in the areas that will make them money. The rent seekers are the ones now that you need to convert that, okay, the jig is done. convert whatever money, free money you used to get from Forex or subsidy and channel it elsewhere. That's where the bulk of the work is at the moment. Because people still want to be carrying free stuff.
Colata, you see the rent seekers, right? The way we are even making them, take for instance now, you see the $400 million that this guy said he brought out this evening, right? But to kind of like use it to stabilize the dollars. I can tell you that you are just making those guys, richer.
All that stability, I mean, I've got tired talking about it. Our fiscal side is struggling. So all that stuff Cardoso is doing is almost like pouring water in a basket.
That was what I was saying, right? I was looking at all those things because some of those things, I don't know the magic. You understand? Because Kulata, let me not deceive you. Sometimes I look at Kulata, I look at Cardoso, and I doubt if Cardoso is that smart.
No. It's not Cardoso.
No, you know why I said that, right? You know why I said that. You see, there is a whole lot of things. We all know the problem, right? And we all know the problem.
No, wait. Can you be specific? What exactly is the problem?
Yeah, obviously everybody knows the problem. Yeah,
I don't know. I'd love to hear what you say is the problem.
So, okay, Cardoso is taking care of monetary side, right?
Yeah.
So from Cardoso's side, what is left with are the tools, interest rate, BDCs, flow into the reserves. I mean, what else?
So okay, Kulata. Now, Cardoso is using the normal, traditional way to solve this problem. But do you think it can solve any problem with the way things are?
Well, that's why I said it is a lot.
When did you start annoying people? People don't want to get along with you. I've never seen anybody say they don't want to get along with you. Everybody wants to have. When did you start? What was the problem?
Thomas, let's leave that side.
Yeah, Thomas, are you here to do the partiality thing? Because you see, this is the problem.
Thomas, you already got to let's leave that side.
Of course. Come on these platforms and you say that the Nigerian government is bad, and then you do the partiality. You guys like Kulata, and that's great. You can like him, but when he's doing something that's just reductive and silly,
Larry,
call him out. Tell him, hey, don't do it. But it's ridiculous.
A lot of what is left. See, Cardoso cannot solve food inflation. Cardoso cannot solve low revenue from the government. Cardoso cannot solve taxation. Cardoso cannot solve things related to importation and all whatnot. What Cardoso can solve is use the monetary tools, and is trying his best to do that. Yes, a lot of things happened before Cardoso. Perhaps before we floated the currency, by that time we had the acting CBN governor, that Yoruba engineer guy, was the one. Yeah, that was the one. I don't know, that Tinubu must have instructed him to do it. So I blame Tinubu for that. But him, before even doing it, you'll have told Tinubu that we're not properly set up to handle a free float. Maybe thinking back, maybe they could have done a crawling peg by gradually devaluing, but that will not solve our FX liquidity that we needed to solve. So that one is, maybe you can even forget that. But I'm not blaming Cardoso, because Cardoso is doing everything within his fiscal power to do monetary power to do monetary things. The blame is on the other guy. What's his name? Edun. Wale Edun.
See, Kulata. I can tell you, if we still continue like this, or Cardoso is still doing this is all we do for 4 years.
Can Cardoso fix food inflation?
Wait now. Wait. This is what we're going to do for 4 years. Me and
that's an emotional argument.
No, wait. Because if it's still the same way, right? Except probably magic happens.
Let's talk about where the problem is. The problem is Tinubu hiring a bunch of incompetent people. And a lot of that incompetence that we're seeing in this government is coming from economic coordination, starting from agriculture to education to defense, everything that will affect fiscal area. It put a bunch of useless people there, with a few exceptions. The exceptions is maybe interior minister. I mean, we've gone through this exercise. We even did the balance scorecard for crying out loud. But so you can't put a blame on Cardoso. It's just the CBN governor.
No, I'm not putting the blame on Cardoso, right? But Cardoso is just part of the government, right? And no matter what Cardoso does, right, he can't even achieve any success in isolation. So it's still going to be more of him pulling things from his side and every other person pulling their other things from their side, and kind of like
who's responsible for economic coordination?
See, Kulata, forget it.
No, damn alone now. Who's responsible for coordination?
See, coordination is not even the problem.
Right? Let's start with I'm not saying whether it's a problem. I'm asking you who's responsible.
Wale is responsible now.
Wale is responsible. Thank you.
Wale is responsible Wale is responsible for economic coordination. And we all know that Wale is just good with grammar, block grammar, follow the president everywhere and everything, and fine. I don't even want to talk because I'm tired of talking about Wale Edun. You understand what I'm saying? Because I know you are a fan of Wale Edun.
I'm not a fan of Wale Edun anymore. That's why I've been rating him low.
Because I know you used to be a fan of Wale Edun, right?
That was then.
Yeah. Because for me, I'm not. I know the likes of Wale Edun. You understand what I'm saying? They have big CVs and everything, right? But for me, in terms of can they really handle some of all this stuff?
I think it's past his expiry date.
Yes, that's the truth that you are just saying now, because you were not really saying that this truth.
I was saying that when we were analyzing the ministers.
Because for me, right, let me tell you something. I can even prefer a Kemi Adeosun to coordinate things than a Wale Edun.
But let's turn this conversation into where the problem,
Larry,
where the problem is.
Larry, do you think that, for example, right now there are certain countries, particularly in Africa, that have taken a step towards nationalizing their assets and using it as a form of collateralizing their currencies? Do you think if Nigeria were to look at their commodities in which they have in abundance, such as lithium, oil, and they pegged their commodities to the Naira and they strengthened the Naira in that regards, do you think that would be a better central bank policy as opposed to free floating the Naira?
Yeah, it can actually help, right? It can actually help. But for me, I really don't want to talk about.
No, Larry, when you say it can actually help, the commodities you don't have on you, it's just
it's not really talking about you not having it, right?
No, to peg it now, because see,
I think
you have lithium in the ground.
Wait now, Kulata. I think it's talking more about some of the ones that we have. Like for instance, now, at least to a particular extent, small, at least we know that like mine gold, right? At least we have gold that is really coming out of that country. And for me, I think if government, I think probably CBN should just all those gold, rather than them selling it and that you just see Nigerian gold in Dubai. And
we're buying it.
Kulata, we are not buying.
We are.
Kulata, I can tell you that we are not buying. Me, I'm telling you.
Shebi's this gold from Malaysia, that's the one that at least is proven. We're buying it. That's my backyard.
So Larry, do you know that the price of gold right now, do you know how the price of gold is set internationally right now? Price of gold isn't set by the market, right? The price of gold is set in London. And so Zimbabwe recently tied their currency to their gold reserves, and against the IMF and World Bank, assertions. And what they found out, you guys can quickly check this out, is that their currency is actually performing a lot better, right? You know, they've always had issues with hyperinflation, and now that they've pegged their currency to the goal that they actually have. So what I'm saying is that when you look at Nigeria in particular,
Which
one of
country are you
our
talking about,
problems,
Gatima? Which country is that?
Zimbabwe.
Is it okay? All right.
Yeah, so you know, I'm just saying, Larry, that the problem I have with these central bankers in Nigeria is that they're still using the same Western playbook, and that's why I asked you guys again, what the heck is Bill Gates sitting in a meeting with our, you know, brain trust for? You never see Bill Gates in a meeting with the head of, you know, the Chinese Communist Party dictating policy to them, or Russia, or any of the developed countries. But here it is, our, you know, policy leaders are sitting down in meetings with people at the World Bank and the IMF, and they're taking, you know, positions that, if you look at these developed countries that aren't in Europe, they never followed World Bank policies to develop. They never followed IMF policies to develop.
Gazdemon, what do you know Bill Gates came to Nigeria to do? Do you know specifically?
Who's asking that question?
Thomas.
Okay, Thomas. Listen, I have no idea. All I know is that when Dangote,
but you are making a critical point now, fact, that Bill Gates came to Nigeria to make policy for us, but you don't know what Bill Gates came to Nigeria to do. So
okay, I said, okay, Thomas, listen, I said it tongue in cheek. Obviously, I have my opinion of what.
Hold on, please. But you said it as a fact. If I don't challenge you now, some people on the internet will think maybe Bill Gates is in Nigeria to make policy for us. If you don't know something, instead, hold on, please. Hold on, please. Let me land. You can't cut me off. You know, if you are talking, I'll keep quiet. When I'm talking, please hold on. You are just saying something that you don't know, but you are saying it like a fact. Some people will take it as good and a thinker that Bill Gates is in Nigeria to make policy for us, which is not right. So check your very well before you make a comment, please.
Thomas. Okay, first off, you're incorrect. You need to check your own facts. I know exactly what Bill Gates came to Nigeria to do. I don't like to tell Nigerians this because they respond just the same way you did, and that's, you know, with, oh, this is incredulous, this is not true, it's a lie, our leaders, blah blah blah. And the truth is, our leaders are weak men. If you check out Bill Gates, and I can post the link, he sat down there and told Shetima, he told Dangote exactly what they should be doing in terms of hunger policies to feed Nigeria and for nutrition. He met with, he met with a few ministers. He was, there was a question and answer. You guys can go and check it out. He posted it himself. So please, with all due respect, I know you're the host, but Google is your friend. You can open a new tab and type in Bill Gates Nigeria. You'll read, he has, it's called Bill Gates Notes, I believe. You'll read exactly, he tells you he was in Ethiopia and Nigeria, and he tells you his itinerary and what he did and who he met with. So please, with all due respect, relax, trust me. I don't think you're barking up the right tree if you want to go there. I didn't want to say it because I want Nigerians to check it for themselves.
Thomas,
yes.
Bill Gates is not the cause of our economic struggles. So let's go back to what Larry you're talking about.
Yeah, Larry, we were talking about
Tinubu's team. Excuse me.
No,
So,
hold on, Larry.
Larry, you were talking about Cardoso. You're blaming Cardoso, and I'm saying the problem more is a fiscal problem more at this point in time.
I am not blaming Cardoso. I am not blaming Cardoso. I'm only saying that whatsoever Cardoso does, right, will still be the same. Right? Because Cardoso is just, whatever Cardoso does is just part of the whole system. And what I'm saying is, Cardoso still using the normal traditional method to solve this, right? with how Nigeria is now, we'll still be saying the same thing for 4 years.
Oh, okay, so let's fix the problem. Let's talk about how you will fix the problem.
How?
Larry, I just mentioned to you about pegging the naira to commodities that we have international.
Hold on, please. Hold on, please. Yeah. I think we are not having a good conversation here. And let me land before anybody responds. Larry is having conversation with Kolata. You don't want to have conversation with Kolata. So you guys are trying to hold on. I said without Larry. Let me finish, please. You hear me earlier on. Let me finish. Then you respond. I hate people talking on me. Please, let me finish. Then you respond. Kolata is having conversation with Larry, but you are trying to come into the conversation. You don't want to have conversation with Kolata. It's not working.
I was here before Kolata having the conversation with Larry.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
So then what you just said doesn't make sense.
Can you please hold on? So let Kolata and Larry have the conversation. Then Kolata will keep quiet. Please hold on. Can you please hold on? What's the problem about holding on? Let me land. I'm the host here. Please, you don't want to have conversation with Kolata. So let Kolata and Larry have their conversation. Kolata will keep quiet. Then you will have conversation with Larry. Because you are trying to come into that conversation, which you don't want to have conversation with Kolata. So let Kolata, Larry have the conversation. Kolata will leave the floor for you. Then you have conversation with Larry.
So okay, well, hold on. Before you go further,
that's what we're going to do.
You said I should wait, right?
Can you allow the person, Thomas, moderate, for crying out loud?
Thomas, can I respond? You said I should wait. Can I respond? Oh, I'll let him go. Listen, I'll let you do whatever. It's your show, sure. But I just want to point out to you, once again, this is the typical behavior, right? If I was here
I'm not doing that. Oh, no, I'm not going to do that. If you don't want to adhere to my instruction, please, you can leave. So because you don't want to have conversation with Kolata, but you are coming into their conversation. If you want to have conversation with Kolata, then three of you can have the conversation. No, it doesn't work like that. Brother, it doesn't work like that. So Kolata and Larry will have the conversation. Then Kolata will keep it. No. I'm not going to do that. You have to. This is what I'm saying. So don't interject them. Let them have the conversation.
So, okay, I will not. But can I respond to you? I will not interject them, but I need to respond to you. Let me respond to you. I will not interject them. But what you're doing, once again, I was here with Larry, talking with Larry. Kumata came to attack me. You're allowing him to do it, and now you're saying, "Oh, they should have the conversation." But go ahead. Go ahead. It's okay. Go ahead.
No, Kolata, tell me how did
do what you're doing. Do what you're doing. This is the Yoruba Ronu bullshit. Go ahead.
Nah. That's the problem. That is the problem you guys have. Your mentality is about tribal. It's you call yourself an educated person. No, I'm not gonna do that. Yeah. Larry, Kolata, have the conversation, please.
Okay, let the Yoruba conversation, since you called it Yoruba Road.
Anyway. Kolata, can you just imagine that comment?
It's one of those things you expect. I mean, we don't pick the people we talk to here, so it's one of the things you get to find. Anyway,
and
Larry,
Kolata, hold on. He's the one that doesn't want to have conversation with you.
Abi.
So let Larry, Kolata have the conversation. You keep quiet. Kolata will keep quiet. Then you have conversation with Larry.
When I'm done, I leave now. No,
you don't even need to leave. Kolata, go on, please. Yeah.
So Larry, so we're talking about Cardoso using conventional tools and all whatnot.
Yes.
But what I'm saying is, look, at this point in time, when you look at the problems, a lot of it, the conventional tools, interest rates, like I said, they're buying gold. They're even repatriating our gold from the US, and they're buying the local gold being produced. But how much do we even produce? So Cardoso is using all the conventional tools. We're not seeing the result to the extent that we're seeing because there's policy changes. There are things like, okay, they're going to increase fuel price again. That's inevitable. The time we removed what's it called, the subsidy, you should actually just fully deregulated the thing rather than the background. Now, anything Cardoso has done to curb inflation with the new price of PMS that is guaranteed to go up, that contributes more to inflation. So the issue is more on economic coordination, because I think it's beyond just monetary tools and monetary things. Like what is in Cardoso's arsenal that is not using?
So
I mean, your opinion.
Okay, so the thing is this. Now, with the way Cardoso now, exchange inflation is there's going to be increase in inflation, and going by normal Cardoso thing, increase interest rates, right? Because based on what Cardoso believes in, using the conventional tools, just keep increasing interest rates. And I'm telling you that to get to a point that is not, because increase in interest rates is not even having any impact, because Cardoso believes that
it has some impact, but it doesn't have impact on the food. I mean, food inflation, the cost push side from the food inflation.
That's the major chunk of what make up inflation in Nigeria, right? You can increase, kind of like, increase the cost of capital while
Larry, give me 1 sec. Other people can come into the conversation. I'm not limited it to Larry and Colata, but gas them all.
Let me just say something. Gas them up.
Yeah.
Let me just say something, Mr. Thomas. Gas them up, please. Is there a reason why you don't want to have conversations with Colata? Because for me,
Larry, leave out his story. Let's talk about it. This is not a therapy session. Let's continue talking.
No, this is it.
Larry, no, Larry.
No, Larry, don't do that. I don't want that.
We don't want that.
Okay.
Let's just have the conversation, guys.
So, Larry, I appreciate you. I can respond in the back chat. This is what they do. So when I said the policy.
Larry, let's continue, I beg.
Okay. So
Larry, please go on. Yeah.
So go on, the thing is this. What I'm saying is, going by what this guy believes in now, right, is just, let me increase interest rate. And if I don't when I increase interest rate and I give the bureau de change money, right, so probably that will kind of like, have some 1 or 2 effects on the exchange rates. And we are now saying, the problem. There's problem, within the fiscal sector. And it's still the same thing. And I'm saying this same thing would not solve any problem if every other variable still remain the same.
Yeah, but he's not responsible for the fiscal side.
He's not responsible, but the problem is whatever he's doing, we'll still keep saying, he's trying his best, but problems are not solved.
Okay, when do we now start blaming Tinubu's fiscal team?
That is why he is also part of the government.
No, Larry, I'm trying to say, look, if you put Cardoso based on CBN governor's scope, that is his scope, right? The economy is overall economy. The president is ultimately responsible for whatever happens, whether, it's deserved or not, but a lot of cases is deserved. But the guy, the coordinating minister of the economy that should coordinate everything, have a big picture outside of the president, is Wale Edun. So why is Wale Edun not getting the bulk of the plane right now? Because you can see Cardoso, at least you can see him making all sorts of policies, changes, memos in CBN with some result. A lot of it not full. You can't sustain it on the long run.
Why would I blame someone I don't believe in?
If you don't believe in it, then we've been talking about Tinubu's about the time you change your freaking cabinet.
From the outset, I've always made my view known that I'm not a Wale Edun guy. You were a Wale Edun guy, right?
But I've gotten over that now. Since I've rated him low, let's get rid of all these filks.
From the outset, I've always told you that Wale Edun is not the guy for the job, right? And I've always told you that if you want to make, you can make Wale Edun just Minister of Finance. Forget about this coordinating economy or anything. He can't coordinate anything. Just make him normal Minister of Finance and let him do debit and credit. How much is coming in, how much is going out. The work of a coordinating minister, probably It's not something that Wale can do. The only thing Wale can do is to speak English. And I'm not in for all those things. Right? I'm not in for someone that speaks English, you know, speak Queen's English and everything, and I'm not even saying anything. I talk about Zach. Wait, the key guys, now, even if Wale is not doing what he's supposed to be doing, right? We talk about Zach. What exactly is Zach doing?
Zach is, well, when you look at Zach, you can say Zach is doing something because the metrics, the revenue metrics on his side is going up.
Wait. Metrics.
Yes.
Wait now. Kulata, wait. Because because I can say, okay, probably the guy, the Wale Edu is not doing anything. Right? And we are saying the problem is the fiscal side. Now let's not look at Wale Edu. Probably is not a good manager, right? He doesn't coordinate. Now let's look at the subunits. Look at Zach. Look at the custom guy. Right? You look at Zach, you look at the custom guy, you look at the NNPC guy.
And also a Greek minister that joined that one too.
Greek minister. Now, these are 4 people. If Wale Edu that is supposed to be coordinating all of them, now let's say that Wale Edu is useless, as agreed by me, that Wale Edu is just a Queen's English.
We've rated Wale Edu when we did the balance scorecard.
Yes.
It's crap.
You understand what I'm saying? Now, I'm not saying let's assume that we don't even have a coordinating minister of economy. We just have a minister of finance. Now, look at those subunits. What exactly has those subunits done? What exactly is the custom guy doing?
Okay. Let's look. In terms of, have we gotten increased custom revenue? Not attributed to devaluation, because that's another thing. Like, I mean, because of devaluation, everybody's numbers goes up. So have we gotten more efficient collection? That part needs further study. But all in all, because if we nitpick, all in all, we have a highly incompetent team that this guy has hired. Highly incompetent, because we don't see anybody thinking out of the box in anyone. And I think all of them are just doing the usual stuff, just going there to steal. So it's time to rejig. I mean, it's been time to rejig. I've been saying it for months and I just got tired of talking about it. It's time to rejig the cabinet. The cabinet is just incompetent. It's the worst. Because you can't put everything on Cardoso. I mean, what the hell is the guy going to do more than use whatever tools he has? Defense is crap. Defense affects a Greek. A Greek affects a Greek. The distribution of funds to a Greek is coming from the coordinating minister and all whatnot. That's no longer with the CBN. So it's just an all in all incompetent team. Now, we may have some respite, depending on how that goes, from Dangote in terms of the fiscal side. And that's not attributed directly to whatever government is carryover from what Buhari did. But outside of that, we just have 2 gas investments that I know of and the onshore stuff that, I mean, the rest are buying. I mean, the onshore stuff that's been going on. So nothing seriously is going to kick in. The earliest that anything can kick in is the effect of Dangote if we stop the actual importation of PMS. But price is going up.
So Thomas, how long does this conversation last? Because I mean, I was here first. I didn't get to have my conversation with this guy, and you're gonna let him keep going? Is that what we're doing?
Oh God, Jesus. So Larry, this is a whole cabinet issue. Tinubu needs to rejig his cabinet. We can't blame Cardoso.
So Larry, am I going to be? Can we have our conversation? Because obviously this guy, he's been talking with you.
I have a name. Don't call me this guy. Don't be rude.
Sure. I don't know you. So like I said,
you have a screen name. You can read.
I can't read. So I'd like to.
Okay, then maybe you shouldn't be here.
Thank you.
If you're going to be rude.
Yeah, you were rude too. So yeah, Larry, if you don't mind, I'd like to ask you my questions.
So so Larry, it's a big picture thing. Tinubu is failing, and he needs to change his cabinet, or I mean, or he has to rig the election. That's just the way it is at this point in time. We're not getting any good results from this team.
Oh, Kolata, thank you. So let them have their conversation too. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, so Larry, I was asking you about the collateral, trying to figure out a way to strengthen the naira through pegging it with our different commodities that we have, and you were going into it because we looked at Zimbabwe. I gave the example of Zimbabwe, and they followed using gold to peg it to their currency, and actually their currency has been performing quite well. So I wanted to hear your thoughts on pegging our naira to a basket of commodities that we produce in Nigeria. What do you think from a fiscal and a central bank position? What do you think that would do for the Nigerian economy?
So unfortunately, Larry has left. So yeah.
So yeah. I mean, whoever wants to talk, I'll talk with whoever.
Yes. It's only Kolata here, but you don't want to talk to him, so maybe we'll go to somebody else.
Listen. I appreciate the time. I'll see you guys later. Have a great day.
Yeah, thank you. Have a great weekend. Yeah.
Bye bye.
Yeah, Folly, are you there?
My brother, I'm there. Good morning.
Long time, my brother. Wait now. We offend you.
No, nobody offend me. I just believe we'll be talking. Well, I think I'm actually misleading have a wrong motive about Tinubu. And I'm just saying sorry for not believing in his capacity in all this while. I'm saying sorry to everybody that's misled that Tinubu will actually not perform well before the election. That's a very, very mistake of my own side because I judge him wrong. That he won't perform well. And today, Tinubu is actually doing the great job. He's really performing well in the country. So I'm just using the voice to say sorry to everybody for misleading them, not believing in Tinubu. Sorry.
Talking about my brother, I don't understand you. Kolata Kilo Shele. I don't understand Folly. What did you say?
Foley is going tell us that we should have. I mean, I said we, like I voted, like I voted Sowore. But Foley goes on and they ban you.
Yeah, go.
Have So at this juncture, I don't think we have much to say. We can really talk before the election so that people can see what we see. But now, people did not hear us then. So we are sorry for misleading people that Tinubu will not perform.
No, here's the thing, Foley. See, where the big problem is this: the policies Tinubu is implementing, they're highly necessary. They're highly needed. But the problem is you cannot implement difficult policies with a bunch of clowns. And that's the problem we have right now. We have serious policies in the hands of incompetent people. Because nobody can convince me that we could have continued on the path we were going.
Well, you're right, my brother. But I think I think the first day that Tinubu actually came in, that was the first mistake they actually made by not getting to the office to check the file to see how the country will move forward. To actually believe that he's been elected to govern some people, and governance is not about you having power or you believe you can do it alone. The governance is all about you trying to see what will favor your people and put them first in your policy you are going to take. I kick against the removal of subsidy 100% because at that particular period, I know the effects of that policy was going to bring upon our people. And A lot of people may have different opinion to what I believe. For me, I believe.
Polly,
Yeah.
so the three candidates that we know they can probably win election. We know Sowore cannot win election. You two know that. The
No,
three
I don't know.
candidates.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I voted. You know, my brother, please.
Myself.
I
Let me laugh.
Okay,
Let
okay,
me
okay, okay,
I know Sowore cannot win election in Nigeria for now.
okay,
The three
okay.
candidates which we probably think they can win the election, Peter Obi, Atiku, and Tinubu himself, the current president, they promised to do what? To remove the first fuel subsidy. Yeah, go on, my brother. Yeah.
Okay, I like what you just said. Okay.
Let me say this: if Nigeria knew that because Tinubu, there's nothing Tinubu doing now. He didn't say it in his campaign and before the election. He said he's going to remove it. He even said it that if you protest or transformer, I will remove it. So why still Nigeria still vote for him? And the three candidates I'm talking about, they are the one that has the highest vote as well. So the Nigeria doesn't know that if they remove fuel subsidy, things will be hard. Go on, my brother.
All right. I think this junction we should be talking about the idea that rule the world, not who will win election. Who will win election does not matter in this case. It's all about we keying into an idea that we think that can actually give us a kind of progress that we want. Me, I know Sowore will not win, but I still go ahead to vote for him. But today my conscience is so clear that wow, you're actually right when you are voting. You don't vote because of who people want to vote for. You don't vote because you think your candidate will not win. You vote for an idea that can actually rule your community, rule your society, and bring the kind of progress that you want to that community. That is what we call voting. It's not about who will win. Who will win? Someone can win and ruin your life. So why are you voting? Why are you voting because someone can win and ruin your life? Why can't you vote because you believe somebody can actually have the capacity to change the narrative? So this narrative of we having three candidates, we are wrong. And until we change that mindset from us, that is the only way I think we can actually get it better. Why will you be believing that the worst candidate among you is one lady that can win election? Why can't you look inward and pick the best among the candidates? And let's vote for the best and we elect the best.
Foley.
Yes. The best one now. The best is Tinubu. Which best do you want to get?
Sowore is not the best. Sorry to say. Well, it's a subjective thing.
Okay.
I'm not arguing with you, but I think Sowore is the best for me. So you tell me your own best.
I'm not a voter, but I don't think Sowore has any.
And that means you're not in the calculation. You're not even supposed to say anything because you're not a voter. You just
I'm an
remain where you
observer.
are.
I'm an observer.
And why will you observe when your country is going to destroy?
No, look, I don't think. See, here's the thing. This is where you and I will differ. I think all the reforms are absolutely necessary. Absolutely necessary. I'm one of the people that felt that they should have truly deregulated the PMS. Let it drop where it drops. Now, I fault the execution. I fault the people in charge of the policies. The policies are good.
Yeah,
everybody knows.
Drop at 2,000 or 3,000 a liter for how long can we sustain that?
No, here's the thing, Prince Daddy. If maybe the issue was with the sequencing, because they did two major things close to each other without the time they floated the currency. Maybe, I mean, this is in hindsight, of course. Things are always better in hindsight. Maybe they could have done more structural things, like a lot of what they did eventually, before they actually let it float. You see, I mean, because they floated it and then they started a rash of policies to try and curtail it. Maybe they could have done all those memos that we've seen. Maybe they could have thought through it before, because I think the president is impulsive. The president can be impulsive. That may be his character, but you need people to maybe rein that impulse to say, okay.
You know, Kalata, when you give your analysis, the range of analysis, I think you don't factor in the stronghold on Nigeria economy in terms of the people in power. I mean, we know the president Tinubu just came about for the most part. I mean, the problem is so entrenched that Tinubu can't just do anything in just 1 year or 2 years. Actually,
I know.
even one term would. Okay, so we should always look at that. And to your question earlier about the portfolios. Now, let me ask you, which one of those portfolios do you think is the bottleneck to the other ones not performing? Because you mentioned about 4 or 5 of them, and it appears that there has to be something.
I want to blame, or if I'm going to lay blame, because all of them have their issues. But there's one guy that said he's supposed to coordinate all the activities, and that's Edun.
Kulata's guy.
It's supposed to be the coordinator. Larry, I thought you billed me.
No. I was having 1 or 2 network issues.
Yeah, that's why. I mean, look, it's not. I don't know if we say it's fair to blame him alone, but he's the coordinating guy, right?
Kulata, do you know the problem, man? The way the thing is going, everything has even gone out of hand. Because I don't know the magic we're going to do. Because this dollar issue will still be there. And that is going to affect every other thing. So there are lots of missteps. And this had to do with people. Tinubu trusted a lot of all these guys. And, and he probably felt they are so smart. Even the whole thing that Tinubu did, they all sat down. They said they were economic team. Then they all sat down. They didn't even analyze everything. They just, they gave him that policy document. When he did it with, subsidy is gone. Fine, that one is no. Who are the people that told him that the next thing to do is to float the currency?
That's where I was going to, that the sequencing.
And do you know,
looking back, the sequencing.
If they had managed that thing very well and not misuse this issue of demand and supply would dictate. That was exactly what happened. We will have probably later.
Hold on. I want to make a quick question before you. I'm sorry, quick.
Yeah.
Maybe from a timing perspective, maybe. I don't know how that, because you remember, let's not forget we had the backlog issue. Let's not forget the issues we had. So I don't want us to forget all the issues. Maybe if it was sequenced, just maybe, if it was sequenced with Dangote refinery, maybe 6 months after Dangote launches PMS, and then they push it so we drop 40% of our dollar demand. It drops. If they make everybody buy from Dangote, then you now float.
That is.
But I don't know how we will have survived the forex illiquidity from that time to now.
Kolata, the forex illiquidity at that time, right? It's not like we solved it, right? It was basically we went in, we borrowed money, and we just and took some from the reserve, and we used that to clear it off. It's not like money came from probably somewhere, right? Or probably it's probably due to 1 or 2 things that we've done. And
we've increased a lot of liquidity now.
Wait, that is why for me, right? I still believe that these guys are not smart. The Wale Edo and the likes of them. And the problem of Tinubu is Tinubu believe these people so much.
Larry, I was don't say you don't know their capacity. I mean, you probably know a lot about them, but they're not smart. It's more complicated than that. And quickly to ask, Kolata, you said they repatriated some gold from where? And in what quantity?
The gold reserves that is in America.
What is the worth of that gold reserve?
I have to Google it. I don't have it at the top of my head, but it's not nothing. It's not that plenty. But
say paying off the backlog. I'm not sure how you're going to pay off the backlog, and you think the currency is going to improve. Obviously, it turned out that it didn't improve the currency or strengthen the naira.
So
a strong currency is usually backed by collateral, right? To a certain degree, right? Be it a fractionalized collateral like gold, somebody they can work it out. We don't. I don't think we have enough. I mean, if you collateralize, it has to be. I think that asset has to be put aside, like there, not being used in the normal activities of the nation or of the economy. That's my thinking. So if you have even the lithium and all those natural resources, I don't think they can back up the strength of the naira over a
it's not
long
that easy.
period.
It's something. I mean, something that's in the lithium is in the ground. Let's not go there. It's esoteric stuff. But here's the thing: is I don't want us to also forget, because I think we're forgetting what we're dealt with. We had 20 trillion printed, 70 trillion extra printed. So our currency essentially was devalued. It was just a matter of time.
Kulata, if they had managed that thing very well, right?
Yeah, the management. Yeah, let's question the management, but the policies we can.
If they had managed that thing very well, right? Today will be around 800 naira to a dollar.
I don't believe so. I don't think so.
Okay.
Okay.
Now let's look at.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah. To me, if anybody should, if I should be asked any question about what actually happened concerning this dollar of a thing, I will actually blame it on removal of subsidy, and I have my reason for saying that. The reason is this: we were the one driving the economy. Nigeria don't have governance in place to drive our economy. Individuals are the one driving the economy in this country. We are the one doing what we need to do. Nothing is coming from government. And immediately they remove subsidy. All of us, including me, will withdraw whatever we're doing. That will be taking money out of our purse without bringing any income. To me, I'm just talking about my own.
Sorry, you're driving the economy, but the government is the one paying for the subsidy. So how do we do the math? And if the government is not getting enough of revenue to pay for the subsidies, how do you continue to drive the economy?
I think Buhari actually did for 8 years. If Buhari,
and he almost bankrupted the country.
Waiting now. It's not subsidy that is bankrupting the country. It's the corruption that is bankrupting the country. So let's stop blaming the bankrupting the country on subsidy alone. It's purely corruption. This money was stolen our money. These people are stealing the money. The subsidy, the one that they are using to pay subsidy, cannot actually put us in this mess if people are not stealing more. Is corruption?
I like to respect that opinion. I think I agree with you on that.
All right. Thank you. So I believe immediately all of us, I personally, I can actually tell, I withdraw all my efforts of going out, doing things, I think millions of Nigerians also do what I did at that particular period. Because it's not actually convenient for us to push and push. We are pushing and we're not getting results, and everybody just withdraw. And that's what actually dealt with our economy. We are no more productive. Things started going up. People cannot even go to farm the way they want. So this thing affects our economy generally. This is why dollar started going up. We cannot, this thing is not a rocket science. Governance should be based on I'm coming to serve people. That is governance, because people actually give you the power. The meaning of governance, the way I'm saying it, is because we have resources and all of us cannot be managing it. So we now pick people among us, go and stay there and use this money and our resources for us. So for you to do anything, you must not be selfish about it. You must carry your people along first. Consider how people are going to live first. Anything short of that, you are not governing. There is no any policy you make if you don't put people people's first, you are not governing them. And at that junction, that is when I know that we are going to have problem. I came here, I said something about this, but people are all these. I don't know these people. Then I can't remember their name anymore. They used to come and bombard here and tell us what is not. They tell us their own economies about it, and I tell them, time will actually prove us wrong or right, and time is actually proving us now. The country is already in shambles. Nothing is working here. Let me share something with you. Just of recent, primary six students that have their exam, their placement exam. Do you know government cannot even conduct a general election for these children anymore?
General election, or what did you say? Is it exam or election?
A general exam for these girls
sorry,
anymore.
Because you said election, I was like, what?
No, sorry. I mean exam for these children anymore. They were sharing their papers. They will take from this school. After you finish, they will take to another school. Maybe those people have finished their general paper. They will take the general paper to another school to go and give to them. This is how these people conduct what's it called? Exam for our primary six student that's going to GS1. And many of these kids were called back yesterday and today. They were writing another exam today as I'm talking to you. Many of these children. This is the space we find ourselves. These people are not governing anything. And the reason why all this thing is happening, Nigeria has to kill corruption first. And unfortunately for us, people governing our space from head to toe, they are all corrupt. They are all looking for where to make money to meet up with their needs. They are not governing us because they want to go and serve people. People are contesting election today because they want to go and make money, not to go and make impact. And the earlier we all know what is. And we can change this by us trying to get involved in politics and make sure we don't allow these people, this set of people, to be the one governing us. This is what we have been saying. There is nobody on earth that will spend billions of dollars to win an election, and you are expecting that person to come and perform a miracle. It will never happen. It will never happen. My take anyway.
So how many more years do we need? We need 30, 50 more years to get to that point. And quickly to Larry and Colata. So what does it take? What can we do to strengthen the narrative? So far, I think all the efforts they've tried has failed. What is left in the bag?
Dangote, in my opinion.
Colata, let's listen to this video. Then we have conversation on it. It's one of your friends.
Professor Patutomi said, if you were in President Tinubu's shoes, he will return subsidy in some ways. And you were saying that you wouldn't remove subsidy. That means you're saying tonight that President Tinubu should reverse the subsidy policy.
No, look, President Tinubu is not going to reverse any subsidy policy because of the following factors. One, he ran on the basis that he was going to remove subsidy. Under his own vision of Nigeria, where Nigeria is going, Nigeria and subsidy, prosperity and subsidy cannot coexist. And he made his case that if you like, you can go on rampage, you can go on demonstration, you can go on riot, you can go on anything. I will remove the subsidy, and there's nothing, I'm not going to change my mind. And people, when I heard that, I said, I'm going to defeat this man in this election. Clearly, people are not going to vote, but someone wants to remove subsidy. And the same thing, the PDP candidate said he will remove subsidy, even to boot, even sell an NPC. And the Labour candidate said he would also remove subsidy on day one. And they gave the same arguments, which we don't have all the time for, that it was costing too much, we're subsidizing pleasure, all of those arguments. Now, when the election results came out, and they didn't lose massively, the three of them got the highest vote, it shows to me that maybe Nigeria were not paying attention, but they were not too angry that somebody was going to remove subsidy. But when they started, when the policy was now official, I kept reminding people that you see this policy move is going to cost you.
And I said it about over a year ago that you will see price increase. And when you come into the studio and say we should discuss price of petroleum subsidy, I was thinking to myself, is Shegun calling me to discuss the price increase today or the one that will come in 6 months or in 1 year?
Will it still increase?
Of course, he's traveling.
So this is not the least that we should expect.
No. Please, if anybody is hungry or tired or conserve your energy.
Really?
Because the price is traveling up. So can't waste all your tears.
The price will travel up, the pain will increase also.
Yeah, because government can do some other things.
Like what?
To reduce the pain. They can put the horse before the cart if they can find where the horse is. So what they should do is to now try to tell Nigerians, okay, petrol is not your business. And you can do that. You can say petrol is not your business. Just before I came into to this program, I saw an advertorial on your station where Governor of Ogun State was giving electric bike to commercial motorcyclists. So he's doing that in the typical way Nigerians do their own thing in politics. But it's a good policy. So if you have a systematic one done across the country like that, a national automotive policy that says that majority of our commercial vehicles will go off petrol, you can do that. But what I'm saying in essence is that don't be calling people into the studio every 3 months to cry over fuel subsidy or fuel price, because by adopting that policy that you are removing that peg, just like when you remove the peg from Naira, I stopped checking newspaper as to where Naira will be. Because once you remove that peg, you are saying, I throw it to the market forces. Then I will start looking at your productivity and your consumption. And I know that immediately you are having a shortfall in your productivity vis-a-vis your consumption, then the Naira value will keep going down. And if I see inflation rate in America and I see inflation rate in your country, I expect that Naira will go up. So that is clear. So the policy choice is this, that we had people who said, we are going to remove subsidy. We had people who said, don't do it. Those who said they will remove it have had their way. People have voted for them and they have removed it. What can you now do? You can't go back and say, reverse it. Because the structure for reversing it is not in their head. So what they are going to do is to be hiding the subsidy. Do you know that the reason why petrol is not 2005 now is because President Tinubu is using the NNPC as sacrificial lamb to burn the NNPC profitability by using it to reduce the rate. They are still not selling it at the price which it is landing. So that is the problem of saying we are now working with market forces, where the market forces means about 6 or 7 people. Now,
I mean, what he said about, I mean, how many times since last year I've been talking about we're still subsidizing and is NNPC taking the hit. I've been saying it over a year ago here. I'm glad people are now coming to where I was since last year. But here's the thing.
But to the person's question, where's the horse? Where do we find that horse?
So here's the thing. I mean, because I fix problems for a living, right? We have meat in the short term. In the short term, Dangote buying all our PMS from Dangote, freeing up 40% of our forex demand, should, in theory, move the needle in the short term. In the medium term, drill, baby, drill. We have to drill, baby, drill our way out of it, in addition to the short term Dangote. Ultimately, the long term, beyond Tinubu's time, whether it does 8 years or not, is the general productivity lift of having a devalued currency. We're doing more with our Greek, we're doing more with mining, we're doing more with services sector. We attract more investments. Our gas investment is starting to mature, but we're talking about over 10 years here. But the immediate short term is that Dangote refinery especially if we don't buy PMS. So for us to get to that level, NNPC needs to sell assets and pay their debt. They need to sell assets, especially refining assets or whatever asset. They have too much asset with low revenue to show for those assets. So they need to sell. We need to hit NNPC and free up our legacy debt with the crude swap people. And it's something I hate repeating myself, but I've been talking about this crude swap shit for over a year. So we need to rely on Dangote on the short term. NNPC needs to free up some assets to pay off their debt so we can concentrate on Dangote and then fix security issues. Let these local guys pump up more drilling. I mean, the wells are already there. There's no even need to drill more. I mean, these are marginal fields. To try and get more oil out of the ground so we can get to over 2 million barrels. Those two will have a significant chunk, and then we'll have enough money and free enough stuff to invest in our gas infrastructure, invest in other areas that we need to invest in. But that's how I see it, short, medium, and long term.
Do we have the approval for 2 million barrels a day?
No, we don't. We don't. Not yet. We don't. And actually, the situation of things now, the crude prices is going down. I think it's like $70-something or $70 now. But I mean, we'll get there. If we need to make our case, we'll make our case. If we need to pull out of OPEC, we'll pull out of OPEC. But that's not an immediate solution because it will take a few years for people to start, bringing oil back and relaying pipeline and pumping investment. And basically requires investment. If someone else has another take, I would like to hear it.
You see, it's just so unfortunate that, we've now been reduced to the point that, Dangote is the only one that can actually help us now. That's just the unfortunate reality. And if you see, that's why for me, right, I think we need to bring Dangote closer because he's just the only one that has our meal tickets. And because I've looked at everything, and we've always said it on this platform. Okay, what can we do? What are those things? What are those things? Right. That's why for me, the issue of Dangote and everything, at a point I was more like,
So Larry, sorry to interject because I've been listening to you and Coletta for a long time. And I've seen that from your own angle, you base your analysis too much on emotion. And I see Coletta base his own analysis too much on the reality and what is on ground now. Now, let's just forget the emotional part of it, what has happened in the past. Let's put ourselves now, presently. This is what we have. This is what we get. This guy said he has removed subsidy, but one way or the other, he still intervened. Now, Dangote is coming on board. As you rightly know, Dangote has started exporting diesel already, and it's started selling aviation fuel, and it's also started selling fertilizers.
Mm-hmm.
So now that we are going to PMS, and we know that the price of crude, at least apart from NNPC supplying crude, you also buy crude from America and the rest.
Mm-hmm.
He's a businessman. Let's face reality on ground now. Now, this guy said subsidies have been removed. And when you look at the price of petrol per liter all over the world, in commensurate with our Naira, we can see that the liter, at least average, is hovering around 1,500 to 2,000 Naira per liter. Forget whether they have removed the, pegging of the Naira. Because when you want to peg the Naira, if you want to peg the Naira, do we have the wherewithal to back it up? We don't have. During the 8 years of Buhari, we are even borrowing money to stabilize the Naira. So my question to you is simple. At this present situation, do you believe we should go back to the subsidy era because majority of the population are carrying that there's a lot of pain? Or should we focus our attention on what this guy the video they just played, which I also think is good because I've seen some of these states taking into this, these gas-driven commercial buses now. They have started taking some of this, but maybe not enough. So what do you think we should do? Because all this lamentation for a long time.
Well, let me tell you something. Number one, there is no way we won't pay subsidy now.
And if we are going to pay subsidy, can you tell us the amount of subsidy the federal government should bear that will not affect, that will also help the federal government to continue in their infrastructure development program and other obligations that they have to take?
Okay, so for me, I can't even tell you the amount of subsidy they should pay, because the exchange rate, we don't even have a hold on the exchange rate, which means that even if you tell them to pay this amount of subsidy, and in as much as the exchange rate is still variable, right, it's still fluctuating, then you can't even plan anything.
But if we are selling our crude to Dangote in Naira, can't we do an in-house agreement among ourselves?
Don't mix it.
Listen first. Listen. I understand you.
Mm-hmm.
So further, we are going to be selling crude to Dangote in Naira, and Dangote is going to help us refine and sell to us in Nigeria. What do you think? What kind of arrangement do you think we should have with Dangote? Should we now subsidize production and leave consumption? So that is where, and then we should also stem up whether we have to import gas-driven buses from Korea and China for commercial purposes in Nigeria in large quantity. At least we have gas in Nigeria, and we can also probably improve our gas station, so that people can recharge their gas-driven vehicle, especially commercial one, easily. They can walk into any petrol station or gas station, and they have a charging port for to input gas into their vehicle. I think, to me, that is what we should do, because I don't think we should go back to subsidizing everything, because all of these free items is not good for the country.
Oh, if I may add something for 5 seconds. Look, it's about time. Nigeria is a real country. It's about time we stop all this fixed price this, fixed price that.
5 seconds. The video I played earlier on about the Wale, you didn't pick something. It said when the three candidates, sorry for bringing you back, because I purposely do that. I wanted you to fish out that one. It said when the three candidates said they are removing subsidy, and his own policy is not remove subsidy, he thought he's winning the election. But he said the three candidates said they are going to remove the subsidy, and they still have the highest vote at the long run. So you think Nigeria is not serious? They don't know what they have. What do you need to say about that? I love that comment, my brother. I love it. Yeah, go on.
What I'll say is Nigerians actually know the truth. But Nigerians are such a population. They know we need to remove subsidy. They know all these things. They really understand it. But one aspect of Nigerians is we have this hopeful part that since removing subsidy is supposed to be the right thing, it means when they remove the subsidy, we will not suffer for it. That's the gap. So when Nigerians voted, they voted for the right policies, but they're not voting for the implementation of those policies, because the implementation is where the rubber meets the road.
And maybe collateral, they also believe removing the subsidy means cheaper fuel, means everything will just go on smoothly like that. There's so many other issues or problem or difficulty with that country. What about the mindset of the people themselves? What about followers and leaders? So many people.
Remy, you are talking about CNG. Do you know how much even the compressed natural gas cost? How much is it? Do you think it's that cheap that you think that can be a substitute?
Cheaper than petrol per liter.
It's
about 200 naira per.
Are you sure? Are you sure? Where was that? When was that?
It's 200.
Where was which now?
200 naira. But if you know another,
when was that? When was that? When was that?
That is what I read in the newspaper about 3 months ago. 200 naira.
Oh, so I'm talking about 3 months ago. Let me tell you. You know, that was immediately they increased the first subsidy. I mean, they removed the first subsidy. And people started changing their engine, to gas. You understand? Who you believe that most of the people that change their engine now, they've abandoned that engine, they are now using petrol back.
How much do you know the price? If you know, you can tell us.
The price was initially low, but the price has increased now. That's what I'm telling you.
That is the forces of demand and supply. When there is no adequate supply to the demand, Of course,
you know what? You know, let me tell you. You know why I'm saying I'm drawing your attention, because you know sometimes we get fixated on certain things and we don't normally go back and check.
It's an alternative, Simba. It's an alternative, and if the alternative is cheaper, people have a choice. It don't necessarily mean that they should. We are talking about majority of the population that does not even have a car. If like you have to go to your work, you have to take a bus, or you have to. We don't have enough light rail system in Nigeria. Only Lagos have one or two. So we are talking about alternative. If people have different alternative, then they can pick the one that suits them. And if you have a car in Nigeria,
But we are talking about alternative. We should be thinking of a cheaper alternative, not something that is comparatively the same.
That is exactly. The CNG gas was cheaper than petrol. But if you if today you can
I think we should do our research and check the present price.
Okay, I will do that while you guys are talking.
Yeah. So Remy, you see, one thing is, you know, I understand where you're actually coming from. But one I want you to understand is this. You see this issue of, let's just see everybody move to CNG. It's not a 1 year policy, right? It's not like Nigeria is that we can just say, yeah, this is what we'll just do, right? We solve this problem in 1 year. No, it won't happen. To cover the whole of Nigeria alone, building one CNG filling station, a filling station in Nigeria alone, right? Let's have one in across all the local government. I'm telling you, you can't even have that done in a year, right? So when we say in terms of, yeah, it's a good thing, right? Let's move to CNG, right? It's a whole lot of things. It's a whole lot of infrastructure that still needs to be put in place for us to have that total shift to CNG. We can't even power as of today. I'm not even sure. Probably Lagos, or I'm not even sure if there is any CNG station in probably somewhere in Osun or Ekiti. Not talk of the north, right? So
no. We have like 2 or 3 in Ibadan, because recently.
Okay, 2 or 3. Wait, you said 2 or 3. 2 or 3 in Ibadan.
I know it might not be enough. You are right that you are right about
do you even know if there is any of those things in the north?
I don't know. It should be. It should be in the north, because if they have in Abuja, I think it should be in the north too. None of them in the north. No.
I think CNG is a medium-term solution, because we can't scale up as fast as we need to.
We can't.
If that technology is so cheap, why? It's not only even Nigeria. Everybody should be buying it, and everybody should have shifted to it. I don't think it's just that something that we can just be seen as an alternative. How many countries are using CNG?
At least they said in the short term or medium term. And what I learned about this is that if you are driving,
you just like this kind of everybody just drop at something that is not visible, that is not sustainable.
I think we Nigerians were too. I see. I'm sorry to say this. I see a country that we all know the truth. That country has been messed up over 4 decades. We know the truth, and we know that to turn it around, it's not going to take 1 year. Even if we are lucky, we will turn it around in 10 years. If we are lucky, and then we have a good, at least a fairly good government. We must tell ourselves the truth. This is a country that has been messed up because of so many things. We cannot just expect a miracle under 1 or 2 years to happen. Although this guy might also have their own problem. Maybe they put the wrong people in the wrong position and they are not performing optimally. But in the short term, so far we do not want to suffer, and we do not want pain. And we still want our own thing to be cheap. We still want this subsidy. We want cheap petrol.
The question we're supposed to be asking, why Nigeria cannot survive without subsidy on fuel? Why?
I don't know.
Why other countries, especially the neighboring, even the so-called neighboring countries that are poor?
Cote d'Ivoire is selling petrol for like close to equivalent of close to 2,000 naira, and their minimum wage is like
Ghana is selling almost 3,000 naira per liter.
So
No, it's not that. Ghana is like 1,000 something from what I saw.
Colata, you know, I don't like this comparison that you guys.
No, Gary, you don't have to like it, Larry. Look, we have to live in the real world. Have you lived in a country outside of Nigeria where the price of one commodity is just fixed for years?
Me and you know that this is not apple for apple now. Why are we?
It's not apple for apple, but it's equivalent.
No, it's not. It's not. There's a whole lot of factors that you put in place if you want to do that comparison. You can't just pick one thing and do that comparison. It doesn't work like that.
Based on cost of living.
Larry. The question we're supposed to ask is that for decades we have been doing digging about all this remove fuel subsidy, don't remove fuel subsidy. This thing, and we all know the reality that this thing has to go. It's not sustainable. What we should be looking at, what is the solution? What are those things that can make Nigerians to survive without fuel subsidy? I think that should be what we should be talking about.
Simba,
not all this we go
Simba.
up and down, digging and all those things.
Simba, why are we saying Nigeria cannot survive without subsidy? We have removed subsidy on diesel. We've removed subsidy on petrol. How many people died? On kerosene, I'm so sorry. How many people died as a result of that? Nigeria can't survive without subsidy for the large part. We just don't have the political balls to pull it off.
Yeah, Simba, you asked me to do the checking on the CNG car. Sorry, Larry, I just did it, and this is the price. The federal government set it at this price. For power and commercial buyers, it's about $2.42 for power, and for commercial buyers, about 2.92. And I now multiply it by an average of 160 naira to a dollar. I get about 387.2 naira. Below 400 naira per liter. So
okay, you said fixed. You can hear. You can no. Just hold on. Wait. You said fixed. That means that is not the real price.
No, I did not say fixed. I said the federal government. This is the price.
If the federal government is the one telling you the price, that's what that is another subsidy of it. Just hold on now.
There must be a base price. From the base price, then maybe everything can change later.
Are you sure that there is no subsidy on that CNG also?
I can send a link to you. It's about.
I'm not. Just hold on. I don't need the link. What I'm saying, if the federal government wants saying, okay, maybe they just want to use that one as already to palliate. Are you sure that by the time we latch on that one, there won't be any issue on the real price is this, we are paying subsidy on this, and we will not back to the same situation? Because I'm very sure that cannot be the real price of the CNG. It cannot be.
Okay, do you have an idea how much you are buying? If you are patronizing CNG, maybe for your farm or for your car, do you have an idea?
I don't use CNG. I use solar. So that I don't give myself a headache of diesel or petrol or whatever. No, I'm talking about my farm. In my farm, I don't use any of the fuel again. Even for my borehole, for my fish, for my pumping, I use solar power.
See, let me say something, because I just got back from Nigeria. See, in Nigeria now, everybody knows about Band A. Band A is freaking real. Everybody with Band A.
I experienced. Me too. I just came back from Nigeria. In fact, I was telling them places like Agege. I'm not even talking about highbrow area of Lagos. Alakuko area, Agbado, people are enjoying 18 hours, 20 hours lights.
Let me put it this way. Even though I stayed in my friend's house for a little bit before I went to the hotel, the light did not blink. But guess what? Guess what Nigerians are saying? Nigerians are saying, please, Ikeja, in Ikeja, near, what's it called? Opposite of Allen is the other road. What's the name of that other road right now?
Okay.
No, Adeniyi Jones. Yeah. So they just upgraded them to Band A. Guess what? People are now saying, please, though, we don't want full electricity. Give us that 18 hours one.
Because they cannot have Kulata.
So
in Oshogbo, I went to see my brother. I spent just 2 days with him. And you know what? The first day when the wife came back in the evening, and he was saying, "Why did you put on the freezer?" My mother was
It's
saying
like
that
the way
I
all
was not.
these London people
You
live.
understand?
That
They said
don't turn the
because
light on, don't do this, don't do that.
they said because the NEPA bills now they are now paying 40,000 naira. I said, is that too much for you to pay for this light that you're enjoying? They said no, it's too much. Oh, they cannot say so. They are now switching off every. In fact, when they are leaving their house in the morning, they will switch off everything.
Exactly.
They will switch off
Exactly.
everything.
And guess what,
And that
Simba?
was why I was even before this, I used to say, if Nigerians wanted 24 hours light, can they afford this?
So, Simba, I
My
want to get to a
Ghanaian
point.
friend, let me tell you, Bukulata, said we went on vacation, just came back. She said she was paying an average of like 50,000. I mean, what was it? Was it 30,000 every day? Every day on electricity, every day.
I think the point I want to get to, so that we're clear, is Nigerians are realizing that if you want things like abroad life, it is not free. You
It's not
pay.
free. It's
And
not
when you are
cheap.
prepared to pay for something, it will be available. Same goes for electricity, same goes for petrol. We've been abused with this subsidized life that is not real, and we're broke. It's time to get over it. We will not die if the price of petrol is not fixed.
Do
And
you
one
know
thing,
the funniest part of this in Nigeria today is that even in the low income area, people have switched to gas. Nobody's even buying kerosene like before. They are not using kerosene like before. Everybody is switched to gas, even with a small cylinder.
Nobody use kerosene again. No, nobody use kerosene again.
They're not using
If
kerosene.
everybody use gas.
And
Even
kerosene
before, when people was even Nigerians have abandoned charcoal.
Remy,
They've abandoned charcoal.
Remy.
Yes, sir.
This thing you just said, right? You are now answering your question. You see, if you don't have an alternative, we are talking about government can remove subsidy in kerosene, they can remove subsidy in diesel.
They already removed kerosene.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying now. People are not complaining because there are alternatives that are better.
What is alternative to diesel?
What is alternative to diesel?
That all the all the truck always use.
Now look at how many people really use diesel. Many people?
Listen, listen. Let's have a little conversation.
all our trucks run on diesel. All our trucks.
Diesel. And
in fact, this diesel that is actually diesel that most of the company industry use. Most banks, in fact, it's diesel that runs the economy. It's just the petty things that they use petrol for.
Diesel is not an household commodity, right?
Which Larry, let me ask you, which one will affect the price of goods and commodities more? Is it petrol or diesel?
Wait now. For diesel, they still have a way of kind of like putting that on the price, and people might not even feel that like petrol. Petrol is a household commodity. So when you are
the question I'm asking, I'm talking about price of goods and commodities. Which one will affect it more? Is it diesel or petrol?
Well, diesel has been stable for years now. It's not like diesel is just increasing.
What do you mean by stable?
Diesel is fully deregulated.
Diesel is fully
1,300.
So what do you mean by stable? What do you mean by stable?
Wait now. In terms of that deregulation of diesel, do you know the year that they will deregulate diesel?
2017 or so.
No, it's been a long time, but it doesn't matter.
It's not even 2017.
During Jonathan, it was 2011 or 2012.
Before around 2011.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter.
I don't understand what you mean by being stable. But the price has been fluctuating. So I don't know what you mean by stable.
So the price has been fluctuating, but most people are not even looking at it because this is not an household commodity.
It's something that actually affects the price of the goods.
Businesses that use diesel, right? They have economic of scale, right? It's not like, take for instance, if you say Dangote is using diesel, right? Dangote has economic of scale, so you can actually look at that, and it might not really affect him that much. Unlike what is more of an household thing. Do you think that if, take for instance, now if diesel is being used by almost everybody, people will not feel it? People will feel it. So don't compare diesel and petrol. They are not the same thing. They are not on the same level.
Larry, they pass through the cost of the diesel on whatever produce you're buying, because diesel is the industrial
because that is
fuel.
what I mean by economic of scale. Right? You can't, okay, take for instance, can you compare the volume of diesel that Dangote uses to what probably, let's say, probably
Larry, I don't understand your argument. Are you saying we should be stuck on a fixed price for petrol that is not realistic?
That until we have viable alternative, then
but that necessity is the mother of all inventions. When they let petrol go, the alternative will come up.
Kulata. Take for instance now, let's look at New York. New York today is expensive for you to own a car and drive around New York. Right? You can decide to not even have a car in New York because there are viable alternatives that are more of public things. Now, let's come to Nigeria. Do you think that today, if there are alternatives, probably, petrol will be more like, probably you just said like you don't want to go through that normal alternative that is a little bit, not too cheap, but at least affordable for people. People will not complain. But today, right, the alternative is not even there. And if there's anything, it's going to go around everybody. Forget about Lagos. Lagos, okay, fine, you can use the train, right? It's an alternative that you can use the BRT bus. Because with that, at least, it's still affordable. You might not even go with your car. You can, I want to go cheap.
Larry, you're making a case for subsidy. That's all I'm hearing from you.
So it's time to say
you said if you want to, which one is making a case for subsidy? Because you want to take subsidy out, and we don't have the alternative today.
But if we are talking about Larry, let us be sincere. Do you think the state of Nigeria now, Nigeria can afford subsidy?
See, can Nigeria afford free flow of petrol? Now, there's no way we are not even going to subsidize now. So let's forget about, there's no way we are not going to subsidize now. Forget about, we can't.
No, the kind of subsidy that Nigerians are expecting. Let me ask you this.
About what Nigeria
before the arbitrage was removed before the subsidy was removed, and before the arbitrage on naira, dollar, whatever, forex was removed. We are buying, because all these things that we used to say, we are not just being sincere to ourselves. Even when they were saying that the pump price was 180, how many Nigerians are getting it at that 180 then? We are getting it, just hold on, let me finish. We are getting it maybe 250, 300. Let us even take 250 naira then, 250 naira then. And the exchange rate was, let's say, about 450 or 500 naira. So let's say half. That was like, let's say, $0.5. How much is $0.5 today? If you want to even go back to that, how much would that one be? That would be close to like 800 or 900 naira. Even with subsidy, I'm still talking about even with that subsidy. So how much of a subsidy do you think now that would be acceptable to Nigeria and it would be visible to the government?
Simba, I can't even tell you this is how much government should pay in terms of subsidy. But what I want you see this issue of we are not paying subsidy, we are not. Today, I'm not talking about what has happened before. I'm talking about.
We know we are paying now. Even now we are still paying.
Even if we say we are not paying, there is no way we can even survive without even paying now.
But the issue, even with the one that we are paying now, Nigerians don't see it. That's what I'm saying.
The one we are paying, It's not transparent now. When you say we are paying,
Let me propose. There is not nobody. Nigeria don't care about transparency.
Wait.
The present price still not affordable to them. That's what they mean.
Let me propose a model. Guys, give me 1 second. Let me propose a model. Let me propose a subsidy model. The subsidy model I'm going to propose is this. I heard some idea, so it's not like this is my original idea. So if we have crude that we export, and then we have crude that is supposed to be meant for refineries, and of course NNPC uses it for crude swap. So let's say the crude that is exported is based on benchmark price, whatever is set in Platts. I am saying, or the idea I heard, which I think I like, is this: the 450,000 barrels that are meant for local refineries that we currently use for crude swaps, right? Let's say we pay the base with the crude swap people. That 450, don't sell it at benchmark price. Just sell it based off what is the cost of production of Nigerian crude. I think it's $40 per barrel on the average or something. And then you say, okay, I'm going to sell that 450,000 barrels per day, either at cost price or, anything at cost price is not going to work. Something may be marginally above cost price. So if it costs us, let's just say $50. So if it costs us $40 to produce, we sell it $50 to our local refinery. Whether the oil is selling for 120 outside, that's not our business. That 450 we carved outside, we're going to sell it just based on cost, plus some margin that makes sense. And in that way, we're subsidizing production rather than subsidizing consumption. So that way we can calculate our own local petrol price based on that subsidized crude sold in Naira. And then they can, Dangote is going to put transducers all over his truck so they can track whether they're driving outside the country or not. In that way, and then let it be market driven. So whenever we can drive down the cost of our production of crude, our petrol becomes cheaper, and whatever is happening outside, it's none of our business. Petrol will be more, petrol, diesel, everything will be more affordable in the country.
Lata, what you said is good. You know, my own, the whole agreement they had with Dangote, if I were the government, by that time they were negotiating 20% with Dangote. They will have just bought that 20% and negotiate with Dangote to rent Dangote. Let Dangote know that Dangote, you make more money selling outside Nigeria, right? When you rent, then you are giving Dangote crude, and Dangote is refining for you, and you are paying him the cost of using his refinery. At that point, because now our own refinery, forget all this, our worry, data, blah, 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 refinery is not going to work. With that, you will now have power over whatsoever is coming. If you are giving Dangote 400,000, 450,000, 300,000, Dangote rent Dangote refinery, refine that crude, and get whatever you want to get from it. And at that point, Dangote can then sell outside Nigeria, make money.
Right? They are even, from what I deduced from an interview I listened to 2 days ago, they have already supplied Dangote up to a tune of about 30 million crude already. And this September, October, they are going to give him about 4 to 6 million crude again. Then this is an agreement they have already signed with him. I think what we should say here is that whether we like it or not, we have to subsidize production. And I hope Nigeria will not start shouting that your Dangote is now monopolizing everything, because you cannot have your cake and eat it at the same time. So, that is what is going to happen at the end of the day.
Remy.
Yes, sir.
As it is today, right? The only disservice these people will do to themselves is not being transparent and
forget transparency.
That transparency, you know that what that transparency will do, because now presently there's nothing. Everything is against them.
They have already stopped importation of fuel. Do you know why this price jack up? I will tell you why. They are just considering the marketers have. Okay,
wait now. If you go to Nigeria today, there is this kind of like love for Dangote that just came, right? And we all know what is happening, right? Dangote, at the end of the day, they will still keep everything in secrecy, and Dangote will just be that good guy, right? Nigerians today believes that if you ask anybody in Nigeria, they believe that they are the ones sabotaging Dangote. And in actual sense, what they are trying to do is to look.
Larry, why did you think Nigeria suddenly love Dangote? It's because of the expectation, which was the first expectation. They were expecting that by the time Dangote started working, they would buy cheaper fuel, which is an illusion.
Wait now, it's an illusion, right? But the way they are doing it, that's why for me, let them know this is how much we are getting this thing from Dangote. Because even if you are subsidizing,
Larry, before you go on, Dangote himself already came out, and Nigeria have stopped importation of fuel. But unfortunately, there is about 1 billion liters of petrol that sorry, some of these marketers already brought in. And so how are they going to solve that issue? Now, what they are trying to do now is to push Dangote supplying Nigerian petrol to like
September 15.
End of the month or maybe early October.
September 15.
September 15 to push it that way. Because at the end of the day, what is going to happen is what Kulata said. They are going to subsidize production, but I don't see the price staying at 600 naira, probably 800 naira as it is today, or maybe lower a little bit. So Nigeria must also get used to it. Within time,
Simba, sorry, Remy speaks like he knows a lot about what's going on around Dangote. So I have a few questions for you. Number one, what is the cost of production for Dangote?
Sorry, I don't know.
Number two, number two, okay, if you don't know, so how can you justify government
because
increasing?
We talk about subsidizing production. That is it.
Hold on, Remy. Hold on. Let me land, then you will respond. I want you to have a full understanding of my question. If you don't know what is the cost of production for Dangote, how would you know what price is proper for Nigerians to buy the petrol?
Thank you.
Number two, I have two questions, Remy.
Okay, first one,
the second question.
Let me answer
second question.
Wait, now, Remy, let him finish. Then we ask her the question together now.
Okay.
Yeah. The second question is, if by going by what Dangote said, he said he's gonna give Nigeria exactly what they need, meaning that the over bloated claims these marketers always make that they supply many million barrels of petrol, which we know Nigeria is not consuming up to that. And Dangote himself said that's gonna be history because he's gonna be able to track whatever.
Exactly.
Good. So if he's saying that, meaning what the government moving forward will be subsidizing will be less than what they have been subsidizing so far. So the issue of petrol being taken across the border does no longer exist. If all this stands true, why is it at this point the government is trying to remove subsidy or whatever name they call it?
They are doing what we call total deregulation, like they remove total subsidy from diesel and kerosene. That's what they are doing. And at this present junction, first and foremost, I don't know the cost per unit or per liter of petrol from Dangote refinery because I'm not working there. But if I do my research or maybe I ask people, maybe I can know. But the second question is what I told you about, that whether we like it or not, the federal government is going to subsidize production. And in subsidizing production does not mean giving money out. It can be any kind of tax rebate to Dangote. It can be a lot of incentive given to him. so that maybe they will not pay this, will not do that. With so many things like this. And quietly, the NNPC of Nigeria have been supplying Dangote crude for the last 3 or 4 months that you don't know. It just came into border. Everybody just knows last week. You'll be surprised that they are already supplying up to 30 million crude already. So, and they are still having a lot of crude to supply to him. So by September 15, it's not too far, which is next week. And then let's see what happens. And luckily for us, he can know how many liters of
What is
petrol.
your point now? I don't understand what you are talking about.
Exactly.
My
The
point
question
at the
I'm
end of
asking is, Remy, the question behind the basic point I'm trying to drive through is, why are we having an increment at the time Dangote is announcing that he is now ready to start churning out petrol? Why
Okay,
now?
fine. As presently now, the NNPC of Nigeria have about 1 billion petrol imported into Nigeria in all different.
Oh, do we lost Remy?
But NNPC is selling at 870, while other filling stations are selling at 1,000 plus. So why is that? If they have so much,
The thing
why
is,
can't they supply?
you see, at the end of the day, right? And me, I'm talking about transparency. Remy is saying no, they don't need to be transparent. They will shoot themselves in the leg, because at the end of the day, no matter what you tell Nigerians, oh, we are subsidizing. This is how much Dangote is actually giving us.
I'm sorry, something. I just log out. I don't know whether it happened to every one of you. And
Okay, yeah, you are back now, so you can.
so as I was saying, so that's billions of liters of petrol. I don't know whether it's only NNPC that imports it to the country. So I think what they are trying to do is
I don't even that billion itself. I don't trust them. Really, they maybe they are just using that one to
maybe not is up to that, but whatever
take the last straw they can get. Because why suddenly are you are just having billions of liters of importing that?
To me, that is the last kick of a dying horse, because as from this no more importation anymore.
So why are you, if you say they now have, so what's now the justification of increasing to 899?
There are so many factors. The first factors might come from NNPC itself. The second factor might also be Nigerian situation. People also.
Let me answer that question. The fact is, we're largely changing the source of our supply. We're switching to Dangote. Dangote has to be profitable, and all this scarcity that's happening right now is all people anticipating the change. And the reality is, Dangote cannot sell us. We can't buy fuel from Dangote at 600 and whatever. It's not happening. It's more going to be 800 and something.
That's
going to be your new price, between 800 and above.
That's what I'm trying to bring out of Remy.
Sorry, Polata, is that really scarcity? Is there really scarcity in Nigeria?
I think it's engineered because of anticipation.
It's not, because what I experience is this: you see queue in place in some filling station, and it's because of the pricing.
The price.
You go to NNPC,
I was in Nigeria last week.
Yes, that's what I experienced also.
There's no queue.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. That you can't really say there's scarcity, because you go
there's
to
no scarcity. It's artificial.
You go to Govt, you go to NNPC, you see queues. Then you go to other places where they are selling maybe like 900 and something, 1,000. There's no queue.
People want to sell their 680 naira stock. They want to sell it at the 800, 900, 1,000.
You said there is no queue, but are those guys getting that fuel from NNPC?
Okay, Larry, let me give you this. I think I mentioned it on this platform before. That was this guy.
Wait, let me make myself clear. Now,
okay.
The people I'm saying, every other filling station, right? Now, NNPC kind of like jacked their own to like 8 something. Right. And just like Remy said, oh, NNPC has 1 billion, fuel. And that means there is availability. right? That means we don't have scarcity. So if those people, those people are not insane now, they won't want to sell at once if they are getting it from NNPC, at the right price. What is basically happening now is they are not even getting from NNPC at that price. And everybody is just the little you have, just jack it up.
And that's why I said, let me explain what is happening to you. Most of these people that are getting it, they are getting their produce or product from NNPC.
Simba, you will
Yes.
go on. Let me ask this question. You guys can tackle it. But why are we still complaining about fuel subsidy when we know categorically, directly, indirectly, they change the English, intervention, the government is still paying the subsidy. So, but why are we still complaining about removing subsidy? That's to everyone. Thank you.
Okay, let me I will answer that question to the best of my knowledge. But let me finish with what the question Larry asked first. Larry, so this guy is one of the, at least where I reside in Nigeria, is one of the major marketer there. He has about more than, even in the Ilorin metropolis alone, he has almost 10 filling stations, and he has filling station nearly he has in Lagos, he has in Ogun, he has in everywhere. What I want to say is that when we are discussing, they normally get their consignment from NNPC. But what they do is that there's a lot of racketeering going on in Nigeria, Larry. Even the NNPC filling station, if they supply them, let's say they give one particular NNPC station 4 truckload of fuel, PMS, they only discharge one and sell the remaining one above the normal price that they are getting it, to make more money to all these independent marketers. And they too, they will have their own. And that is what is responsible for that price difference that you are talking about. So it's racketeering.
Simba, that thing you just said, that shows it's still an NPC's problem. Because in DPR, see, this is it. NNPC, you release, this is the price, you release things, right? And you know who you release these things to. And there's another agency called DPR. I think they changed their name to NMM DPR, but everybody knows them as DPR, right? There's PPMC that we used to have in those days. All of them work together. This thing is not even rocket science. But when you are in a situation where even the regulator is even a thief, and there's no transparency in anything, nobody even knows anything that is actually happening, it's going to be easy for people to do their normal racketeering.
Larry, and that is why, let me tell you, if you want our oil and gas sector to improve, we should find a way of doing away with all this. Let the thing be at its normal. Let me tell you, if we say we cannot continue, this is the way we continue in the next 10 years. You just be digitally, people will be giving, paying for subsidy. People will not enjoy it. You will not get it even at the price you're supposed to get it. And that is how it has been for years, for decades. People will not get it.
Exactly, Simba. That is why I'm asking. Why is it that there's so much secrecy around the Dangote stuff? How come we don't know what is the cost of production? Why is there so much secrecy about it?
The only way we can get rid of all this and things will improve is by allowing the market price to prevail. But anything to say you want to subsidize, you want to do this, people will still not. Let me ask you. The question. So back to the question Thomas asked, that okay, now we are subsidizing, people are still complaining, because let me tell you, Nigerian expectation, they are still expecting that 190, 150 naira.
People will always say all those ones, right? See,
but I've asked you, Larry, before that what is the realistic price that you think?
Know the realistic price.
So now let's say now the Nigerians are paying half of the price of the real cost. They are paying. No, just hold on. that 870 is still subsidized.
Mm-hmm.
So Nigerians are crying on that 870.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? So
Mm-hmm.
what price will make Nigeria not to cry?
Okay, why would you
Remy,
think that? Why
Remy,
would Nigeria?
Remy. Sorry. Good morning, Remy.
Can go.
I think you should be retired of all this defending all this.
We are not defending. Nobody is defending anybody. We are talking about solutions.
You should be
I beg
retired.
you.
This same you.
Hold on, Folly, please. No, don't try to blackmail people. Please, no. We are having a conversation.
Not people. I mentioned Remy. Don't say people.
It's not Remy. I was one that just finished talking. We are talking. It's Simba that talk. So, and I'm not defending anybody. We are talking about solution to a problem. Nobody is saying that.
If I want to talk to Remy personally, I'm not talking to people here.
Talk to me. What are you talk to me? I'm listening. Talk to me.
You know what? I wish Nigeria government can actually be vibrant as you are. They can be able to come out and defend themselves the way you are defending them. I wish.
I think, let me quickly respond to you. First and foremost, I'm not here to defend anybody. I base my own analysis on what I read and on my own personal little research. And I base my own thing that goes around the world. I'm not here defending anybody. I am here to talk to you about reality on ground, because you are not the only one living in Nigeria. I have people living there. I ask questions around. I have many people I talk to sometimes, which you don't know. And I think that the way you have what you have in your mind is totally different. That kind of a free money, social welfare kind of thing is outdated. A lot of, even here in Europe, they are overstretched. They are not doing that. They are cutting it off. So if you believe you can believe all this free menu, free food everywhere, subsidy this, subsidy that, it's not working anymore. This is not, that does not necessarily mean I'm supporting somebody. That is totally untrue.
So,
please.
Okay, let me put this to you. How do you feel if a country cannot subsidize their citizens and they are subsidize their politicians? How do you feel?
Okay, I will answer your question straightforward.
Okay.
First and foremost, every country do subsidize, but how the percentage they do subsidize, on what are they subsidizing for? In Nigeria, we are subsidizing consumption. That means whether you are poor or rich, you are getting from this. And this is not how it's run in other climes. That is not the way. If you have a money to buy a 10 million naira car, you are a rich man, and the government is subsidized for you. Why you that doesn't have money, you are taking bus, or you are taking your bicycle or whatever. This is the people they should subsidize for by providing cheap commercial buses. Cheap, maybe
is that happening here?
It's happening. As I know,
in Nigeria,
I will hit the nail on the head for you. If you go to some countries like America, if you want to go to university there, you pay through your nose. In Nigeria, if you are trained as a medical doctor, Simba is here. We can ask how much does it pay all throughout his 7 years stay in Nigeria in the university. Try it in Europe or anywhere in the world. And even if you want to do simple nursing, it's not cheap. So what are we saying here? We have it very cheap in our country. We must tell ourselves the truth. And these are subsidized education, subsidized health. I know when I was in the secondary school, if I'm sick, I go to the Euro market. It's free medicine, everything is free. And some of it is being done today. So many subsidies out there in Nigeria. That is why your country is not moving forward.
Oh, okay. Okay, I think I get you. I get where you are coming from, and I can't really put that blame on you. I don't want to really. Actually, I've actually retired myself of coming to this space to get what's it called to argue.
I think what you should do, Folly, is this: you believe in your own ideology. Try to promote your own ideology, or try to think out with it that you think people will see it as is better than the one in existence now. People are not stupid; they are not foolish.
I think the problem we have is.
Folly, please hold on. My own sister, the firstborn of my house, her husband is a surgeon. he went to UI. He said he paid less than 500,000 throughout 8 years course in US, in UI. Less than 500,000 naira with the tuition fee, everything. A medical doctor. What did I say? A medical doctor, surgeon for that matter. Can you pay equivalent 500,000 in dollars in America? Can you pay that kind of money to school as a medical doctor in America?
Let me now respond to you. That's a very good one. That is what we're saying. But after your country trained them, did your country actually allow them to practice what they invest on them in their country? Did the system allow them to practice or to pay back to that society back in the system? Is the system did not frustrate them to leave the country and take away all the investment that the country have put on them to another place to go and use for them? That's another question.
Well, that is different now. What is your argument now? What is your argument now?
When you have a system of freeloaders, what do you expect the system will be?
Okay, my argument is this. When you have a country, I don't want to be talking about the way these things is going anymore, because it's like many people don't really see it. It's just because few of us who are actually related with people of the grassroots, who are the one actually know what is going on here. Because the way someone was saying the last time that Nigerians are no more using charcoal, I know that person did not really know what he's saying. I don't know the person that actually said that. Anytime you see me coming here, stop seeing me as if that I want something cheap. I'm this kind of person that I actually want you to labor, but get what you labor for. I don't believe in cheap things. I don't believe in even a free thing. Okay? But I always see people doing their best every day without results. How will you see your country training a medical doctor to the level of you spend all the investment on them in university, but after graduating, the same country cannot even pay them a salary that can actually cater for them and their family, and even pay back their parents. Okay, and all
is
these
it the
people
country that will pay salary?
Who is paying salary?
Except they are government workers. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the doctors in the government workers. I'm talking about those one in the government of the hospital.
Well, in America, if you go to school and you work for the government, you expect to get lower pay than if you go and practice outside. That's a fact.
Okay. Well, I pray Nigeria will be better anyway. I think that's my stand.
Folly.
Yeah.
Okay, so talk to us now. What do you think is the solution to the problem that we have now? We should not be talking about problem. We should be profiling solution. I don't like it just people complaining. We are here. Because before you came and started talking, we are having conversation. Okay, we are talking about even the present price of petrol.
My problem is
they are even claiming that they are even subsidizing that Nigerians cannot afford it.
Okay, my solution is I still believe that we don't have the best hands in place to govern this space. That's the only solution I believe.
That's kind of like a Messiah solution now. Let's talk about processes and not personality.
Before you can do any process, you have to have people who have the willingness to do the job.
The people that have
the solution, as far as you are concerned,
one voice, please.
Because I do believe these people are compensating the people that are supposed to do the job. They are compensating them with the people who doesn't have the what's it called, the capacity, but because they are friends.
So can you tell us who you think that person is?
Hold on. Guys, let's stop this. Let's stop all this primary school conversation. One person cannot change Nigeria. Can we just stop this shit once and for all?
Polata, I just wanna expose the mistake he's making, because he's speaking like he can read the mind of other people. Relying on an individual means that you really know what's in the mind of that person.
then tell us who that person is and what policy or what that person is proposing to do that is not being done right now. Can you just tell us?
Okay. Thank you very much. I think we still have some organizations in Nigeria that are actually working perfectly. We still have banks that they are still operating and they are doing they have their setup, they have their structure in place, and they are delivering for their employee. What I'm saying here is this: in a situation whereby people don't look at the merit, what you merit to appoint you to a position, and people are still using influence to even give you employment, we'll never get out of this mess. Employment is in the sense that as long as this country still believe you have to know people, you have to be my friend, you have to be this before you can actually, they can actually give you a position, we will not continue. They will not continue messing up with the way they are messing up with the country. I think this is a fundamental issue that we are all ignoring. We are ignoring that many offices, there are a lot of guys in the office that can actually contribute something more meaningful. But because they are not loyal, or maybe they are not Oga's friend, they will not be promoted to a position where they can actually make an impact. And as long as we are continuing on this path, we go nowhere. And the reason why I'm saying this is this.
I'm still using the old way, to be frank with you. I must hit the nail on the head. Look, I will tell you the truth. Anywhere in the world, there is people that will push you up. It's not that the best always get everything. Even the so-called Western world, they still use, if you go to America, they use diplomacy. They use a lot of stuff. Even here, if you don't know people, sometimes you might not get some job. Sometimes it's still people's recommendation. What is that? For you to bring people to another job, somebody must bring you in. So don't always think it's Nigeria.
But it has to be somebody who can actually do the job. You can influence somebody and that person will deliver.
Here, whenever you are well educated, they still train you. Even if you get all your PhD in Nigeria, if you come here, they still push you back to the trading something.
Guys, any conversation that involves one personality is a useless conversation.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, Polata, if you listen, he didn't even argue for one personality. He's arguing that we need strong institutions for things to work. Banks don't work because of the banks don't work because of the person that is there. Bank work because they have system in place.
Yeah.
So it's not about the individual, it's about the system. So if we're gonna argue for a better Nigeria, we should argue for better system. We should demonstrate for better system. That's what we should be doing.
Thank you very much.
No. Sowore is the answer. That is what Foley is telling you. Sowore, the answer.
The last speaker actually got my message right. So I don't have anything to say.
You are just hiding. You are already under him. Sowore is your answer.
The last speaker actually know what exactly I'm trying to. So I don't want to argue that anymore.
Yeah, but I don't want to get into some esoteric conversation that is not tangible.
Let's go back to our previous conversation.
Come on, read between the line, my man. That guy is not being diplomatic with you. We all know the process is very important. But at the same time, even with the process, there will still be some people that will push you along the line before you get to that exact position. And there's no perfect human being. If he is good at this particular situation, maybe the other aspect of his life is not good. That is why they have continuous training. And when you talk about a country that have 3 major tribes with about more than 200 ethnic groups, you have to balance a lot of stuff. It's not an easy country to rule. And you guys that the followership, they don't want to have no pain, and they want all good things of life at a cheaper rate. And the world is not like that.
Maybe we should move on. And another topic here, you guys can tackle it. Labour Party will win election. Will take over from Lagos. Ask me who is talking. Rhodes-Vivour. They said 2027 they are winning the election. Labour Party is winning the election. So what do you guys think?
Are you serious? Like,
Brother, are you that way now?
We don't need to discuss that one. Let's move to another one, Jerry. It's just waste of time.
It's one of the topic of today. What are you mean? What do you mean, Remy? It's one of the
Yeah,
topic
but
now.
Okay, maybe
Thomas,
Simba and Julius can take because I think it's
Thomas,
Yeah.
but he's just a normal person now, licking sugar. Like, it's not like, you can always say, you can wake up tomorrow and say, oh, probably Sowore will be president in 2027.
Wishful thinking.
Yeah. So, which is just normal. So he can say whatever he wants to say now. It's a normal thing. But with the reality on ground, based on the reality on ground, will Labour Party win?
Yeah, maybe I think you guys don't want to talk on that. Tinubu, President Tinubu, economic reform are difficult but necessary. Bill Gates said that when he came to Nigeria, and Nigeria new DSS chief reconfirmed directive to detain Sowore upon his arrival in Nigeria concerning the protest he's planning. What is the next topic? And Benjin is the best is the best for, I don't understand this one man English, but that's the topic for today. You girls can tackle it.
I think our conversation has been on this. I mean, is on the reforms, and basically is all this. I don't know if we call it ideological differences or realistic situations. I'm more in line with Simba. Like, look, it's. I mean, we're too complex, too diverse. That the best thing is just to allow to the extent possible, let the market drive a lot of these things, and remove inefficiencies. Substitutes will come out of it.
Yes. And for me, I'm more focused on solutioning, right? Because we've had a problem that we've been complaining for like over 1 year now. And if you ask me, there are a lot of bottlenecks, that don't really make sense to me. This issue of, NNPC will first buy this and, come now give it to those people is just an unnecessary bottleneck. Because that is even going to drive the price more. Because Dangote supply to NNPC. From NNPC, everybody will now go to NNPC and you now go and get. How about if you want to subsidize Dangote, you can subsidize, we've said it here, subsidize production. If you subsidize production, that would definitely, reduce whatsoever from Dangote, whatever it gives to those guys. And everybody go to Dangote, go and buy. Right at that point, we know the pump price. We all know how much Dangote sells. So it wouldn't even give anybody that opportunity to make unnecessary profits.
Wait, are we sure that other marketers are not allowed to buy from Dangote? Are we sure?
They are not. Dangote is not selling for anybody.
Yeah, the reason why is like that, the marketers are also dragging their feet. They are waiting for NNPC. So that is the reason.
Yes, that is, you see.
I don't know why the marketers are dragging their feet.
No, because the marketers, do you know, they've, at least I know about 2 or 3 times now that they've met Dangote. Dangote authoritatively told them that it's not selling to them.
Maybe the price they are dangling in front of them.
It basically told them that it's not, and that's why for me, if you want to subsidize Dangote, right, there are a whole lot of ways you can subsidize Dangote.
Larry, let's think this way. Maybe Dangote is also trying to control a lot of stuff because most of these marketers, some of them also end up in neighboring countries.
Remy, Dangote's hands are just tight. And Dangote is just trying to go through the soft way. Like, yeah, these guys, I can't fight with them. Because the bottom line, we all know what is happening. Now, take it to Dangote, take it to this and that is unnecessary.
No, I said you should consider this.
Do you know, let me tell you, do you know why they are having all this bottleneck? It's just because of the subsidy.
Of course, now. It's because of
let me tell you, Larry, Is there anything that we can do to actually maybe do that we can use to maybe improve the purchasing power of Nigeria and get rid of this so-called nemesis or whatever that is? Let me tell you, if you look at it, this subsidy of 18 is a problem. We cannot get it. We cannot. Let me tell you, as much as we still want to be talking about it, we are not moving anywhere in that country. We're not moving anywhere. I don't know why we are so fixated. To me, people can come and be talking, and let me tell you, yes.
Simba, you just said, see, you talk about the solution yourself. Do you think if we can do something to increase people's purchasing power, people will cry? Nobody will complain now. The problem is this whole thing is making people poorer. Because the purchasing power, it's not even improving, right? And if you are already poor,
okay, why do you think we are stuck like this? Why do you think we are stuck like this? Why are other countries coping and Nigeria cannot cope with that? This, because let me tell you, all this model that people are proposing, okay, the 450,000, just hold on, the 450,000 that we're supposed to be consuming locally, let them be giving it at a subsidized price. Let me tell you, that 450,000 barrel is covering something now.
Okay.
Probably they have used it to borrow or whatever.
It's crude swap. It's crude swap, and we're owing basic. We're owing basic.
So it's covering something now. There's no way any subsidy that we want to do, whether consumption or production, is going to leave a lacuna somewhere.
So now let me now throw the question.
You understand? So it's not free. It's going to leave a lacuna somewhere. And so all this, let me tell you, one of the reasons why Dangote is saying that it's not going to sell to the marketer is because of this tracking of the thing that he's talking about. The marketers, let me tell you, the market, they don't only market in Nigeria. All these marketers that you see, they don't only market in Nigeria.
Well, that is not him not selling to NNPC or selling to the marketer. It's still the same thing.
It's not the same thing. You know why? He just wants to cover himself, because whatever he says to the NNPC is what he can say, okay, people will believe.
It's not going to help NNPC to track anything now. It's not going to help NNPC to track anything. Now, let me say something. We all know the problem of Nigeria. You talk about the purchasing power, right? And Nigeria this is a general thing. Nigeria is not a producing nation. And even the normal people, simple people that have one or two SMEs, I can tell you a lot of people closed down, right? And a lot of people are not even focusing more on manufacturing. More people are focusing more on services, right? And how are we going to increase that purchasing power? Because the bottom line is Nigeria is on almost
Larry, let me answer your question direct.
Yeah.
Invest. I mean, there are two ways. There are two ways we need to do it. Investments in sectors that we've kind of like ignored, and it is an opportunity cost. Money you're using to subsidize should be channeled, because that's always the idea. Should be channeled towards other sectors. And then this question about Nigerian purchasing power. Look, I think there's only been 2 times in our history, in our recent history, that we have increased purchasing power. It was shortly between Obasanjo Yaradua ended around that Jonathan, and maybe in the 60s. That's where we had some inkling of purchasing power, because in the 80s, when they were selling Peugeot 504, 505 for 3,000 or 5,000 naira, if you listen to old songs, it was still Kosowolo de Kosiki, and the cost of the car was freaking 3,000, 5,000 naira. So this purchasing power is a major productivity issue that we've suffered from. And the only time we got some respite was because we had increased oil production and increased increased petrol pricing. I mean, crude pricing that was high for a relative amount of time.
Listen to this. You know the year they sang that song.
That's probably 1980 something, 1983 or so.
83.
Ike Daru. That's my Ijesha guy.
That time they are shouting Ilu Legba.
And you know how much they sell car that time? It was like 5K or something.
Station wagon 544 was used to be 5,000 then. 5,000 naira. New one, not to Kubo.
You see, people cannot even afford to buy that 5,000.
No, those people that are getting higher purchase. That time now. Yes, higher purchase.
So forget it. This is how it's going to be to the end of the world. There's nothing.
We talk about purchasing power. You know, prior to this time, you know, in Nigeria, even the classes, right? I'm not sure we have middle class in Nigeria again.
No, we don't have. I mean, we still have, but it's reduced drastically.
And those are the classes that power the economy.
You see, one thing, when I went home last week, my dad said one thing. He said, look, everybody's shouting now, but it's always been like this. It was just because we had a break for some time and people got used to it that we expanded our middle class during Obasanjo, but we're back to default setting now, and then people are screaming.
So we are now back. So that middle class is not even there, right? And that is where a lot of things needs to be done.
Larry. Let me make this here. Kolata. Do you know how many years my father said is saved to buy B2 of 3,000 naira? B2 3,000 naira then. How many years he saved to buy B2 3,000 naira?
How many years?
Those things.
Don't let me tell you. Just forget it.
Thomas, those things were luxury then. But your dad won't be complaining of the necessary basic things. He might not be able to buy B2, right? But he won't be complaining of, you know, the basic things. He has the basic thing. Buying B2 was not.
Larry, what do you think is the problem? What do you think is the problem so that we can find solution?
Let me answer, Larry. Larry, look, I grew up in a middle class home. I mean, look, you
are a liar. You grew up in a rich home.
We're not rich. No, we're not rich. We're just middle class.
You might not be rich, but middle class is comfortable.
I grew up in a middle class home. Is the same struggles that I see my friends middle class today and my own parents that were middle class yesterday that we had back in the 80s, late 70s, 90s. It's the same story. To travel then was difficult. To travel for my friends now is the same thing. Our ticket is expensive. Then too, ticket was expensive. So it's the story is consistent.
Kolata, all those things then, right? The basic thing for me then were not really expensive for people to afford.
What do you mean by basic things? I don't understand. What do you mean by basic things?
The normal basic
like food.
Yeah, you want to eat. You know, you might not be able to eat something that is so expensive, but you can still have.
But Larry, I didn't know where you grew up, but I know I can tell you vividly that even those days, what do people eat? People don't eat what we eat today. Let us be realistic.
I mean, actually eat better today.
Exactly. Because you eat yam that those days, nobody will ask for egg to eat yam. You eat yam with palm oil and probably you add salt. Yeah. If you want to drink beverage, they give you tea and you soak it with bread. Is no additional egg.
See, Simba.
You and people were doing it. Nobody was complaining.
Kolata. See, let's look at an average person in Nigeria that works in Nigeria. Let's say you work in probably one of those banks in Nigeria. and you make like 250,000, right? Like 250K a month. So that's 250K that you make. 1 year to this period, you were making that 250K. You are one of those probably, you are comfortable with 250K. You can do your normal bill and you can still see nothing to at least to relax, probably on weekends and stuff like that. But if you make 250K in Nigeria today, I can tell you that you will seriously be struggling.
Larry.
You are right.
Larry.
Nobody is disputing that.
Nobody is disputing that. But the people that were making 250K back that you are talking about are no longer making 250K.
How much are they making? Average.
They are now making 1 million.
Wait, how
or
much
more.
does an average banker make in Nigeria? Does an average banker in Nigeria make?
See, let me tell you what is. I don't know your age or whatever, but I think what is really confusing you. You're looking at the boom days from Obasanjo's second term.
No, I'm telling you.
Wait, let me explain something I'm trying to explain. A banker in the 1990s could not be traveling abroad the way we've been having bankers. You see the ways, you know that more Nigerians in the 2000s, in the 2000s to the early 2010s, before 2015, a lot of Nigerians could just travel abroad like water anyhow. That hasn't happened in the history of Nigeria since maybe the 70s.
Do a compare. I'm not doing.
So that's why I'm saying don't confuse the period of short boom we've had with our normal with our normal situation.
I'm doing a comparison of 1-2 years before now, right? And comparison of 1-2 years, and a banker 1-2 years in 2 years ago, a banker in Nigeria that gets not.
Larry, what you are saying, let me. Everybody understood you. I'm asking you now, Larry.
You are close to Nigeria. How much is the salary of an average banker in Nigeria today?
Probably it ranges between like 250 to 500,000.
It depends on the position.
Position, yes.
I'm talking about those big guys, right?
That's what I'm saying. That's why I said. That's why
I mean, our own age and all that stuff, you won't really have all these entry-level bankers in your circle anymore.
No, normal.
We go to bank, we see them, all those cashier and all those things. They range between 250 to 250 to 500.
Those cashiers don't even make 250K. Probably those cashiers will make something around 100K, 100 to 120. Right? So an average banker today, probably if you work in, probably First Bank and probably one of this, probably GTB, even GTB. I'm not sure.
Larry, you are still talking about the problem. Let me tell you another thing that the question I'm asking you a question. Just hold on, Larry. Even doing business in Nigeria, you understand? And that's why you see that it's not only because of maybe we say that maybe the economic situation. The economic situation is affecting production, and I'll give one of the reasons. Because of the low purchasing power of average Nigerians, even when you produce, you can't sell at a reasonable price that can sustain your industry.
Exactly.
Do you understand? Because let me give you, for example, you discover that the same cost of production that you incur in Nigeria, go to Ghana there, you incur the same cost of production, and you are able to sell at a better reasonable price than Nigeria. Let me give, for example, if you produce a crate of egg in Nigeria, it sells for an average of 5,000 naira in the market.
Okay.
If you go to Ghana, it's about 8,000 to 8,500 naira. With the same cost of feed, cost of production. So an average farmer in Ghana will be able to stay in business comfortably. But in Nigeria, we are probably selling at a loss. because Nigerian people cannot afford to buy at a reasonable price that will be profitable to the farmers.
We are still
So
saying
the question that
everything is all about the purchasing power of the people.
So
right?
the question I'm asking now, we have to identify our problem. So you know all this subsidy of it, you are just
No,
treating
we are not even
symptoms.
talking about subsidy now.
You know,
Right?
so why can't Nigeria have purchasing power? Why?
You hear what Kolata said? It's a whole lot of things, right? It's a whole lot of things.
Then let us address the issue.
For us to no, it's not just what me and you can solve now. You yourself, you are okay now. Presently, you've just said something about what you do in Nigeria, and I'm telling you that in order to increase that purchasing power, there's a whole lot of things that needs to go into place. It's more like you need to redirect the country, right? And if you don't redirect the country to be more productive,
That's what we should be talking about. We should not be talking about all these frivolous things, subsidy, because all this subsidy of a thing, it comes with a cost.
How do we redirect the country to be productive? You want, like you now, you are productive, you're doing things in Nigeria, and you are saying it's not even easy for you to make marginal profits, right? And until at least everybody can make marginal profits, that's when they want to now go into those things that are more productive. The cheapest thing to do in Nigeria today is not even producing anything.
It's just to buy and sell.
Yes, that's the cheapest thing to do, because at that point you are not even running at loss. You just put a little margin and at least you are all right. Because like you said now, how many people, at least you have, there's economic of scale. If you are not, you might not really be making much profit, but at least you are still comfortable. But how about others that are not at the scale that you have? All this production that we talk about production, it's not like it's easy to just go and do this, because if you do it, you don't make profit. There's no point doing it. So it's a whole
they should take, so now even we can, so it's like a doom situation.
Yes, because now how is it that you are not even able to make profit? Because most of the things that you even use for this thing, right, are import dependent.
Let me give you, for example, when I used to buy a bag of feed for 4,000 naira, probably maybe we are making like a 150 naira, 100 naira per crate of egg. And that same thing, we are even struggling to make that 50 naira now with the cost of feed at 20,000 per bag.
So
you need more capital with less margin of profit.
So that's exactly why, that's when you're talking about being productive. I'm not there, I'm telling you. An average Nigerian, if you tell them go and do what Simba is doing today, they will tell you, okay, how much am I going to make? Because
no, that was a day some of them came to me. I said, okay, you are able to stay in the business because you are making money from abroad. It's not what you are making in here that you are using to sustain your business.
You are pumping your dollar into your business.
Into your business, exactly.
Simba, and it's true. That's what you are doing. Because I'm telling you, if you are in Nigeria and it's just that source of income, I'm telling you, you can't even, do a lot of things that you want to do. Because you just said it, profit, you can't even make, hardly will you even make that marginal profit.
You see, like the thing is, devaluation is supposed to, is supposed to discourage importation and encourage exportation, meaning making people changing purchasing behaviors, making people dig in deep. But Nigeria has been constantly devaluing, and we've not taken advantage of our low forex, because this is when we should focus more on, like, okay, I can no longer afford to do this. Let me see what I can do in Nigeria. Let me see what I can do in Nigeria. And the money that we're supposed to be saving from subsidy should be channeled to target areas in the country. Maybe it's hide industry in the north for skin, or cotton, or whatever, to revive areas where we have comparative advantages. The farming value chain, maybe training on specific skills like modern mechanic. Like when I went to Nigeria, I have a habit of going to all these expensive areas and looking at the finish of the houses, and I start shaking my head like, how come nobody can draw a freaking straight line? Even in banana, you look at houses, the finishing is piece poor. Like there are areas like that, I mean, that you can invest in. I mean, even building construction, like training people. But if we're using the money to subsidize people that are just subsidizing the money to afford a petrol habit and continue to import, then we're not going anywhere. So if we remove subsidy, if there's any sort of money left that we're saving, channel it into target areas where we invest and groom other areas. There are areas that are going to be a high level, like gas industry. Not everybody will be able to play in those sectors, but those will be the leaders. But then from an individual, small player, whatever, it's going to be artisanship, farming, tailoring, just improve their skills in those areas. And some people that will be lifted. The poor will still remain the poor. I mean, we're still going to have this poor situation because of the birth rate. The birth rate in the rural areas, especially in the north, we're still going to have that situation, and that cannot be fixed except by personal habit.
And Jesus said, there will be a poor in your society.
The poor will always be amongst us. There's nothing we can do about it.
Everything you just said would have actually been great if people that are supposed to do that are intentional about it. And if people are able to, if they're intentional about it, right, there are a whole lot of sectors in Nigeria, right, that you can bring back to life. A whole lot that you can bring back to life. But the problem is, people are not doing those things.
Yeah, but we can force it into it. We can force it. We can force some. There's some things we can force from a political solution. Larry, let me tell you something. If we go political and push for what's it called? What's wrong with my brain tonight? And push for states to be what's that terminology that states starts contributing to federal resource control. Sorry, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If we push for fiscal autonomy and resource control for states, don't you think all these things are going to be necessity, mother of all inventions?
Yeah,
we'll sit up now.
Colata. Now,
that is what I've been craving for all of this month. I've been saying it. I also said it yesterday.
See, those are good to have, but looking at the present political environment in Nigeria, it's difficult.
I'm not going to say it's difficult anymore, Larry. Not have you been listening to the North lately?
Olata, it's not all about North. It's not even in the South. There are so many lazy states in the South.
Let us have them. I think we know that.
And I don't know.
Oshun lazy. Oshun.
There are so many lazy states. All this resource control that we are actually talking about. Even today, if some states are not lazy, they won't be crying now.
What we are saying is that resource control, if we have it, all this petroleum, everything will be over.
But
let them control
that resource control is
Larry, the only resources that can say federal government is taking absolute charge of now is petroleum.
Exactly.
Every other resources are being mined by individual, and the state are just there looking because they are getting free money
They are
from
not
the
they are
market.
they are also doing it. They are getting the money into their
You understand what I'm saying? My own state, the gold that we have in the Ijesha axis, he's been mined.
Are
So
you
all this,
so Ìjẹ̀ṣà ní Òṣogbo ló burúkú.
Kulata ló ń bú yẹn o. Kulata ló ń bú yẹn.
Èmi ni Ìjẹ̀ṣà o.
Èmi ò ṣe Ìjẹ̀ṣà o. Èmi ò ṣe Ìjẹ̀ṣà.
Kolata, you guys have money now. You guys have
Wọ́n lówó ẹ̀ wọ́n ní
money.
ìnáwó
You have everything. So that's what I said, right? You see, it's a lot of laziness, you know.
No, so when we are talking about, I think the state are already controlling the resources. I think the basic thing is that
that's what I
they are just not interested because they are getting free money.
It's that free money now. Remove that free money and let everybody fend for themselves.
That resource control setting, kò ní sí wàhálà yẹn mọ́. Àwọn èèyàn àtújú bọ̀ wọn nílé mọ̀.
It's just.
Larry, give me one sec. Yeah,
okay.
Give me one sec. Kulata, has any governor do anything about the electricity? They've given them autonomy to do anything now. Has
For
any
where?
governor done anything?
For where?
But Kulata, Osun State governor sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ní Adeleke sọ pé àwọn máa ní electricity àwọn láìpẹ́ náà. He said something like that recently.
No, all they're doing is all these laws that will, I mean, they're doing all this, I mean, getting ready in terms of from a regulatory side and all whatnot. But
Can you see the ridiculous thing that they are doing in Imo? That they are charging the same people that are using solar panel, they will be taxing them.
Why would they do that?
So you have not seen that? That if you are using generator in your house and you are using solar, that you pay tax.
That's insane now.
They are copying Australia. That is what we are doing.
Thomas, when you are doing straight away.
Kolata, they are charging for your electric car here.
No.
Different from
shouldn't they be subsidizing that? I thought they were subsidizing electric car.
No, they are charging extra money on the electric car in Australia.
Kolata, the problem I have with that power is everybody is going to be building power station and everything that will be dependent on gas.
Yes.
And that gas is a problem. Look at what is happening in Abia now. Those guys, those guys are having a lot of problem with gas.
There's no guaranteed gas supply right now.
So, which means that the whole thing doesn't even make sense, right?
Well, we don't have the gas infrastructure yet.
So that's I don't know.
Even Larry, I think that with what collateral is, when immediately I don't even know where that power came from. We immediately started this band of the thing. You discover that electricity has been regular, and and then the even number of hours has increased dramatically.
It's from gas, Simba. It's from gas. We paid BC to the gas company, so there's existing gas infrastructure for few stations. So they paid. Is it 200 million? I can't remember.
I think there are $2-something million.
But let me now tell you the problem that we're having, and I don't think that thing after a while it will collapse again. You know why? Nigerians now are not paying for the electricity that they are consuming. I'll give you an example. I have a friend that told me that he bought only 10,000 naira worth of electricity since last year. All of them, they have adjusted.
And all those things.
Those things.
No, those ones are easy to do.
Let me give you, before I forget, let me tell you one thing that happened. At my friend's house, they just changed it to band A, right? So there's one Indian guy that lives in their estate. The guy already knew they were going to change to band A. So he bought 3 million naira worth of units before they changed to band A. So he's now going to be using those units to pay for, to pay for his NEPA, to utilize the NEPA bill. So it's kind of like bought close to 5 years of cheap and constant electricity on Bandi.
It's a normal.
Hey, that one is even a smart. At least he pay for something. What about people that are not even paying anything?
Simba,
No, you can't do that with Bandi now. With Bandi, you will pay. Possible with
those
Bandi.
ones are even easy to do. All you need to do is to pass legislation to adequately criminalize that thing, right? Once our people forget all those things. So
Well, let me tell you, the people that are doing it for them are actually the PCN officials. So.
No, it's not PCN official. There are a lot of guys.
I'm telling you, Larry, they are the one. They are the one that knows about this. There is a computer thing. They will take it and go and use one computer, whatever this thing, and they can. The thing will just not move. It will not even be reading anything.
Thomas, I want to change my Bluetooth. The thing is going to go down, so you may have to add me again.
So people that do those things, right? It's not even. They have a lot of all those people. Right, they have a lot of all these people that do all those things. They're everywhere. Normal electricians, they know how to bypass all those normal bypassing and
Yeah, this one is not even bypass. So this one, I'm telling you, it is real.
It's still bypass now because the thing is, the meter is just reading. You are not even using. It's normal bypass. It's still bypass now.
But normal bypass is what they used to do before, Larry. Is normal bypass. All those highly consuming appliances at home, maybe freezer and all those things, they will not put it on the meter. But now everything is on that meter, but that meter is the one that is not even reading. That is what I'm telling you.
It's no bypass now because they tampered with the meter.
They tampered with the meter, yes.
You know what they do now? That's the only thing they need to do, because presently what they do, PACN go around every time they check your meter, they read it, and if they see anything, I think the fine is like 250,000. Like in my mom's house, people within that neighborhood, like they don't even come to, because my mom will not even allow that. Several times, people, they will come to her, oh, mommy, let's help you too. No, she said no. Even our tenants, all of them.
But Larry, do you know is same official NEPA official that still walk up to people to help them tamper with the meter?
It's not
to get the money to pay. They get it. Yes, they're the one.
No, wait. It's not even NEPA office. There are a lot of people that do this thing. It's not even. There are a lot of them.
Larry, don't dispute this thing. I'm on ground, and I know the people that are involved. They are their staff.
Wait now. You know why I said it's not just NEPA official?
You might have some other people doing it, but I'm telling you that the NEPA officials are also involved.
No, NEPA official can. I'm not disputing the fact that NEPA official can be involved. But you saying, oh, it's NEPA official that are doing it. No, there are a lot of people, even simple electricians. If you ask them, what do they know how to do? Is how to do all those bypass. And you know how bad it is. There will be one person that is so good at that, and this person will call this person and this person. Do you know the number of times that they've called, that my mom will say, oh, that they've called my mom to come and help my mom? Because even in her house, every house that she has, number one thing she will tell you is, you have a meter. If you bypass meter, she will be the one, because sometimes you call NEPA officials, go and check all the tenants, check everywhere. If you go to jail, right? So what we need is, because presently I'm not sure there is a law that criminalizes it, and once they are able to now, people just know there is fine of 50,000 naira, right? If they catch you, you have a fine of 250,000. But until people know that, I can go to jail for this, right? Because there is a law that says if I do this, I know I can go to jail.
Larry, you know, before now, they always put the meter in your house, maybe in the staircase or the front of your fire. Now they are putting the meter on the pole outside.
Yeah, it's just
they will just run. They will just run only the cable into your house. So everybody that wants to bypass it needs to still climb the NEPA pole. That's what they are doing. That's what they did in my mother-in-law's house.
They are doing everything in order to really curtail this thing. And
Until the bypassing, the criminal
and
has.
until we criminalize, Nigeria, forget about Nigerians. So Nigerians are always afraid of things. If you criminalize that thing, in a neighborhood, 3 people go to
and
jail.
they say so, and they see somebody that went to jail.
Yes, now
even
they
for
charge
3
them
months.
let me tell you, 3 people, let's say in a neighborhood, 3 people, they charge them to court. But they give this one 3 years, this one 5 years. I'm telling you, nobody will try that thing.
Thomas, are you saying that Nigeria will climb that pole and tamper with the meter?
No, I said that's what they are doing now. Because people are tampering with the meter in the house now. Now they are putting the meter gone. They will put it on the pole. Yes, outside. Yes, outside your house. So you have only the card reader that you will slot your card in your house. So you don't have access to the meter.
Okay, so you have there's going to be a card reader device in your house, but the meter gone is outside.
The meter gone is on the pole outside your house. So that's what they are doing.
But that one is just in a few places. So it has not been. It's not generalized. I've never seen that one in Kwara at all.
This is in the Yanopaja.
Because my own is still in front of my security house.
So Simba, if they criminalize that, I know Nigerians very well. Nigerians don't like jail. If they criminalize that thing, I'm telling you, in a particular neighborhood, they know that Mr. Something, they carry Mr. Something to court. They gave Mr. Something 3 years. They carry Mr. Idowu.
3 years is too much.
Larry,
now.
You know that people like Owambe. They like Igbadu now.
No, you think if they say, what about Mr. Jacob? Somebody will tell you, do you know that Mr. Jacob in that other street, they carried him to court. They gave him.
He went to jail for 6 months.
They gave him which jail for 6 months? They gave him 4 years.
Larry is too much now.
I'm telling you, people will be the one to tell you. People, even if you want to do it, they'll tell you. Do you remember me?
And Thomas and like, you know the funniest part of it? If you go to prison for 2 months in Nigeria, that stigma will be there for 10 years.
I'm telling you. People in Nigeria
that stigma will kill you. Mama Baji, I don't like what you met.
But Nigerians are very, very funny. People that have been fighting for electricity, we want power, now the electricity came. They are saying no, please, we don't want 24.
My brother that lives in Srule told me the same story. Say that all our freezer, we are begging them, they are giving us money.
We are begging them, just give us a thing, shed it a bit. I say, any people, Isha.
You know that if they don't,
when we say that Nigerians don't know what they wanted, I said, you know what happened? When I went to visit my brother, so my brother entered the house. He saw the freezer off. He just checked the freezer when he entered. So when the freezer was not working, he felt that there was no light. You understand? So like the wife already off the freezer before she left the house in the morning. So when the wife now came in the evening, you understand? We're in the darkness. The woman was not saying, Tononi. The man was not replying that way. There was no lights. That he said no, there is lights that put on long per freezer. Why are you offering your this thing? He now said that when they are bringing bill, when they are paying almost 40,000 naira, that's why she's saying, I said 40,000 for a whole month.
Simba, let me say something, Larry.
Let me tell you, Larry, because Nigerians don't know, we don't have accountability. These same people unknowingly might be spending more than that 40,000 before on generator.
On diesel.
But they are not, you understand? They are not, but that one, they are not even recording it. Maybe we just come and say, okay, when you are coming, you buy one gallon of fuel when you are coming, or we buy this. They don't take record of those things. Nigerians, we find when it's difficult. You see, I have a barber that says that he cannot even pay 5,000 naira per month. And this same guy is spending almost 1 million monthly on fuel.
No, that's,
you understand?
Simba,
that is the mentality.
The Bande bills is like 200, 250K.
If we get to that, then yes.
The band-aid be Kolata is not be Wasao.
No, be small thing. Everywhere I go, you couldn't reach me. I say, no, I go
No,
one
no be
place
Wasao. People are
for
paying.
Island. No,
People are
for
paying as
Lekki.
much as 250, 300K a month.
The guy was lamenting, bros, says sometimes his bill is like 30K a day. Say, make them return them back to load shedding. No.
Kolata, let me say this. But if that band A person is talking like that, 250 with the current fuel pass in Nigeria now, if you want to run your generator 24 hours, I mean,
For
let's
4
just
hours.
not 24
No, let's say for even 4 hours every day. For 4 hours every day. You know how
Are
much it
you
can
not
be?
going to spend more than that in a month?
But Thomas, they said they don't want 24-hour electricity. Say don't need. They said they don't need it.
We have been saying this before, Fulata, now that Nigerians cannot afford Nigerians cannot afford 24 hours light. Believe me, that's the truth. They cannot afford it.
Remy, hold on. Let me say this. My own auntie in Abeokuta, Idiaba, close to federal medical center. In Olokuta, I'm saying the place. That's the name of the place. At night, they are having 24 hours light, constant, because they are in this band here you are talking about. At night, they are, well, don't let me call them wretched. Those ones that don't have so much money, because all their area is meter bill, is the prepaid bill. Many houses, you will see them in darkness because they can't afford to pay to buy card. And there is light in the community. So, you know, that's what Sima has been saying. Nigeria can't afford to have 24 hours electricity. Many can't pay it.
Yeah,
You can't afford it.
You know the thing is this. Number
To
one,
me, I think in the initial stage, the price
in the
might
initial stage, that was why for
but
me
later it will be
the
fine.
major
Remember,
bottleneck, right? A major bottleneck if they can take it out. Because number one, no private person wants to invest in that sector now. Because you can't bring in money and invest when people are still stealing and they are not criminalizing that. You see a situation where people are now investing, you can choose the service of who you want. And some can actually be cheaper. Everybody can, this issue of ban A or ban B, because if at least you don't even need to build very big this thing. You can build something that can actually, sell and sell. And with that, people can, if your own is expensive, if someone else can actually give me power that is cheaper, and then I can.
The way we're set up is, I don't think it's going to take a long time before it gets to that point. The way we're currently set up.
If they just take all those bottlenecks, right? All those bottlenecks that.
But you know why the Nigerians are resistant? It's because they have been enjoying subsidy on electricity for long.
Exactly, Simba.
And
Exactly.
do you know that if people are not stealing, right, there will be a lot that will go around.
You stealing money or stealing electricity?
Stealing electricity.
That is, in fact, may God bless you, Larry. You know what? Even this price increment is because people that are paying, they are paying for other people that are stealing.
Yes, they're subsidizing. The bandit people are subsidizing the
exactly, because
people.
when the Genco release, okay, we have sold this amount of electricity to the power holding companies, and the power holding company, they are not getting money for what they are putting out. You understand? They will still be thinking that, okay, maybe they are underpricing. That's why they are not making money. And that is what it will be leading to incessant increment. Do you understand what I'm saying? When a majority or maybe a large sum of people are not paying, they are stealing it.
So if governments are the subunit, everybody can, criminalize that. Put it.
I agree with you. If they can make people to pay, at least even if you are getting 24-hour supply, you can regulate what you are consuming.
Let me put it this way: if you see
people's light starting to improve. Fear don't they start now because that's the beginning of the transition to band A. Because they won't tell you, they'll just move you to it. So areas that they're transitioning to band A, I can tell you there are no illegal connections in those areas. They're removing all those things because that's where they're getting the money to pay for the gas supply that everybody's using.
So if we get to that point, even this issue of there is no power, there is no. I'm telling you, if everybody can make profit, because we'll talk about Nigeria. Why is it that people don't want to invest in Nigeria? You don't want to invest in any sector that has all these bottlenecks because number one thing you want to look at is, okay, how much am I taking in? At least can I make marginal profits?
Larry, sorry. When the telecommunication thing came to Nigeria in the year 2001, there were people like Vodacom and the rest from UK. They refused because they are going to pay about 247 million licensing fee. MTN Econet came. Today, do you know the value of MTN? That time, we were selling starter pack. SIM card alone, I was selling at 30,000.
No, the price even then it was actually more costly then than now.
The SIM card. I sold that one to Nigerian bureaus in Ibadan. They don't have the money, but their cooperative society and the management.
You pay 15 naira. You pay 15 naira per minute then, and if you spend 1 second, you pay 15 naira.
They pay instrumental.
Even now, if you Nigeria now, and I think they are averagely, if you spend 1 minute on call, you don't spend more than maybe 12 naira or 14 naira.
So that time, the cooperative society and the management, we talk to them, and then we have a contract of about 6 million to supply SIM card and SIM pack, and also some kind of mobile phones to them that time. It was so expensive that, but if you have it, and a lot of people from their factory showed interest because they can have fun. And what is the phone that they are going for? I was thinking that they will go for the cheaper one like Nokia 3310, or they go for that.
I remember that phone.
Yeah, but
Samsung Blueface.
Yes, but most of them are going
for Samsung Blueface.
They are playing for the
Ola Blade.
Can you believe that? That is when I know that Nigeria have money.
No,
most of the
now.
supervisor and
see all this power. This issue of power that we are saying.
They are going for big phones.
Easy. If
and we
easy
have to make all of them, and they pay the money. Some pay in 9 months. Some pay.
Larry, you know this power that you are talking about. Sorry for interjecting you. I think because Nigerians, all of us, we have developed this entitlement mentality, and that some people still believe, we will not pay. We will not pay. That is our whole this thing. Everybody just believe that you just have to steal one thing or the other to survive in that country. That that is our own share. The government are stealing, so the people will have to steal. Everybody is just stealing.
Yes, now. Okay, take for instance now, why is it that you can't even steal power in America? Because you know that if you are being caught, you go to jail. So you don't even want to do it.
Even in Cote d'Ivoire, they jail you if they see you. If that one is not even stealing. If you don't pay your electricity bill on time, you will be jailed.
Simba, don't you think because of I'm talking about a fairly good average home in Nigeria, their children are having it good because our generation is their father and we try to provide everything for them. So they are having it good, and sometimes they became so lazy because they know that my mom or dad would surely give it to me. Even if I want an iPhone, they will give it to me, send me to good schools and the rest. So we are breeding a new generation.
Do you know that this electricity that we are saying? One time I was talking to some of my friends and we were kind of like, okay, fine. Can we put money together, at least do 1 or 2? Like if we are, at least if we are plenty and we can pull like 1 million, take it to Nigeria to do some of all these things. And when we did the analysis, right, we might not even be getting anything else. Because with all this bottleneck, because if there are no bottlenecks, I'm telling you, people can come together. Like you can see 10 people coming together and put like 1 million, take it to Nigeria. You can still build something.
1 million what? dollars.
Yeah, yeah.
It cannot. $1 million can't do shit. It can't do anything.
If you see in that's I'm not even talking about large scale. Right? You can still do something that's minimal with 1 million.
Maybe 1 million will buy you a generator. I don't think it can do you anything.
No. You can because we did some little things then. If you take 1 million.
You mean this 1 million in terms of generating electricity, or what are you talking about?
You can build with 1 million at that point though that we did that analysis because we brought somebody and that apparently works here with one of these power this thing, and he was like, okay, fine, these are
I don't know why they cannot fully, if they fully deregulated, you can even be targeting why a lot of estates here and there. You can just even pick one estate and say your proposal to them.
That's people can come, even let's leave 4 million people like all of us now that we're abroad, right? People can come together.
Simba, they are ready to do that. A friend of mine has a house in Mowe area off Lagos, and they have their own electricity. They have 24-hour supply.
So what's their source?
People are doing it already now.
What source? Is it gas?
I will ask him more questions. He told me
a lot of them use gas. A lot of them use gas.
Yeah, that's what they are doing. So
that's exactly if it's easier, if it's utmostly deregulated, and you can pull your money out. Take for instance, people can come together. Even a lot of there are people in diaspora. If you know that, you can see people pulling.
Maybe because to me,
you are talking about regulation. Do you think you now make it total deregulate everything? What do you think Nigerians will say?
No, if you do that, it will, when a lot of people are doing it will be cheaper. It will be cheaper. If you have choice, there will be reason for you to negotiate. Take for instance, now if a particular street has like four companies that can actually give them power, at that point there's competition. At that point there is opportunity to negotiate. Not you like, oh, we are just talk to these same guys. And that's exactly what happened here. If you have a house, you can actually say, okay, this is where I need my power. These guys are the guys to give me power, or probably this other guy. Okay, what do you guys have? Right? Look at everything, and you're like kind of like
that's what's also happened here. And they will come to you, even in the street, they will come to you.
Yeah, they will give you different offers.
But to me, from my little experience, so I don't think if I'm in the areas where Kulata is talking about, those at least the people that are living in that Ikeja area, we can say they are middle class people. Me, I will be upgrade. I will not even be using any of that, because to me, from my little experience with solar, I will not pay 250,000. It doesn't pay me. It's cheaper for me to remain on my solar.
What they do is this. Do you know they already have inverter systems, right? So they charge the inverter and then turn stuff off and just switch it to inverter to run.
Okay.
So they use the electricity to charge the inverter and then switch the electricity.
And so with that, they consume less. With that, they will consume less.
They will consume less. But then when we have a guest coming from abroad, we have to use AC. We have to use AC everywhere.
Okay. One fair told you.
I want to tell you now. Abroad person.
So it's still that sector. That sector is a sector that
another thing. Larry, you know what I noticed? Now, as you say, necessity is the mother of invention. I was with my friend who are actually major in all this solar thing. One day I was in a shop and 3 people came. There is this pumping machine now that are solar powered.
Oh.
Yes, solar power pumping machine.
Yeah, I like that too.
You understand? And the farmers are already keen. They are buying those things now. So most people like me now, in fact, the one I'm using in my farm now, it costs me almost 11 million naira. You understand? I'm using 52 solar panel, 500 watts, 52 solar panel. But the kind of water that I'm getting is far more than what I was spending almost 1 million naira monthly on diesel that I was getting. So can you see that within 1 year or maybe 1.5 years, I'm going to recoup my money?
You got your
And that is
you got in your savings.
exactly.
Yeah, you see,
And what I'm getting, let me tell you, what I'm getting now is like ×2 or ×3. The water that I'm getting now is like ×2 or ×3 or what I used to get with my former diesel engine.
So that's why for me, there's still that sector is a sector that every day when I wake up, I look at this is a sector that's gonna, that's gonna really be big in Nigeria if everything is all right. Like that solar that you said now, right? At least you've used it, right? Now look at the situation where you are able to build something in large scale and you're able to sell and you have people that are willing to pay. So all you just need, and you kind of like amortize, the whole thing, and you make your money because you've used it. You have a farm, you've used it, right? And you know how much you're actually getting. But the problem I have is this issue of people willing to pay. Because if there are different sources, if gas is not working, now you are using solar and it's effective for you. At least it powers everything you need. And even the power, another problem I have is with this power in Nigeria. So now, when I first came to the US, I was using a clipper in Nigeria, right? I was functioning well. I came to US, I tried that same clipper, and I think the power was, it wasn't even working. And I was wondering what was actually happening. And I noticed that I think it's the power. Probably what in Nigeria it was, it was really working.
We use 240 volts in Nigeria, and in the US we use 120.
Yeah, we use 120 here, right?
And
240 in Nigeria. So
and 240 in Nigeria.
Probably those are other things that people will now start looking at, the ways to minimize the amount of power we use. It's a whole lot of things.
So that means all your appliances are low energy consuming.
Yes.
That's what it means now.
Yes, in the US. Because that clipper, immediately I came, I tried it. It was not working. I just threw it away.
Some of them used to have that voltage regulator that you see 240 on one side, 120 that you can switch. Some of the appliances used to have that.
So I couldn't. So that since that time I knew, okay, there is something wrong with Nigeria. That this thing is not even working here. Right? So it's a whole lot of things. Because for me, I want that sector to work because that sector is going to power a lot.
No, actually, for if anything in this Tinubu government, in as I've abused this Adelabu guy, I think we're finally getting it.
No,
but like anything we're getting, it's not going to be cheap. You have to pay for it. So I've seen it now in Lagos myself. We're going to get power eventually. The better part of the country that can pay for power will have power. I think I can guarantee that now. That's very obvious to me.
Now I remember that $800 million is for that meter. Okay, they are going to meter majority of people, and
they just got another deal, 800 million. Yeah, you're right.
They will spread the payment for about 5 years. Okay.
Yeah. I just hope they're able to, they're able to get, at least they're able to get all those things right. Because
but the thing is, people are going to complain. It's just like petrol now. If Dangote, if we don't subsidize and Dangote, we will never get Q again. But people are going to say, what you want you, power, blah, blah, blah.
People will complain. But what will happen is, at the end of the day, people will look for ways to minimize whatsoever.
Yeah, to change the habits, the using
But
habits.
the issue is that, you know, our political elites will be lying to the people. Anybody that tells the Nigerians that they are going to get anything free or cheap is a liar. But they tell lies. All of them, they tell lies before to get votes. By the time the reality now is done on them, by the time they get there, then that is when they will now know that all this thing that they are selling the people is not possible.
It's not possible.
And people will start seeing them as liars.
But you know, it's a whole lot, right?
You understand? One of the major problems that this administration is having and the APC is having is all those jingles that they did in 2015. We are going to bring the price of this thing down today. You are going to be, which is not, they are not feasible things.
If they didn't say all those things, would they win election? It's a normal election winning strategy now. So you think you want to say, this is no, it's a normal election winning strategy.
But if anybody comes now, it's because that's what Nigerians also like. If anybody comes now and say, okay, I will give you light too, but it's not, this is the price you are going to get it to. I will make sure that petrol is available, but at this cost too. Nigerians will not vote for the person.
No, do you know that this petrol that we're actually saying, if the old way they are implementing all those things, if they had worked well, petrol would just be luxury. And it will just be more like, if you can afford to power your car. And that's why for me, I'm more like, how about we investing so much in all those things that are public, that people can have alternative? If there are alternatives, I'm telling you, nobody will even care. They will just
say, you are talking about improvement in public transportation.
Yes, put money in that thing. Put money is not
but Larry, if you look back, I think we have tried all those things. Why did we fail? I remember even in the 80s, early 80s, we have this in Oyo State that time, if Kulota can remember, Trans-City,
TTC or what, something like that.
TCTC from Ibadan, that they will just be, they are everywhere. That thing, we operated it for some years. After, at the end of it collapsed.
That is the short-term solution now. Because if that
Larry, let me explain something to you. All these things you're talking about, the only way it will last is if we remove subsidy, because then there's more incentive to keep it going. You can't, Nigeria is not a place where you say you build the infrastructure first and then you can then remove subsidy. It will not happen.
Kulata, if you do that, it will be easy to hands off subsidy. Because at that point, you now turn to, you know what will it will turn to? You know Nigeria now, it will turn to you get money, now
we've done all this before, Larry, since the 80s, late 70s.
But this is
it doesn't last because the alternative has not been removed. The primary driver has not been removed.
See, wait. Do you think this subsidy of a thing? We all know it's not sustainable now.
And we've reached the stage now.
We don't know that it's not sustainable. And in as much as this dollar issue, we are not even if we can't solve it, it will still keep. We can't even.
I'm a boss initiatives in my own lifetime alone.
Yes, even if the way dollar is going, that is fluctuating, almost every week or every month, right? That's you will be having increments.
Let me put it this way. We need to focus on stability of the forex, but we need to forget about the
but the only way the forex can be stabilized is by increased productivity.
Yes.
If you are not producing anything, we are just rely on this small. You know, sometimes it baffled me. You know, look at Saudi Arabia with population of just over 30 million. They are pumping 12 million barrels every day. And they are refining 5.5. That 5.5 million that they are refining is not with that 12.5 million and 12 million that they are selling out to. They are refining 5.5 million barrels every day.
So
that means probably they are even exporting refined crude joined with the crude
They're
that
exporting refined
they are.
petrol, John. Of course, they will be doing that now. How much can
the
35 million population consume?
Yeah. Do you know that if we can just at least make exchange rate stable, right? At least let's
You know, the only way it can make it stable is for you to be able to generate the money now. Let me tell you, okay, all this we do is Eastern country, Larry, they fixed their money. Saudi Arabia fixed their Saudi riyal to dollar. It doesn't change. It's 3.75 every day. Check 3.75, 3.75,
And because they
3.75.
have the reserves to back it up. We
To
don't
back it
have
up,
the reserves.
exactly.
You know, the thing is this: we don't have reserve. At least we know that we don't have reserve, and that is why we are at 1.6. Kulata, I can tell you that if we can maintain 1.6,
it's not a matter of wish. How can we do that when we don't even have the wherewithal?
So, Larry, let's put it this way. For us to do any sort of pegging right now, we need to build up our reserves.
See, Kulata, that not building up our reserve is why we are at 1.6. Right?
That 1.6, 1.15, it doesn't matter. The main thing that matters is stability.
Wait, that is what I'm saying. Do you know the problem of you not being able to plan based on the fact that you don't even
You
know
can't get investment if you can't plan. I understand all that fully.
Do you know that even you are here at every point today now, you see this morning, okay, this morning I was checking, I was doing some transaction. This morning it was 1,620. I was using Lemfi. After 2 hours, 1,625.
But look at it this way. The reason, I don't want to keep doing this floating argument and all, but we needed to build reserve. We needed not just reserve, we needed liquidity. We had no liquidity. So and NMPC wasn't kind of like a money generating, dollar generating thing anymore. They kind of like ruined the thing. So our options were limited. So before we can get back to kind of like, okay, let's peg, or let's change to peg, or change to if it's crawling peg, and then, which is peg it, but gradually devalue or gradually value it. But we need some reserves to be able to back it up. We don't. NMPC is not making money. NMPC is telling us because of this stupid subsidy, $6 million in the BC. That's where NMPC just gave us now.
6 billion.
$6 billion worth of BC. Like, is that the environment?
Kulata, what the government did immediately they came in, it just if they don't take all those decisions, that country will have collapsed. Believe me.
Kulata, whatever these guys want to do, we just need to find that equilibrium and stay in that.
See, I've talked about I've talked about what can help us. Dangote can definitely help us if they stop this fucking. Thomas doesn't like swine. If they stop these stupid shenanigans, like if we really, really, really remove 40% of our forex demand and convert it into Dangote and whichever, let's assume NPC refinery, that will help. At least that will help in terms of like not using scarce forex to buy anything. So the forex demand should go down, and then Dangote too will export. So we're making more dollars.
That is why that is why we keep saying it here, right? Dangote is holding our meal tickets.
He holds our balls right now.
And we need to make him our friend. Because the way it is now, we need to make Dangote our friend. The government need to bring Dangote. See, if I were to Tinubu self, Dangote will be my alpha.
Okay, let me talk about one other thing. Sell NNPC. I'm not saying sell everything.
Is almost going. Kulata, don't worry, they're almost selling that.
But sell that thing, raise like $10 billion or $20 billion. That can now we can peg if we have $20 billion.
Do you know the amount of salary we pay on Warri Refinery?
I know now. I know.
And that is why NNPC is doing everything now, because they know. Even all these recruitment that they said they are doing, at the point I was like, what are you recruiting for again? Because I don't know why you are recruiting.
We need to sell assets in NNPC. They have their assets. They're so asset rich. Is
And most of those
ridiculous.
guys in NNPC, where are you going to put them? Because they know. Because for me, I'm like, yeah, you guys, let's just pay you off. You know, the old ones pay you. Let's pay you
Because
off.
if you sell like $20 billion worth of assets in NNPC, or let's just say 25, you pay that 6 billion basic that they said we owe, so we don't have anything to do with swap anymore.
That is why, you know,
And then you put the money
for the fact that Tinubu didn't even audit all those
for
stuff.
stability.
Because all this one that you are still saying, oh, NNPC go and handle. I don't even want NNPC to handle anything. I'm telling you, don't handle anything. Let's just audit what you have. You said 6 billion. Let's audit it.
No, that 6 billion they need to audit. They can't just take it for.
Let's audit the 6 billion.
You'll find out like half of it is fraudulent.
I'm expecting Wale to be the one to champion all this deal with Dangote. I don't even want NNPC to hand, because at the end of the day, you know what will happen? Oh, we are still helping. We are still helping. We won't pay that money by December.
Even the 1 billion fuel importation that they are talking about is a fraud.
NNPC will come
They
back.
just want to take the last. They just want to take the last district before they stop.
NNPC will come back in December with a $9 billion bill. Go and write it down. If we continue this, NNPC will.
No, if we continue what we're doing, honestly, by the end of the year, NNPC they'll finish out with basic.
I'm telling you,
but luckily for Nigeria, we are no more importing now. You know,
we are seeing.
Import more. Don't be too sure.
September, you
forget that thing.
Yeah, NNPC believe.
Forget that thing. That is why for me, I'm like, Tinubu should champion this.
You see what they're going to tell you, Remy, is that $6 billion BC that they still need to swap, and swap means we need to import because of one thing or the other. That's what they'll say.
That means pay and one power broker Nigeria to cut across to try being what if you
no, we all know what is happening. That is why I said this was Dangote thing. This was because now those time that Dangote was shot, I was like, Tinubu do something.
I read the report. Tinubu going to support Dangote.
He's supporting also. See, Remy, I'm not saying he's not supporting Dangote. Surely we're working it. Wale Edun is as useless as anything. You understand? That is when we talk about somebody, the coordinating minister of the economy. This issue of Dangote, Wale Edun is supposed to be at the forefront of this issue of Dangote. Have a nice deal with Dangote.
Even me, I prefer Erufai to over ambitious.
Because this one that you are still living this Mele Kyari finish, when even Tinubu will blame himself, because I'm even sure Kulata, this is billion. I'm sure that Tinubu will be like, 6 billion, how? And Mele Kyari.
Mo fi pe Mele Kyari yẹn candidate àwọn danta time.
Appointed.
All those big men.
That's why for me, like people were saying, like even Dangote, I'm even happy that Orlando even bought this because it's a very good thing for Dangote to now work closely with Orlando. Right, if you can work closely with Orlando, like what all those other guys are doing in Rwanda, I'm not expecting Orlando to do the same thing. Tinubu just needs to like call Orlando, call Dangote. All of them are your boys now, and be at the forefront. Leave Mele Kyari. Mele Kyari cannot even be at the forefront of all these things, because the more you leave Mele Kyari, that guy will give you a bill. You know what he does? If you say, oh, Mele Kyari will always come with all those bills to blackmail you. Like, yeah, Nigeria is owing us this. They are owing us this.
To checkmate, no.
No profit of Tinubu does not even have a choice than to checkmate Mele Kyari, because the bill Mele Kyari is even giving him, that bill, I'm not sure.
One thing I don't understand is that before this Dangote came out, just like 2 or 3 months ago, all the independent marketers, they were like having a meeting with Dangote to come to like have an agreement about what price is he going to sell to them as a group. They went to him as a group, not as individual. So they went to him as a group, but probably maybe Dangote also saw that they can also backstab him.
No,
That is why.
you know what happened, Remy? They went to him and they also wanted to blackmail him. You know, they came and said, "Oh, probably 600."
Yes.
Immediately, Dangote refinery. They released a statement that they don't have anything to do with them.
Yes.
So Dangote too is also trying to be smart, and at the same time,
because all those independent banks, they are very crafty. By the time
you know them now. Yes, now, and you know Dangote too does not even want to be in the black book of these guys, and that's why for me, I think Wale, this old Dangote issue, Kolata, if Wale had been that person that is upright, that can do all these things, Wale will be at the front. Dangote will not even shout.
But hasn't it been Wale negotiating all along?
It was recently until Dangote shouted and busted out that they now said, okay, committee of Wale, Lokobiri, and all those things. But Kolata, why are you talking like this now?
But at the end of the day, I know that.
And even the whole thing.
But the issue now, we are only focusing on Dangote. We have what about the other upcoming refineries?
But
if you don't create an enabling environment, how would those ones also be able to be successful?
They already factored them in consideration, but they say for now,
those ones will not work until we say that thing. It will not work. Even Kari knows that it will not work.
No, I'm not talking about the NNPC. I'm talking about something like the Boas refinery.
Now they are still. The refinery no be one day thing now.
But there are some other.
I think the guy was talking about 2025 or whatever.
No, 2025 for even Dangote. You know how many. We can talk now. When even Dangote, do you know the is it not since when Dangote have been saying 2020, this 20? The refinery is not really easy like that.
But I feel Dangote by established finally, Woma get top 10 in the world, billionaire.
Yes.
I get top 10.
Yes.
I get top 5 because
I'm even happy that Dangote is focusing on quality. Because focusing on quality,
myself,
at least to make American standard by.
Then European standard.
Meet European standard. Meet European standard.
You know, he deliberately did that thing because of what they put out there before that the quality was this, was that.
Remy, do you know another
thing? You know, we are used to this petrol that is actually like pink in color.
Do you know another thing I'm afraid of now? That mixture they are doing in Malta, they will take that mixture to Nigeria. And they will be mixing Dangote fuel.
Where? In Nigeria or elsewhere?
In Nigeria.
How will it be profitable to them for them to be doing that?
That's it.
They will get Dangote. You know what they do now.
They will buy from Dangote, mix it with water,
and not with anything. I don't. Remy, do you think they can't do it?
They can do it. I know what you are trying to say. They will buy little and mix with another 25%.
Everything.
Well, immediately that people started noticing about it, they will report them, and before you know, they close down station.
What I know that it happens in Nigeria now. You know all these illegal refinery. I'm talking about these local refineries that are basically they are not producing petrol. Most of the thing that they produce is diesel. I think it's easier to produce diesel than petrol.
I think there is something there.
So. But you know what they are now doing? The marketers, they go and buy those ones probably at maybe 500 naira or 600 naira per liter.
Mix it, I mean.
Mix it and be selling at 1-2.
So it's a whole lot of things, and that shows you
So
that.
what you get in Nigeria is actually the final consumer that will pay the price of everything.
So Dangote, that's why
Remember, I
me I
want
like.
to ask why is an average Nigeria so dubious like that? Everything is just like cut
Why
corner.
why are you talking like that now? You know them now. You know them. They want fast money now. You know Nigeria
And they
is
are the one that also come together and be telling the government it's not doing
Nigeria is so wired in such a way where there is a lot of expectation and fast money.
Do you know, I read a report, I know a video that South Africa complained that how come that Nigeria can come from all the way from Nigeria and take over everything there? I was just laughing at that. You don't know an average Nigeria. You guys, Nigerians are so proud and so dominant, they don't even care. They go to your country, they want to take over.
No,
It's
they
like,
want. They don't even. What are you saying? See what is happening in. Okay, now see what is happening on the port. They said to open all those ports. See what
open
is
now.
happening on the port. They open on the ports now. Now they started smuggling ammunition.
Ammunition.
Why are they doing that? To where?
It's all about fast. They want the fastest money. Sometimes, do you know that sometimes, when I look at something on Facebook, I'm like, these Nigerian guys, how do they make this money?
Yes, so because sometimes there's some money you can.
No, okay. The one that I just painted, the example I just painted for you now, Larry. You know that, okay, let's say you buy 3,000 liters. You understand, and then you buy for 500. You adulterated it with maybe the one that you buy for 1,000 naira. You understand? So you get an average price of 1,500. Then you now sell at maybe probably 2,400. So that is 700 naira. 700 naira times 66,000. Multiply it. Multiply 700 naira times 66,000.
So
you're already a millionaire.
No, it's just a whole lot of things, and you kind of like, look at things and you're like, okay. So that's why for me, I even like the fact that Dangote is work. I want him to work to get the European standard. If you can get European standard, then our neighboring African countries won't have any choice than to buy from him, because it's still the same quality, right? And
that is what Dangote is doing now. The PMS is already European standard 5, which
no. I think the PMS is still American standard.
No, it said 5.
No.
It's European standard, not America. It's 05 American standard. That's what it said now.
Yes, now I think European standard is better than American standard.
Of course, now it's better because we buy gas here, and I think I can guarantee that if you buy a gas of 20 euro and you use it all day, travel, do a lot of stuff, sometimes it does not finish.
And another thing you start seeing now is people will now be, because people want to, they want to buy Dangote home, because at that point it will last longer.
Wait, sorry, that's so much.
I think it's
as a black or colata.
Probably as a black or colata. So it will be cheaper.
If you see people snoring like this, they are big people. They are the one that snore like that.
Yeah, bad Simba.
So for me, I like what Dangote is doing, focusing on quality, leave price, because it will still make money. There's no way it won't make money, because
he's already making money. The guy said he's already making money.
Remy, is it possible for us to have what we used to have those days? You know, that time when you enter filling station, you see ordinary, you see super. I don't know if people are aware.
Yes, now
there are two different type of petrol that we used to buy that time.
Even
there is ordinary petrol, there is super. In fact, you will see it labeled.
Is that not how it is in Europe?
It's exactly here in Europe. We have 98, 95. When I used to live in China, it's 92, no, 93, 95, 97. So you have your choice. You can buy.
The petrol that we are using in Nigeria now does not even have a grade.
Even in America here now, at least there are three or four, and you pick the one you want.
So I think that's what Dangote should do, or the petrol station should do. This is the cheapest one. Go for it. It will burn faster. Okay. is the cheapest. Maybe, I don't know, maybe 500 naira per liter. This is high grade one, 800 or 898 naira.
Dangote will make money. Oh.
No, that guy, that I'm telling you. Look
That's
at
why even when people were like, oh, he lost the riches, I say, let this guy just continue.
Don't mind them. Forget it.
You know, Nigeria, we just like negativity now. We just like negativity. It's this same Dangote that they are now having first love for. The majority of them hated this Dangote.
They hate him now.
They
And
hate him.
you know the problem is,
Especially
in Nigeria, the problem is, you see, they try to deceive people. You know, there's a way they kind of like that orientation. Oh, Dangote is the problem of blah, 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 blah. And I've even seen, even on this platform, I've seen Pansat said it very, oh, Dangote is not even building anything, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, what? You know, you see a whole lot of people, oh, wow, oh, Dangote, oh, you know, that refinery.
Somebody told me something that when you see reforms that come with pains and people are like agitating and so many things, that is the beginning of development of a country. Because what this guy is doing, is not perfect. I'm not saying that what he's doing is 100%. But when things goes this way, like you said now, before we castigate Adelabu, the Minister of Power, now that people are enjoying 24-hour supply for Band A, those Band A people are now complaining. Who is to blame? And when we talk about the regulation of the petroleum sector, the PMS, and then the real thing is coming out. By the time that we have deregulated diesel, nobody's complaining. Kerosene, nobody's complaining.
You know, Remy, even if all of us, we have to be sincere with ourselves. Even when we are paying subsidy, I'm asking, even when they said, okay, they put it at one something, that okay, officially, how many people are actually getting that fare at that official price?
No, not at all. All of them is either
you can have maybe 1 month of regular supply, then the next 2-3 months there'll be scarcity, then they will buy for 300, 350, 400. You understand? Go to the north, you cannot even get petrol at the filling station. You have to go and buy in the black market, right from Kwara up there. That is what normally happens.
Why is it like
we are not just being sincere with ourselves.
You know,
then we always like giving excuses. Oh, it's because everybody will jack up the price. Hey, because there's an increase in petrol price. Well, to me, that insincerity is an issue.
That insincerity, it's normal, and you always still say it. That's why, for me, why I'm afraid of Dangote, right, is because Dangote is going to take a lot of those guys out of business. And don't expect them.
You already did now, and they are fighting, but that
don't expect them to just go like that.
They won't go. But what can they do? Do they have refinery?
You see, those guys. Oteda was kind of like trying to like advise them.
It's mocking them now. Because he has a big stake in that refinery, so he's mocking all those.
So he has a big,
no, the guy was smart. So the guy was actually one of the sole importer of diesel. Otedola was the sole importer of diesel before.
All of them were there. Now, even this governor, this is not governor for Ogun State. He was one of those guys.
Pawaraja.
No, this Ogun State governor.
Ogun State land.
No, Pawaraja now. Dapo. Ṣé òkúpa ni? Ó pupa díẹ̀ náà.
Òkúpa náà. Dàpọ̀ òkúpa. Ó dẹ̀ ń kún.
Mo rò pé ó ń bóra gan.
Àjápò náà ṣiṣẹ́ dáadáa.
Èèyàn burúkú ni òun lọ ẹgbẹ́ Dàpọ̀ ó ń dojú sí ìwájọ.
Ó ti pọ̀ jù.
Ó ti ń dojú sí
ìmú. Let me tell you. I was making jest of. I said I went to the boundary between Ogun, around Alagbado, and everywhere. It's just like being in Dominican Republic and being in Haiti. That's what I can say.
Ó ti yé wa á mọ̀ kò ní ìdí Simba don't tell us á mọ̀ àwa
nígbà
gbọ́dọ̀
tó mú Ajégúnlẹ̀ tó wá lọ fi ń wé lẹ́kì àbí tó wà ẹ̀là bẹ́ẹ̀ ni kò tó
àwa gangan fúnra wa mọ̀. So
àwa náà
it's
bọ̀ kíní yẹn Bọ̀lárì ìtìjú ni kíní yẹn ká tó tọrọ.
no as
Nígbà
in
tí wọn bá ń bọ̀ paradise kọ́kọ́ jẹ́ sínú ẹ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kan náà ni.
no
Ó ń bọ̀ paradise o, ó kàn jáde láì ọkọ̀ jẹ́ sínú ẹ̀.
no do you know sometimes máa ń wo pé ṣé bọ̀bọ̀ yóò kì í ronú ni.
Kò tí ẹ̀ ń ronú rárá àtọ̀.
Because ó easy now Lagos State ti bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe débi kíní ìwọ náà tiẹ̀ ṣe díẹ̀ wá dẹ̀ máa lọ tó àwọn ẹ bá dẹ̀ fẹ́ ṣí nǹkan wá máa lọ bẹ̀ wá máa lọ fẹ́ yín síbẹ̀.
Owó nìkan lẹ́mọ kọ́kọ́ níwájú kò tí ní wọ́n lọ dúró sí ẹ̀yà.
Ó tiẹ̀ wo pé ojú ò tiẹ̀ tí wọ́n tún máa fọ̀rọ̀ gún
Kò lójútì ni, kò lójútì.
Wọ́n tún máa fọ̀rọ̀ gún lára we are waiting for Ogun State to wá tẹ̀ tó jókòó sí wa máa fẹ́ yín. Ṣé ojú ò tiẹ̀ ń tì ní?
Worst part of it àwọn ará Ọ̀ṣun tí wọ́n ní nǹkan kan wọ́n máa fi wá pa á.
Èrò l'Ogun State ẹ pé gbogbo owó kún bẹ̀. Okay, imagine that their cargo airports that they did. What is the benefit of that thing?
Kò sí benefit o. Need the airport l'Ogun State yẹn for
well, instead of building, I'm telling you, instead of
building more warehouse, tá a fi ń ṣe kí dáa mọ̀ pé in anticipation pé a lè export lọ sí Èkó.
You know, in the midst of the scarce resources, we are still wasting the little one that we have. Believe me, there's a lot of wastage. And it's because of politics. They do all this thing because of politics, and they don't care. That's the problem. How can you be managing the little resources that you have, and then because you don't like the face of somebody, you can get in billions of worth of resources. Just wasted it like that.
Highly industrialized. It's a very good state.
You need, if you go to Shagamu now, go anytime, like if you visit Nigeria, visit Shagamu, you see that Shagamu now is not industrialized.
Yes, now because
believe me,
it's his own place now. It's his own place.
It's not him. Because let me tell you, Lagos is already choked. And the advantage Ogun State has is that Lagos is choked. There is no land for manufacturing again in Lagos.
Now that Lagos train, if this guy can extend that train from Alagbado to somewhere around E4, right? That E4 will be so, as in there will be a lot of activity going into that place because a whole lot of people are moving to, because Lagos is becoming more expensive. They are leaving Lagos to come to Ogun State, and all they need is, if it's easy for you to, okay, I can quickly get to the train and I can go from E4 to somewhere in Victoria Island, right? Like maximum in like 45 minutes. What's the essence of staying in Victoria Island?
And even if they can even be operating the train 24/7.
Yes, now. If
you understand? So you can wake up at 5 a.m. and you get to your work conveniently.
Even in America, how many people live in New York? Most of the people that work in New York live in New Jersey or Connecticut. People that work in New York, most of them.
Like Lagos, because of the facilities provided by Lagos, my younger brother who work with Senior Erickson in Lagos Island, he stays in Ikorodu and he doesn't even use his car. He will just take a ferry from Ikorodu. Within some few minutes, he's already in Lagos Island.
Because there are alternatives. Your brother is not even wasting his time to go and use his car.
No, he doesn't use his car. He will just park his car at the terminal there. Then when he comes back in the evening, take it.
It's going to be what is happening in New York. Because even if you having a car in New York is expensive. Because you don't even have where to park it. Because if you are parking, that means you are paying. So you don't even want to drive your own car in New York. So you rather want to use the train. And the easiest thing for this guy to do is just like...
Larry, what I used to tell people is that if every Nigerian, if you can turn a new leaf, we at least we can make that country better for ourselves. Let me give for example. The little thing I learned recently, my daughter is schooling in Canada. And initially, when she got there, she was taking Uber, and that one cost her a lot. So she has to go and they have this thing that they buy monthly for bus this thing. And she will pay only $60 ticket. She will pay only $60 for a month. Unlike what she can even spend in a day on Uber. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
And I've experienced such a thing also in UK before. So, but if we want to do such a thing, Nigerians will be the one that will also spoil everything, sabotage it, they will do. It's to me. Why are we like this?
Simba, Nigeria, there is nowhere where people will not want to spoil it. And that is why the government need to be genuine with some of the things they are doing. Right? We've talked about criminalizing things. We've talked about ensuring that people want to do the wrong thing, but immediately they know that there is.
But the issue is it our culture that you remember what the way we do things in Nigeria, the way we run things. Somebody will do a wrong thing, then he will go and meet somebody and beat somebody. Okay, you know all those things. That was why we rejected Buhari 1, because we have two Buhari regime, Buhari 1, Buhari 2. Buhari 1, Buhari 1. That was why we rejected Buhari 1, because we are not used to doing things normally.
We don't even need a lot of people that want to do the right thing. We just need some people in government who want to do the right thing. You see all these things we are saying about criminalizing this, criminalizing that. Let me tell you something. You put infrastructure, some people will go there and go and break it and everything because they know that at the end of the day,
nothing will happen.
Nothing will happen. There is a
talk about second Niger bridge.
Yes.
Talk about removing the railings.
Yes. Now, at the end of the day, if you arrest them, now they look for a lawyer. They'll tell you it's a bailable offense.
And they'll look at Femi Falana and he started quoting right on
it. It's a bailable offense. How much is bail? They'll say, okay, fine. Is either you do this or probably you pay this. They will let them go until we move away from all those things, criminalize this thing. Any small thing, go to 3 years.
I bet because our politicians are they ready to do that?
That is why I said we don't even need a lot of politicians that wants to do that. We just need some.
Because all these things, because of the kind of democracy that we practice, we need them, all of them. Okay, look at what happened, Larry. Do you watch that video where they are saying, and there was one funny video now that they said, was it about military something that they are talking about? I've forgotten that they voted, all of them voted no. Something that is everybody will expect all of them to vote yes. I think maybe that the military university should be. I mean, I've forgotten. I don't know, but something that is.
Where do they vote? In National Assembly?
National Assembly, yes, now Senate.
Forget those guys.
In fact, Akpabio repeated it. It was wondering that is it that I'm having hearing problem?
Simba,
he repeated it 2 times, but they still said no.
One of the problem of Nigeria, you see this issue of you're a politician, you can go 2 times, right? Is a problem. 1 term is okay. Nigeria democracy does not need 2 terms.
So that at least you can face it, and then you know you are not coming back to them, so you can damn all the consequence.
Yes, Nigerian democracy, fine, it can work in America. Nigerian democracy does not need 2nd term. If you are going to use 5 years or 6 years,
good.
Use your 6 years and go to your house.
At that point, if I know that I don't have anything at stake, I want to work. And all I'm interested in is writing my name in gold. But when I know that I still need to do some things,
do you
think that no,
for that 6 years?
Remy,
Yeah.
Remy, do you think that if Tinubu is not thinking of second term, Tinubu will not do some things?
He would dare them now. He would dare a lot of the artists.
Because of second time.
Play game.
You see, that second time is a problem.
Balogun Larry. Balogun Larry. Chief Remy. So Simba yen. Once you start discussing that's where he wants to talk. He enjoys basketball. I think that is he enjoys it. But on a more serious note, it's a sad story to cut you off, Larry. It's a very sad situation. We deserve better in our state. We don't deserve what we've gotten.
No.
And you know, just go home. And Larry, the worst part is that when Lagos is celebrating everything, it's always there. And I'm like, don't you see these things? It's next door to you now.
Agreement from green light àti gbogbo ẹ̀ wọ lọ́mọ ọba kí ló wá lọ ṣe ń bẹ̀ ó gbé nǹkan kan wá sí ilé Ogun State.
Maybe it's going to bring black line to Ogun State. Black line.
Black line.
Simba, give me problem.
Simba, well done.
I mean, it's a very sad because Motu before I came up, Motu to map green line, Motu to again because they got money. Ogun can also benefit from this, but you had three opportunities.
Benefits. Even all those ones that are going to the yellow, now Lagos is after green, they will be talking of yellow. They will be talking this guy.
Well, in fact, once upon making of a construct together at the same time.
Yes, now
you people are not even looking at it. Let me tell you, if you look at Lagos, or you look at if you are in the boundary, what you will see is also the chaotic way of construction. No, you see layout in Lagos, the streets are well laid out, but in Ogun State, that is when you see that you cannot even get road, you cannot even see the layout. There is no, everybody just build it anyhow they want. It's like a chaotic, yes.
Simba. Sorry, laying green line here, purple here to Bawo. It's supposed to end. It's supposed to end in Songwater.
I'm telling you.
The yellow is supposed to end in Redeem in Ogun State. That's go and look at their plan. Their train line is all geared towards linking up with Ogun State.
I think we should just have said that Lagos should just take over Ogun State.
I'm telling you, Lagos is trying
Okay, you mean we should merge Lagos with Ogun?
Yes,
I think it will be better. Believe me.
Lagos is trying
you know what? I agree with that proposal at this point.
We should just merge with them. If we merge with them, Ogun State will quickly develop.
You know what I want? Is not even merge everything. At least let them merge Ogun West. Merge Ogun West with Lagos.
No, Boko Oguni, I would have all Ogun. Just merge.
Abeokuta Mala Vedadu Ejo.
Larry, on this one, I do more as independent.
Because level time we go yen lo be high school we dey for to Ogun State.
No, Ọlọ́run kan fi Sherry, Ọlọ́run fi Sanwo-Olu. Sanwo-Olu is a good guy.
No, apart from Sanwo-Olu, and Lagos State, they always have lucky to have
Larry, let me tell you online now. People are clamoring for the guy to go for third term. They continue to love
wèrè bá wà ń bẹ ẹ gbàgbé pé Lagos tí wèrè bá wà ń bẹ wèrè á ṣe wèrè ara ẹ̀ náà.
Wèrè will not get there. They will not allow Wèrè to get there. That is it.
Simba, Chinedu yẹn tó bá débẹ̀ nísìnyí, á bá nǹkan jẹ́.
No, yẹn máa tẹ̀ dá gbogbo.
You
know what? We use bad belly to spoil a lot of things.
Yes, it's just bad belly. Most people want to groom successor Sanwo-Olu gan by gan papa as we are talking.
They know already now. Don't worry.
And I like them because they always walk. What I like about life that you walk or they get me fine.
I think it's the system that is working.
No, if you don't derail from their master plan, you walk. The only person that derailed was Ambode. Because the master plan is there, all you just need to do is to look for finance and implement. And that's exactly what Sanwo-Olu is just doing. It's not like the thing is already there. All this line. He's just looking for finance. Even if it's borrow, allow you go and borrow because those things will pay back.
But no, let me tell you, even if you look at the road network, Lagos State has better road network.
Yes,
you understand? In fact,
do you know that train? I'm very sure that train, for them to recoup their money from that train, this thing, it's not really going to take long.
Larry, if that red line, if that one starts, oh my God, they will make a hell of it.
How am I make one now?
I want you call motto one then.
You know the way we use vehicle in Nigeria. I don't think people use vehicle like that in Western world. You see, you be on the third mainland bridge. You see one person inside one car, and that is what you see all over. It doesn't make economic sense.
You can understand in Nigeria like show off. It's like I'm a car owner now. Nigeria want to tell you, I've arrived.
Yeah, all these things.
It's not about.
If the red line start working, and you are comfortable, you are comfortable, you are in the train, and you are comfortable. You won't even want to drive to work in Lagos.
Why do you have to drive? The major places that Lagosians go. Oshodi, Yaba, Oyinbo. Look at the route now. It's that red line route is almost all the
Remy. To buy wo popular line here. Cross the red line. Agege. Owa jalo si on Ogun.
These guys should go and borrow money now. Borrow money and
I don't understand. Red line
they don't even need to, Larry. They don't need to borrow money. They can concession it.
Of course, now.
Okay, guys. How can a distance Abule Songo that you cannot just complete that on your own?
Is it up to 10? Is it more than? I don't think it's up to 5 kilometers. It's not up to 5 kilometers now.
So the people just go to the post and okay, you have done it to Abule Egba. I call that line. I share or not bet. I then move velocity Songo. That is what that's what she should be doing as a state governor. To lock for a load.
Station, Agbado station. Just business just a train station, just a subway station. We are not asking you to really go.
Say any joke corner station. Remy. Not the road goes to that place. No matter station. Even the road to get that
place. Station.
Useless.
Play summer on the play summer. Play summer.
I think they all come back.
Summer was even asking to come in, but he didn't say anything since they came in.
But that guy is as useless. I've not. I'm gonna say that we've not even had someone that is so useless like this guy. He doesn't even care. Yeah, he doesn't even care. He
To
just
me, I don't know much about what Oshoba did between 1999 and 2003. But I saw some things that Benga Daniel did during his own time.
Oshoba. In terms of Oshoba, what Oshoba did some
It
roads.
is Amosu that did a wonderful job.
Yeah, and Oshoba did more of rural electrification.
I think Benga Amosu did turn Abeokuta around a lot.
Yeah, Amosun turned Abeokuta around, but still, Amosun was.
We are not lucky too. Just mediocre, no, on the average.
Amosun, no, he just did shady jobs in.
Babati was the governor now.
Eh?
Monique Babati was contest for governor.
Abi? Amosun just did a lot of shady jobs. And all those guys, I don't know. Even all the roads that Amosun did, go and check all of them.
I think Ogun, Oyo, Oshun, Ondo, even the so-called Ekiti,
you do a road that won't even last a year, that won't even last 7 months. Who is that? Is that road? You do a road in 6 months, you start patching. And you tell me it's millions of these dollars that you use in doing all those things. So for me, I don't even know. All those guys are the same. Even Amosun, this same Amosun, do you know the number of business that Amosun took away that made them to take away from Ogun State? This same Dangote refinery that would have been sitting nicely in Ogun State, but just because of this guy's greed, that was what made us lose Dangote refinery. Greed. What did Lagos do? Lagos is not even disturbing the guy. Alaye just pay us for the land, and he said he pay $100 million. Pay us for the land. Go and just we'll give you everything you need. And that's exactly what we're asking for in Ogun State. Even the Ibeche, do you know the problem that this guy gave Dangote with Ibeche? That same Amosun. They were busy fighting on Ibeche. Fight tomorrow. Fight. So, Ogun State, I don't know. Daniel was better, but the only problem with Daniel is his own was too much of cultism. We're just busy during Daniel. We're just busy busy buying people. God will help us.
can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. Listen, you can only see, but you will never walk there. You can only see, but you will never get there. You can only see, but you can.
These recent elections, it's unfortunate that because the two things happened. First of all, one party took over the labor movement, which is one of my favorite movements also. And then it became a regional party, more than, whereas it was a marvelous breach into the established two camps. Peter Obi achieved something remarkable there, that he broke that mold. Yes, however, he did not win the election. In addition, my own organization has a monitoring unit. You know the one I'm talking about. And so I could say categorically that Peter Obi's party came third, not even second. And that the leadership knew it. But they wanted to do what we call in Yoruba, gbajue. That is, you know, you have force of arms. You also have force of lies. And it was gearing up towards violence. They were going to send some of the hard...
My convoy is 5 vehicles. And you cannot buy fuel unless I'm inside the car. So I will pay them. No more.
I know. The governor was paying for petrol himself for his convoy. When they get to the gas station, he will come out and bring out money and pay. In fact, at Oka government house then, when he was governor, forget about drinking champagne, what they are now doing there. Then he gave out old newspapers as substitute for toilet roll. If you are going to the toilet, you just to save money. Yeah.
He was going to run somewhere. He said he's going for interview for job. Peter, can't you give him a job? Peter, can't you do this? The boy doesn't even have. I said, none of my children have car. I was the only person who is governor and bank chairman, not to them.
Isn't that mesmerizing? But I know that Peter Obi, I know that he's a smart man. You know? But the governor, that Obi, did he say anything about that 200 million from security vote that he was caught? His convoy was trying to smuggle out of the country. Did he say anything about that? No, he didn't. No, but he talked about that 72 billion he left behind for his handpicked successor.
Because when you hear that Peter Obi left 75 billion, if anybody doubts it, call me. I know where the money is. I kept it.
Did he talk about? Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. I know. The man that he's now fighting, you know, remember? Yes, I know. Of course. Did he talk about, what is it called again? The liabilities he left behind. Did he talk about that? No. Like signed contracts that were not paid for. Did he talk about? No. Like thousands of workers that he hired during the last weeks of his administration without provision for their pay in the budget. Did he talk? No. But definitely he must have talked about the millions and millions he was dashing out to schools, churches, town hall, traditional. Yeah. At the end of the administration, he was just giving out money without appropriation. He talked about that, huh? Of course. Of course. Okay, one last thing. Did P2B finally explain how bodies of Biafran activists ended up floating on Anambra River when he was governor? Did he explain that? No, he didn't. Why? It must be an omission.
Country people, make una come here tori o. Say Dino carry money, give talk. Say make you go buy gun to Fiakwa. They say Dino carry money, give talk, carry gun, give talk. Say make dem go dey prepare for 2019. Ọlọ́run má jẹ́. They say me meet them for airport road. Alakiaye. My brothers, the venom of a viper cannot do anything to the back of a tortoise. I don't waka. But make I tell you now, Yaya Bello, do you know? Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. I know. Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Do you know? GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. We know. GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Ìwọ Yaya. You Yaya. Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Ẹni tí mo bẹ́ lórí tó ń ṣẹ̀nu wúyẹ́. Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ. Yaya Bello. Àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ.